Chapter 1858. Penetrated. That bloody scene caused those people who were still paying attention to it to be dumbfounded. Wasn't Longchen very powerful before? Why did such a thing happen without any warning? He had gone from being so powerful to being defeated so cleanly. From Lingxi and Li Xuanji's angle, they could see Yi Zhao's fist behind Longchen. The two's emotions were different. Li Xuanji felt like she had been struck by lightning. Fortunately, Lingxi hurriedly said, "Chen has the time reversal divine power. This kind of injury is completely harmless to him." Yes, Longchen knew that ordinary methods could not kill Yi Zhao. The Yin-Yang Samsara realm was still too powerful. It would be rather difficult for Longchen to face it, so he had no choice but to use this method. When Yi Zhao was feeling proud and arrogant, when those who were paying attention were numb, Longchen reached out his left hand and grabbed Yi Zhao's hand tightly. He used the ancestral dragon's body to imprison his opponent. For a moment, Yi Zhao couldn't pull his hand back. "What's the point of struggling on the verge of death?" Yi Zhao asked condescendingly. At that moment, Longchen pulled his hand out. Without a word, he grabbed Yi Zhao's hand and slashed at him with the god-slaying sword. At that moment, Longchen, who looked like he was on the verge of death, once again displayed his peak strength. Although Yi Zhao resisted with the samsara power, the god-slaying sword was unstoppable and chopped off his arm. At that moment, Yi Zhao finally realized that Longchen's chest was recovering at a visible speed. In just a short while, he had completely recovered. How is this possible? The higher the level of one's physical body, the harder it was to recover. Yi Zhao had never heard of Longchen recovering in the blink of an eye. However, Longchen would not give him a chance to catch his breath. Yi Zhao gradually found it difficult to deal with Longchen's violent attacks after losing an arm. "You're someone from the lower realms, and you're despicable and shameless. How can you compare to me?" Yi Zhao was terrified. He dodged between the gray sword blades. Longchen seemed to possess boundless power as he increased the intensity of his attacks and activated the god-slaying art. The gray sword blades swept past his opponent's body and ended his life. Rip. Yi Zhao's body softly fell to the ground. The young man, who was covered in blood-red flames, finally put away his gray sword, and the nightingale's corpse was sucked into the nine-colored mist. Longchen had already killed him. This youth's previous state of madness had already scared many people. To be able to slaughter warriors in the Yin-Yang Samsara realm, he was already a supreme existence. His cultivation could probably enter the top 20. For the time being, no one dared to provoke the top 20. Longchen's tense heart relaxed a little. He woke up with a start and quickly returned to the two women's side. Because of the previous bloody battle, no one dared to approach them for a while. He looked at the two women in front of him. They were both beautiful, but they were completely different. They both loved him deeply, and he had sworn to protect them. In the face of such a desperate situation, any hesitation was no longer important. Longchen let go of everything in his heart and held the two women in his arms with tears in their eyes. The two hot bodies touched Longchen deeply. "I seem to have no reason to fail. I have to fight for the 3 chances to live," Longchen whispered in their ears. Although he said it in a low voice, it contained his infinite faith. He deeply understood how difficult it was to achieve this step and what kind of price he had to pay. But he had no other choice. He could not watch any of the women he protected die in front of him. Lingxi said softly, "We will do our best. Didn't we survive the test of the city lord of the wronged? So no matter what, I will support you." Li Xuanji wanted to say something but stopped. "Why don't you say it?" Longchen looked at her close at hand. She wiped away the tears on her face and shook her head gently. "I don't know what to say. If you are gone, I will go with you." Lingxi also revealed a smile. She said, Big Brother Chen, you don't have to feel too pressured. If worst comes to worst, the three of us will just die together. If we go to another world after we die, we can still be companions. If we meet your father, we can just apologize to him for not being able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. But what if there's nothing left after we die? That's fine too. If we die in the same place, our souls will also be entangled together, is that so? Long Chen gently stroked her long hair and let her lean against his chest. He looked at the massacre in the distance, his eyes filled with unprecedented murderous intent. He said, "But, I will not let you die, I swear." Whether it was the ancient blood spiritual dragon or the void cosmic dragon, they were both prideful creatures from ancient times. Long Chen was their incarnation. If he could not even protect these two women, how could he pursue the mystery of the divine dragon and save the world? 3 chances to live, 3 peerless treasures. This was an endless temptation. After a large number of chaotic battles, there were only 600 breaths left. At this moment, half of the people had already been eliminated, and the remaining people were all tenacious. There was not much hope for the last 3 people to be selected in the remaining 600 breaths. Everyone was trembling and mad. In fact, except for Yi Xiao, none of the true existences above the Yin and Yang Samsara realm had died. This was the greatest pressure. Long Chen killed Yi Xiao and brought a moment of peace. But in less than 50 breaths, another group of people was fighting around them. When they saw Long Chen and the 2 beauties, they knew at first glance that they were weak, so they came to fight again. However, this kind of people were usually killed by Long Chen. So far, Long Chen rarely took the initiative to attack others. Everyone knew that the real show would only begin after these ants were killed. Soon, it would be close to half of the time left. If there were no experts who quickly eliminated those who had not reached the Samsara realm, they would affect the final outcome. The survival of one more person could cause everyone's previous efforts to go to waste. In the beginning, most of the super experts did not move. But at this time, many people could not help it. They were not being ruthless. They were just trying to survive. Long Chen was still easily dealing with those who were charging at him. At this time, a dragon warrior in the distance suddenly transformed into a divine dragon. A terrifying aura filled the air. In the distance, a blood-yellow aura soared into the sky. A yellow divine dragon could be vaguely seen dancing in the mist. Everyone who sensed this aura felt endless terror in their hearts. Super divine dragon, 9-headed frightening dragon. In an instant, most of the cultivators screamed in horror and fled in a sorry state. Only then did Long Chen see the appearance of the 9-headed frightening dragon. It was a ferocious divine dragon with thick limbs and a blood-yellow body. It looked very dirty and evil. The most shocking thing was that this divine dragon had 9 huge heads. The 9 dragon heads hovered in the sky. Each head was different. The 9-headed frightening dragon breathed a yellow aura. Those who were touched by it screamed and were eliminated immediately. The killing efficiency was shocking. Without absolute confidence, the 9-headed frightening dragon would not be so high profile. Just when everyone was still in a state of shock, a tricolored thunderbolt shot across the sky. The violent lightning formed a tricolored electric net in the sky, emitting a loud explosion. There seemed to be a heavenly palace in the electric net, majestic and domineering. At this time, everyone saw a divine dragon wrapped in tricolored thunderbolts circling in the electric net. Under his control, the thunderbolts bombarded the ground below indiscriminately. Wherever they went, there was a large number of casualties. It was like a massacre. Another super divine dragon. This is the heavenly imperial thunder dragon from the divine thunder city. The appearance of the second super divine dragon caused a second round of chaos. The thunderbolts were fast and fierce. It was a piece of cake for those who had not reached the Samsara realm. Everyone thought that it was over. At this time, another 2 divine dragons appeared. What was even more terrifying was that they both had the bloodline of the super divine dragon. The east was shrouded in golden light. It was supreme and as hot as the sun. Wherever the light went, people would flee. That was the famous super divine dragon. Its entire body was made of steel, and its flesh was tough. It was known as the 8-division Stupa dragon. In the west, a black demonic dragon was shrouded in black mist. It was hard to distinguish it. Not many people knew this super divine dragon because Su Mu Chen was not famous. This was the primordial demonic dragon. These 4 super mystical dragons seemed to have an agreement. They swept through the entire white jade platform. Those who were not qualified to be one of the 3 survivors collapsed in the face of their immense physical strength. The efficiency of their elimination was countless times higher than before. In the blink of an eye, under the ravages of the 4 super mystical dragons, a large number of warriors were seriously injured and eliminated. The 4 super divine dragons were not worried that others would hold a grudge. In the end, only 3 people could survive. Those 3 people would definitely be absolute executioners. They had to have experienced countless killings. If they could survive, they would be the executioners. What could they do? The 4 super divine dragons' massacre lasted for 100 breaths of time. In this 100 breaths of time, those who had not reached the samsara realm had been eliminated. There were only 40 people left on the wide white jade platform. They were basically all samsara realm cultivators. Su Mu Chen had killed his way to Long Chen's side. Lingxi and Li Xuanji were his targets. They were both very weak. However, when he saw Long Chen, he silently left. He said, "I can only wish you good luck." And now, there were only 400 breaths of time left. Chapter 1859. Those who were supposed to come would come. Almost all the elites of each divine city had gathered in this place. Among them, the warriors of the Yin and Yang Samsara tribulation realm from a few divine cities had become the absolute protagonists here. At this time, everyone had stopped fighting. They seemed to have restrained their rationality, but in fact, they were still crazy. There were 400 breaths left, and not much time was left. At this moment, about 10 Yin-Yang Samsara realm warriors and 4 super divine dragons gathered together, their faces cold. Within the group, the most dazzling one was still Diyu, who had been protected by Di Feng the entire time. He hadn't experienced a single battle, and could be said to be completely unharmed. In such an intense battle, it seemed like only he would be able to survive. Therefore, his expression was relatively relaxed. At this time, Di Feng, the number 1 expert of the new generation from Di Jun Divine City, said, "We don't have much time, so I'll cut to the chase. Everyone here is an expert, and fighting blindly will not yield any results. Let's draw lots to decide who will be eliminated at the same time. The top 3 will live, which is even better. I will participate on behalf of Diyu. If I win, then my brother will have a chance to live. If I lose, then we'll see who has the determination to sacrifice themselves for justice." Di Feng's righteousness and dedication won everyone's respect. Those who had the right to speak were the Yin-Yang Samsara realm warriors from Primordial Divine City, Tai Divine City, Qingshu Divine City, and the 4 super divine dragons. They were the top combatants. At this time, another expert said, "I agree, this is the fairest and most rational method. It can carry out many effective battles at the same time, and it won't cause chaos, causing people to run away from the battles and hide everywhere. No one can stay out of it. There are only 3 spots, and only the strongest can have it. Of course, Diyu is an exception. That child had been placed in the most special position." At this time, the others nodded in agreement. Someone said, "Then let's do it this way. We've wasted no time. Let's do a head count and determine our opponents." The victors will return here and wait for the next battle. We have about 40 people, and after about 3 battles, the final winner will be decided. Let's move quickly. Soon, someone came up with the rules for drawing lots. At this time, a Radiance Divine City Samsara Tribulation Realm expert saw Long Chen at the corner and hurriedly said, "Everyone, it seems that there are 2 fellows who are not qualified to participate in this elimination battle. The cultivation of those 2 women is far from the Samsara Tribulation Realm. Although that Long Chen from the lower realm has decent combat strength, with his ability, how can he protect those 2 people?" This sentence attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, many experts looked over. The purpose of the elimination battles was to prevent people from running away from the battle and causing the overall battle to drag out. That was why such an efficient and powerful battle method was used. This was made by the strongest group of people, and the others could not obey because they were not the strongest. If they resisted this system, then they would most likely be killed by everyone. Long Chen didn't expect them to come up with such a system. It must have been discussed during the previous battle. In this case, he was completely excluded from their group. However, for the sake of the 2 people behind him, how could he compromise? His eyes were cold as he welcomed everyone's gazes. The gazes of the descendants of the deities had a huge impact on him. At this time, Diyu also saw Li Xuanji behind Long Chen. He tugged on Di Feng's sleeve and said, "Big brother, that black-robed girl is the little Saint Lord of the Darkness Divine City. She has a very good relationship with me, and is very important to me. Can you?" Di Feng gave him a slap. "Today, no one can protect themselves. If you want to protect someone, you have to pay the price with your life like I did." Although this sentence was directed at Diyu, it was also directed at Long Chen. Because of Long Chen, the elimination round that he had planned had been disrupted. If he didn't get rid of this person, then everyone would die here. Hence, Di Feng said, there are only 3 chances to live. Anyone who tries to break the rules is courting death. The rules have already been set. If we don't get rid of this person who is courting death, then we'll all die together. Let's not talk about the 3 spots, we won't even be able to survive. Everyone, look at the time. How much time is left? This sentence caused everyone to hate Long Chen. Right at this moment, a bald young man with a body that seemed to be made of steel, tall, and had a dragon-shaped tattoo on his body, said, "Everyone, draw lots. My first opponent will be him. I'll kill the 2 beside him while I'm at it. Everyone, hurry up and fight." With him taking care of this problem without breaking the rules, why not? Moreover, everyone knew that although the 2 women weren't much, Long Chen was indeed very strong. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have had the right to speak here. Alright, the Divine Steel Dragon and the 8-Tribes Stupa Dragon are taking action. We can rest assured. Someone cheered the bald man on. The bald man's expression was solemn as he walked towards Long Chen, while the others stayed where they were to draw lots, anxiously confirming their opponents and preparing for battle. After drawing lots, everyone had already confirmed their opponents. They tried their best to calm their hearts and focus on their opponents. The 20 battles were spread out across the white jade platform, so they wouldn't interfere with each other. Diyu was the only one who didn't need to participate in the battle. He looked around and watched the battle between the bald man and Long Chen. The fiery slap on his face reminded him not to cause trouble. But, sisterly, at this time, Diyu saw the way Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen. It was a kind of deep admiration, but also a kind of deep doting. It was an emotion that transcended everything. It was like a moth blindly following him. Even if it could not obtain anything, it would have no complaints or regrets, and it would not haggle over it. This gaze made Diyu clench his fists tightly. A murderous look appeared on his young face. He didn't mind that Li Xuanji had someone she liked. It was just that the depth of her love made him feel like he was being tainted. Long Chen, This name overlapped with the guy who could remain calm even when facing the 8-tribes Stupa dragon. The first battle, huh? The rules of the elimination battle were interesting. In less than 50 breaths of time, half of the powerhouses would be eliminated in such a brutal battle. After all, they were the descendants of the gods, and they still had these qualities. They had allowed the 8-tribes Stupa dragon to come because they were sure that it could kill Long Chen and the two pretty faces beside him in an instant. They couldn't let them hinder the process. Basically, all the dragon warriors in the rebirth tribulation realm had been absorbed by the 5 major dragon cities. That was why the 8-tribes Stupa dragon that remained in their respective cities was very famous among the 72 ancient cities of the divine descendants. For example, the steel divine dragon in front of them was made of the most precious 8 types of pagoda metals, which formed his invincible body. The 8-tribes Stupa dragon was also known as the melee divine dragon. The man in front of them was like steel. He was calm, generous, and full of murderous intent. Compared to him, Yishao wasn't even on the same level. Outside, all sorts of battles were starting. The 8-tribes Stupa dragon said in a rough voice, "Looks like you're still a man who's infatuated with love. But this is fate. Just accept it." He wasn't an evil person, but he had succumbed to fate. That was why he had no choice but to destroy Long Chen and kill the 2 women in an instant. Long Chen bit his lip and didn't answer. The bald man didn't say anything else. Every time his body moved, there was a sharp sound of metal scraping against each other. It made one's scalp go numb. At that moment, he revealed his divine dragon true body in front of Long Chen. It was a 1,000-meter-long golden divine dragon. Its entire body seemed to be made of steel, and it emitted a blinding light. The dragon's scales were extremely thick, and they were completely made of metal. Clang, clang, clang. The metal divine dragon circled in the sky. It lowered its head to look at Long Chen and said in a deep voice, "Are you also a super divine dragon? Come up and fight." This was an even more difficult challenge. However, in order to survive and protect the 2 behind him, Long Chen had no choice but to grit his teeth. He hugged the 2 women beside him. Their soft bodies touched Long Chen's tenderness. At that moment, it was a true portrayal of him. Boom! Surrounded by countless battles, a blood-colored divine dragon soared into the sky. In front of the steel divine dragon, he seemed very weak, but his blood-colored eyes were terrifying. The 2 women were nowhere to be seen. Upon closer inspection, one could see a pair of blood-colored horns on his head. On each side, there was a woman hugging the horns, stabilizing him. At this moment, Long Chen could no longer protect them anywhere else. This was the only place he could trust. This was a battle to the death. To protect them like this, perhaps it was as described, they would live and die together. If Long Chen died, they would cease to exist. If they died, Long Chen would not live either. Just like that, the 3 of them were bound together. Whoosh, the killing mist surged, enveloping Long Chen within it. What kind of dragon is this? The huge divine dragon made of steel muttered. He did not seek an answer, but attacked directly. His dragon claws, dragon tail, and dragon teeth were the toughest weapons. The 8-division Buddha dragon's physical body shook the heavens and earth. However, he was facing the ancestral dragon. The blood-colored divine dragon swam through the mist. On its horns, one was black and one was white. 2 long dresses fluttered in the wind. Below, the huge divine dragon's eyes were bloodshot. Wang! In that instant, the 2 divine dragons clashed, engaging in the most terrifying melee. In an instant, this battle attracted everyone's attention. They were all fighting with their lives on the line, but compared to this, they were too insignificant. The divine dragons biting and clashing were the most shocking visual impact. Du clenched his fists tightly. He roared in his heart, why didn't you give me half a year? In half a year, I will be in the trifecta rebirth realm. When that time comes, no one here will be my match. Whoever I want to live will live. Sisterly doesn't need his protection. Chapter 1860. Dozens of pinnacle battles of the new generation were being carried out on this white jade platform. They were all proud sons and daughters of the heavens from the various divine cities. They had survived through many perilous situations, and every single one of them was extraordinary. Their talents were unparalleled, and they were basically the top existences in their respective divine cities. But here, they were all ants under the rules of the game. They had to fight for the last 3 chances of survival. The brutal slaughter spread across their field of vision. Boom, boom. Loud explosions and screams rang out incessantly. Amidst the countless chaotic battles, the one that attracted the most attention was the battle between the 2 mystical dragons. This was a battle of pure physical strength. No one would have thought that the lower world youth called Long Chen would actually fight with the 8th-division Stupa dragon, who was famed for its physical strength. The 8th-division Stupa dragon's entire body was made of the toughest metal. A steel mystical dragon circled in the air. Its steel body did not affect its agility. It was truly the king of close combat. Even the 9-headed frightful soul dragon and the imperial thunder dragon were afraid of it. But what made it depressed was that this mystical dragon that looked like a red dragon, but was not actually a red dragon, actually had an aura that made it respect it. I'm afraid he's too angry and wants to live. The 8th-division Stupa dragon thought to itself as it fought the red mystical dragon. When his steel-forged claws collided with Long Chen's bloody dragon claws for the first time, he was dumbfounded. Compared to him, Long Chen's young claws were terrifyingly hard. The terrifying strength transmitted by Long Chen's young body actually put him at a disadvantage. Roar! Long Chen let out a roar and used his dragon claws to clamp down on the other party's claws. He used his strength and flung the huge 8th-division Stupa dragon away, finally crashing onto the white jade platform. Instantly, the entire white jade platform shook violently. Most of the battles were directly affected. They noticed the commotion while they were fighting, and they were all shocked. That crazy youth, his blood-red eyes, left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. Standing at the center of the white jade platform, Du almost fell down. This made him feel extremely humiliated. What's wrong with the 8th-division Stupa dragon? Isn't it known as the king of close combat? Isn't it a divine steel dragon? How could it be suppressed by this fellow from the lower realm in a physical battle? Du's face darkened. He really wanted to deal with Long Chen, but the current situation was too complicated. Sisterly, you are so important to me. How could you fall in love with such a person? Du gnashed his teeth in anger. His heart was in turmoil. Hold him steady. Long Chen informed the 2 women on the dragon's horn, and then activated his craziest state. God Refining Flame. Buzz. An entire 600-meter-long divine dragon was engulfed in the blazing spirit refining flame. Long Chen's combat strength was rising at a terrifying rate. Under the envelopment of the spirit refining flame, if outsiders touched Long Chen's body too much, they would be attacked by the spirit refining flame and their strength would fall sooner or later. Moreover, the spiritual refinement flame had also given Long Chen an enhancement that surpassed the seething of God's blood. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A huge amount of power engulfed his body. On the dragon's horn, Lingxi and Li Xuanji held onto Long Chen's stable crimson dragon horn. They looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. Lingxi used the sword kinesis divine art to control the 6 sky swords, while Li Xuanji held a black needle. Both of them were extremely lethal and could be of great help at critical moments. Die. The crimson divine dragon charged down with red flames. Long Chen was taking this opponent very seriously. He used all his mystiques and clashed with the 8-division Stupa dragon again. His hands were filled with massacre dragon seals, and from time to time, he tore off pieces of steel and flesh from the 8-division Stupa dragon's body, causing it to cry out in pain. What kind of fire is this? The 8-division Stupa dragon was shocked. Surrounded by the flames, if it attacked Long Chen in close combat, it would be attacked by the spiritual refinement flame. The spiritual refinement flame was terrifying, and if it was entangled, it would definitely be a disaster. Moreover, under the burning of the spiritual refinement flame, its strength did not decrease, but instead increased, and the 8-division Stupa dragon was forced to retreat. This was a complete suppression in terms of mystiques. What kind of dragon are you? The 8-division Stupa dragon was shocked after its defeat. If it was just a super mystical dragon, how could it completely suppress it in terms of mystiques? I'm here to take your life. Long Chen was extremely cold, even cruel. At this time, many people had already ended their battles and were watching the battle of the mystical dragons in shock. The Crimson Divine Dragon was not even half the size of the 8-division Stupa dragon, but it was able to repel such a huge opponent. It was definitely powerful. Everyone's expressions changed. They felt that Long Chen would be a huge problem. Eternal moment. Suddenly, the Crimson Divine Dragon became illusory, as if it had disappeared. The golden 8-division Stupa dragon suddenly stopped in mid-air, its eyes lifeless. Celestial Slaughtering Blood Sword. At this time, the Crimson Divine Dragon raised its huge dragon tail and slashed down with great momentum. The blood arrow that tore through the sky came slashing down. The 8-divisional Buddha dragon, who had just broken free from the eternal split moment state, was unable to resist the heavenly slaughter blood sword slashing down on its waist. Immediately, there was an earth-shattering sound of metal rubbing against each other. Clang! A terrifying sound rang out, causing everyone's ears to ring. The 8-division Stupa dragon's body was smashed into a bloody light. Only then did everyone realize that the 8-division Stupa dragon had blood. Rumble. The 8-division Stupa dragon landed on the ground again. This time, it was almost cut in half. From start to finish, Long Chen had been crushing it. The spiritual refinement flame burned again. Long Chen was challenging his limits. He might be tired after this battle, but he would not regret it. Boom! The Crimson Divine Dragon attacked again. The 8-division Stupa dragon had been injured repeatedly. It was enraged. Disregarding its injuries, it suddenly exploded and used the mystique of the 8-division Stupa dragon. 8-division Stupa. His body entangled, forming a golden pagoda. The pagoda was the pagoda, and this golden pagoda was the most stable structure. It was surrounded by countless spikes, like a porcupine. It was also the strongest form of the 8-division Stupa dragon. Wang! The 8-division Stupa dragon turned into a pagoda and rushed towards Long Chen. For a moment, Long Chen wasn't able to block it and was sent flying by the pagoda, almost falling into the 9-colored mist. The crowd finally heaved a sigh of relief. The 8-divisional Stupa dragon had finally turned the tables. After the first time it had pushed Long Chen back and torn a large chunk of flesh from his body, the 8-divisional Stupa dragon had attacked again. Are you very tough? Long Chen steadied himself and said coldly. The crimson flames did not stop, and everyone was shocked. It was as though there were countless divine dragons within the flames. The sharp pagoda was spinning at high speed. Countless metal shards fell, forming sharp knives that wanted to turn Long Chen into a beehive. The 8-division Stupa dragon's counterattack had begun. At this time, a grey longsword appeared below Long Chen. It was inconspicuous at first, but at this time, the grey longsword suddenly expanded, becoming hundreds of meters long. The grey, murderous aura formed the shadow of a grey skull that covered the sky. Long Chen used Long Chen to wrap around the huge sword that was hundreds of meters long. When the 8-division stupa dragon approached, it suddenly rolled back. The god-slaying sword cut through the sky and slashed down on the pagoda. This time, there was an even louder explosion. The pagoda was directly cut in half and once again smashed onto the white jade platform. When the 8-division stupa dragon returned to its dragon form, half of its tail was cut off by Long Chen. His face was pale, and he had lost the strength to fight. Seeing this scene, seeing the incomparably mighty crimson divine dragon in the sky, everyone's expressions froze. For a moment, their hearts were in turmoil. The white jade platform had eliminated the indignant 8-division stupa dragon. Before Lingxi and Li Xuanji had a chance to use their skills, Long Chen had already ended the battle with an extremely domineering aura. It was a huge shock to everyone. No one had expected this guy, who had not even reached the rebirth tribulation realm, to be able to kill the super divine dragon. Although the super divine dragon probably had 2 lives, after all, it had fought against the god of Tai Chi. No one knew if the 8-division stupa dragon could survive in this game. This was the rule of the gods. The other battles also ended one after another, but few were as tragic as Long Chen's. After the first round, there were less than 20 people left. Among them were all the super elites of the divine cities, and they were also existences in the rebirth tribulation realm. And there were less than 300 breaths of time left. Time was running out. Everyone's hearts were beating faster. Long Chen returned to his human form. With the help of Lingxi and Li Xuanji, he landed on the ground. Using the spiritual cultivation fire had taken a lot out of him, but this was not the reason he had fallen. After landing, he gently pushed the 2 women away and protected them behind him. His cold and disdainful eyes looked at the crowd. Those who had not cared about him at the start did not dare to speak to him now. Just one look was enough to scare most of them. Many of them felt that their battle strength was about the same as that of the 8-division stupa dragon. The fact that Long Chen could defeat it meant that he was really strong. Among them, the one who felt the most indignant was Diyu. He was very conflicted. He knew that he could not save Li Xuanji, but he did not want others to play the hero and save her. Since it's already a foregone conclusion. Chapter 1861. Diyu's words resonated with everyone's thoughts. It could be said that he had said what everyone wanted to say. After he finished speaking, Di Feng turned to everyone and said, "Everyone, there's less than 300 breaths of time left. All of us are experts, and any one of them is hard to deal with. If we don't deal with this person quickly, we'll attract endless trouble, and in the end, we'll all die here." I agree. If there's nothing else to say, then let's not waste any more time. The 9-headed dreadful soul dragon was a tall and skinny man. Everyone nodded their heads as they coldly looked at Long Chen. In their eyes, Long Chen was already a dead man. No matter how strong he was, as long as he wasn't in the 3 reincarnation tribulation stage, he was just a joke in front of so many geniuses. No one could fight so many people with their own strength, but Long Chen clearly wanted to do so. Long Chen had already expected this outcome. Diyu might seem innocent, but he was actually very shrewd. He had been targeting Long Chen at all times. Just like now, he had been the first to make things difficult for Long Chen. In an instant, the atmosphere tensed up as everyone looked at Long Chen. Many of them had already made their preparations for battle. No matter how strong Long Chen was, it was impossible for him to defend against so many people. Wait! Suddenly, a discordant voice resounded. Everyone looked over in anger and saw that it was Su Mu Chen. His gaze was solemn as he said, "Long Chen isn't even in the reincarnation tribulation stage, yet he can display such strength. I feel that he's a genius that surpasses many people here. He has a bright future ahead of him, and it's a pity for him to die here. As for the 2 beside him, I believe that when the time comes, he'll make a choice between himself and his lover, just like Di Feng. If Di Feng wins, then between him and Du, only one of them can live. Why can't he have such authority? If he can obtain a fair victory in the elimination battle, then the three of them can live. As for who it is, it's up to him to decide. Su Mu Chen's words were undoubtedly helping Long Chen. If Di Feng could receive such treatment, why couldn't he? Hearing Su Mu Chen's words, everyone was a little unhappy. From Long Chen's performance, he was simply a great enemy. It would be beneficial for anyone to get rid of this thorn first, but he came to cause trouble. Someone sneered, "Su Mu Chen, can you stop wasting time? I know that he's from your martial god ancient city, and I heard that he's your father's godson. Why? Do you want to be killed by us first?" The other one said, "That's right. I can see that you can't bear to see him die, right? In that case, why don't you be like Di Feng and forsake your own life and death for the sake of humanity? Can you do that? If you can't, then don't waste your time." Su Mu Chen's words had angered them. At this moment, who wouldn't have any thoughts in their hearts? However, Su Mu Chen was a stubborn person. He sneered, "Looks like this elimination battle has been planned by someone from the start. If that's the case, when there's only 3 or 4 people left, someone might not kill himself. On the contrary, he might suddenly kill someone. If that's the case, then there's no meaning to this elimination battle. It's just someone's privilege." What he was targeting was Di Feng. From the very beginning, he was the one who set this up. Everyone considered his past reputation and felt that he was sacrificing himself for justice. He was also the one who suggested the elimination battle. His own strength was superior to the others. If he suddenly decided not to kill himself when there were only 4 people left, then there would only be 3 people left alive. Who would spread the news of what had happened here? Su Mu Chen's words had caused chaos in everyone's hearts. It could be considered as saving Long Chen. Everyone looked at Di Feng. Di Feng's expression didn't change as he said, "How can the heart of a vile person be righteous? If you think that way, then I won't be able to explain it no matter how hard I try. If everyone thinks that my method isn't good, then let's fight. There's only 250 breaths left. I want to see who will survive 250 breaths. If they didn't hurry up and fight, I suggest that we kill these 2 troublemakers. They're both from the martial god ancient city, so they're in cahoots. Let's spend 20 breaths to deal with the 2 of them so we can continue. I believe in Di Feng, he's someone who keeps his promises. The Di Jun divine city is the #1 divine city, and the ancient god Di Jun is the ruler of all gods, the king of all gods. Did everyone forget that? That's right. If we continue, everyone will die. We'll kill Long Chen now. Su Mu Chen, are you not convinced?" In the midst of panic, everyone's minds were muddled. With every breath that passed, their hearts would thump. Their chances of survival were getting slimmer and slimmer. Su Mu Chen coldly looked at everyone before landing behind Di Feng. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Long Chen and said, "I don't believe in anyone. I only believe in the righteousness in my heart. This is clearly a violation of the rules and an unfair battle. It's to serve the person who set this up. How hateful that you guys couldn't see that and were blinded by the hope of survival. Since that's the case, I, Su Mu Chen, will not hesitate to fight." His actions were completely out of Long Chen's expectations. Long Chen had never imagined that Di Feng would have such thoughts. Di Feng was very smart, and Long Chen also felt that Di Feng wouldn't commit suicide. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill one of the survivors, or even 2 of them. It was just that they believed in Di Feng's willingness to sacrifice himself for justice. Although both of them understood, Long Chen felt that Su Mu Chen didn't have to do this. That meant that he would have to fight alongside Long Chen to deal with everyone. This choice would increase the chances of death by several times. Was this what he meant by righteousness in his heart? Long Chen suddenly felt that Su Mu Chen was a person with a lot of spirit, a person with a lot of persistence and stories. The demonic nature of a dragon was fully displayed on him. The so-called demonic nature wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Just like Su Mu Chen, who did whatever he wanted, it was also a demonic nature. It was more like the demonic nature that Zhao Qingyun pursued in the Zhangyang kingdom. A person's comprehension had nothing to do with their level of life. Therefore, Zhao Qingyun's way of thinking might not be inferior to the quasi-deities of the eternal divine domain. Very good. It seems that we have to deal with two people first. The remaining time is limited. If we let these two continue to pester us endlessly, we'll all die. I think we should hurry up and take action. Diyu fanned the flames from the side. At this moment, Di Feng suddenly moved and said in a clear voice, "If you guys aren't going to make a move, then I'll make a move first. I'm sure you all know my character very well. Over the past few hundred years, I, Di Feng, have never broken a promise. Today's disaster is all for the future of the human race. Unfortunately, how many of you can understand me?" His voice was sorrowful and touching. His heroic temperament was completely revealed. Di Feng rushed over with Di Jun's divine strength. The moment he made a move, he brought great pressure to Long Chen and Su Mu Chen. When the others saw that Di Feng had made a move, they hesitated at first. However, someone quickly took the lead and followed Di Feng, shouting, "If you guys continue to be stubborn, then you'll become a laughing stock. You call yourselves descendants of gods, but you don't even have this bit of courage?" Everyone was young and full of vigor. After being provoked, they all moved together, finally forming a joint attack against Long Chen and Su Mu Chen. In that instant, Long Chen and Su Mu Chen exchanged glances and turned into dragons, fighting with great difficulty. Lingxi and Su Mu Chen were still under Long Chen's protection, while Long Chen and Su Mu Chen's massive primordial demonic dragon worked together. These two massive dragons made everyone feel immense pressure. Will be the vanguard. The nine-headed frightening soul dragon and the heavenly fault lightning dragon transformed into their true forms as well. Their speed was the fastest as they charged towards Long Chen and Su Mu Chen. The nine-headed frightening soul dragon faced Long Chen. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen a nine-headed dragon. The nine heads were terrifying, and even ugly. They were the ugliest dragons that Long Chen had ever seen. However, it was precisely because of their ugliness that they were so frightening. The nine dragon heads tangled together and lunged at Long Chen, tearing at him. God-slaying sword. Long Chen's eyes were cold. This was the final test. He knew that he had no chance of winning, but he had to fight on bravely. No matter how many burdens he had on his back, and even Su Mu Chen had come to help him, there was no reason for him to lose. He had to protect these two lovely women. He had to fulfill his father's last wish and let him rest in peace in the netherworld. These thoughts blurred his vision, causing his eyes to be filled with a thick blood-red color. Kill, kill. His mind was already a sea of blood. The cries, and roars of countless dragons filled the world before him with only one thing: slaughter. With my blood, with my life, in exchange for their safety. If anyone dares to stop me, if anyone dares to harm me, I will kill them. The god-slaying sword was dyed completely red by the dragon's blood. Long Chen wrapped his huge dragon tail around the god-slaying sword, and the terrifying spiritual refinement fire on his body burned again. The god-slaying sword slashed down in a frenzy. The nine heads of the nine-headed frightening soul dragon formed a huge barrier, but it was broken by Long Chen's sword. Among the nine heads, Long Chen chopped off one of them. He was defeated in one move. Everyone knew that Long Chen had already gone mad. His body exuded an aura that made everyone revere him. Everyone stared blankly at the divine dragon, who was bathed in blood and engaged in a fierce battle. That heroic and majestic posture was deeply engraved in their minds. Fight. Chapter 1862. Hiss. The white jade platform was instantly plunged into a terrifying melee. There were less than 20 warriors, most of whom were at the Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulation realm. Even if they weren't, they were at least at the late phase of the One Origin reincarnation tribulation realm. They were besieging the two dragons, and Long Chen had more enemies. Warriors who weren't at the Yin-Yang reincarnation tribulation realm would basically be instantly killed by Long Chen. In this way, the ferocious Long Chen was actually a great help to some people. At this critical juncture, every person who died was great news for the others. But once they reached the Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulation realm and awakened the power of the Yin-Yang demon, they would be very difficult to deal with. These people didn't want to attack Long Chen with all their might, for fear that it would affect their final battle strength. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't be able to survive this siege. Especially when he had to protect the two women. This battle was quite tragic. Su Mu Chen's side wasn't as relaxed as Long Chen's. Although the two of them had started to stick together, they were quickly separated by the other side. There were a few people in the other side that were extremely valiant, especially Di Feng. He had inherited the Lord of Gods and possessed a supreme divine power. Every move he made was able to bring great impact to the two of them. Rumble. In this siege, Long Chen and Su Muken were forcibly pushed away. Kill them as soon as possible. Everyone began to shout. After the battle, Long Chen and Su Mu Chen were covered in wounds. However, the One Origin reincarnation tribulation realm warriors that were close to them were all defeated by them. There were also some who were ruthlessly attacked by their own people and were eliminated. This way, other than Long Chen's 4 people, the other side only had about 10 people. However, these 10 people were all peerless experts, and they all came from the powerful divine city. Although they said they were eliminating Long Chen, they were actually eliminating the weak. When the weaklings disappeared, they knew that it was time to deal with Long Chen and Su Mu Chen. At this moment, they each sent 5 to 6 Yin-Yang reincarnation tribulation stage experts to deal with Long Chen and Su Mu Chen. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He had a divine weapon like the God-slaying sword, and the God-refining flame was not easy to deal with. He was like a thorn in the side, and it was difficult for the others to hurt him in a short period of time. Moreover, Long Chen still had the move Dream of Origin. With the God-refining flame and Dream of Origin working together, unless Long Chen's strength was exhausted, it would be difficult for the others to defeat him. If it weren't for the fact that he had to protect Lingxi and the others, Long Chen could have just used the Time Dragon and no one would have been able to do anything to him. However, although Su Mu Chen's combat strength was stronger, his methods were not as good as Long Chen's. Among the 6 martial artists of the same level, he had experienced a bitter fight and was in danger. Primordial Demonic Will. The Primordial Origin Demon Dragon let out a huge roar. Demonic energy swept out. The 6 opponents were momentarily stunned by the attack of the Primordial Origin Demon Will. 3,000 reincarnation soldiers. The Primordial Demonic Dragon roared again, and the 3,000 demonic chi condensed into 3,000 black demonic dragons, which crazily bit the descendants of the gods trapped by the primordial demonic will, tearing off pieces of flesh. Invincible Sword Dao. At this moment, the eyes of the supreme expert of the new generation of Clear Void City burst out with a nearly transparent sword aura. He broke free from the bindings of the primordial origin demon will and stretched out his hands. Several transparent sword auras condensed between his fingers. With a casual point, the sword aura exploded and turned into a sword aura that was 100 meters long. In an instant, it pierced through the tail of the primordial origin demon dragon. Rumble. Di Feng tore apart the bindings and rushed into the clouds. His eyes emitted endless divine light. His hands formed a Tai Chi pattern before him. Then, he quietly changed his movement technique under the cover of the other martial artists. In the end, he imprinted the Tai Chi pattern on Su Mu Chen's forehead. Roar! Su Mu Chen was heavily injured once again. The divine energy of Di Jun's descendant swept through his body, causing a violent explosion. His flesh exploded piece by piece, riddled with holes. He issued a painful shriek as he fell to the ground. At this moment, his ferocity did not decrease. He used his dragon tail to wrap around the Clear Void City's martial artist and smashed him to the ground. In an instant, blood splattered in all directions. He's defeated. Kill him. The divine light in Di Feng's eyes did not decrease. Everyone could tell that he was an extremely cold person, especially when he was fighting. He was calm and cold. Compared to him, Diyu was much more childish. The primordial origin demon dragon crashed onto the white jade platform. Under the encirclement of 5 or 6 martial artists of the same level, he could no longer hold on. But even at this moment, he did not regret his decision. The massive divine dragon crawled to his feet once again. His body was covered in blood as he stared coldly at the crowd. When he saw Long Chen, who was still fighting to protect the woman he loved and no one dared to get close to him, an unyielding conviction appeared in his eyes. It was just that he was too tired, especially after Di Feng's attack. It had practically taken half his life. His opponents did not let him go. At this moment, they all landed in front of Su Mu Chen. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Su Mu Chen, your strength is indeed not bad, but there's something wrong with your brain. A tall and skinny youth coldly said, his eyes filled with ridicule. Another said, yeah, you originally had the qualifications to fight for the final victory. Su Mu Chen endured the intense pain as he growled, you guys can be proud now. At the final moment, we'll see who's the joke. Even if I die, I, Su Mu Chen, will have no regrets. Even though the massive dragon body was lying on the ground, it still gave off a majestic aura. Then I won't be polite. Seeing that time was running out, one of the martial artists charged forward. This was a martial artist of the Clear Void City. His invincible sword Dao had reached perfection. Just as he was about to use a sword move to end Su Mu Chen's life, Su Mu Chen coldly looked at him. Origin Devil Realm. The black Origin Devil Realm that had once surrounded Long Chen had now surrounded the martial artists of the Clear Void City. This was Su Mu Chen's final counterattack. He exhausted the last of his strength and threw the Origin Devil Realm towards the 9-colored mist. In just an instant, the Yin and Yang Reincarnation Tribulation Realm martial artist of the Clear Void City was thrown into the 9-colored mist and disappeared. I'll end his life. At this moment, Diyu, who was standing in the middle of the white jade platform, suddenly made his move. Su Mu Chen, who had once again used the Origin Devil Realm, was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Not to mention a Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, he might not even be able to deal with a Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist. Diyu saw this point and used the same attack as Di Feng. Instantly, a large amount of blood blossomed. Su Mu Chen endured it and let out a painful roar. Under the dragon body, the white jade platform started to crumble. Su Mu Chen turned into a bloodied human and helplessly fell into the 9-colored mist. Long Chen could clearly hear Su Mu Chen's muffled cry of pain. While he was crazily killing, he saw Su Mu Chen's eyes. His eyes were extremely calm, just like an ordinary big brother. There was no helplessness towards reality, only encouragement and support for Long Chen. Live on. Those were the 3 words that he said to Long Chen. After that, the white jade platform reformed and Su Mu Chen's silhouette disappeared. Those 3 words were like a clap of thunder that reverberated in Long Chen's mind. The endless rumbling caused his state of mind to undergo a great transformation. In his vision, Diyu, who was the last to make a move, returned to his position and smiled at him before turning to everyone. Everyone, we've already dealt with one. We have to quickly deal with the last one so that we can determine the final 3 victors. We're only left with 150 breaths of time. Following Du's reminder, the remaining powerhouses started to besiege Long Chen. Di Feng was also among them. The pressure that Long Chen was facing had increased by countless times and had long surpassed his limits. However, even if he had to face 10 enemies that were equivalent to his pinnacle strength, he still had 2 people to protect, but he wasn't frightened. He escaped from the encirclement and looked at everyone with a ferocious gaze. These enemies had changed before his eyes. In his eyes, the dozen yin and yang reincarnation tribulation stage experts were indifferent and bloodthirsty. Du, who was still standing on the white jade platform, was smiling at him without any scruples. He was the only one who was relaxed, because his talent had already reached the point that no one was willing to make a move against him. Su Muchen will follow the righteousness in his heart. Even if he dies for me, he will have no regrets. His final gaze greatly shocked Long Chen. It was just like when he entered the Nirvana tribulation stage, when he was pondering what slaughter was. At that time, he knew that his slaughter was to protect, but it wasn't enough. Clearly, he needed to add something else. What was that something? In the boundless blood-red world, Long Chen saw something different. Or perhaps it should be considered glory. In life, one had to persevere on something. Just like Su Muchen, he persevered on something that he didn't have any regrets, even if he died. This was what he had taught Long Chen. At this moment, boundless energy was circulating in his body. Long Chen's blood was boiling to the extreme, and his anger was burning like a raging inferno. However, his heart had calmed down. He felt as if everything was under his control. Chen, why don't we not follow you anymore? You have the time dragon, so you can avoid them and stand in an invincible position. Ling Shi hugged one of his dragon horns, pressed her face against it, and said softly. She had already discussed it with Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji also said, just give up. You can continue your regrets in your next life. You've already worked hard, and I think it's enough. Furthermore, you have more important things to do. You can't lose your life here for us. They tried to dissuade Long Chen together. No one wanted to die, but they all wanted Long Chen to live a better life. Chapter 1863. Everyone knew that in life, there were some things that one had to give up. Just like now, it was obvious that there was only one way, and that was to give up on these 2 women. Only then could Long Chen have a better chance of survival. They really cried. No matter what they said, Long Chen turned a deaf ear to them, as though he had lost his mind. It was only at the end that they realized that Long Chen seemed to have entered a strange state. For martial artists who cultivated the heavenly Tao, sometimes a change in mentality and understanding also meant an improvement in comprehension. As for the Tao of massacre, Long Chen had always been exploring it on his own. The ancient blood spirit dragon had given him the biggest fruit, but it had not given him a path to pluck it. This path was for Long Chen to build according to his own style. Protection, glory. In order to protect, there was only massacre. For glory, for the persistence in one's heart, kill. The so-called massacre itself was an extremely negative force. However, the ancient blood spirit dragon was not a superficial, crazed demon. It had a real meaning. The divine dragon in the blood mist coiled up in the darkness. The spiritual refinement fire surrounded him, once again pushing him to his limits, allowing his strength to remain at its peak. Chen, Lingxi called out anxiously. Don't say any more. Calm down, watch me. At this moment, Long Chen's incomparably stable voice rang out. He opened his eyes. His originally blood-red eyes were now extremely clear and bright. This was something that was rarely seen in the ancient blood spirit dragon. However, this clarity brought an even more terrifying shock to the souls of his enemies. Such a mystical dragon might seem peaceful on the surface, but in reality, he was the king of slaughter. What's going on? I think this kid has changed. More than 10 people had already surrounded Long Chen. Who cares what has happened to him? One move per person. No one wants to hold back. Let's kill him now. As soon as this suggestion was made, everyone agreed. One move per person was enough to tear Long Chen, a divine dragon who had yet to reach the Samsara realm, into pieces. I'll take the lead, Di Feng said with a cold expression. Once again, he used the God Emperor seal from Di Jun. Tai Chi Yin and Yang formed in his hands. Di Jun's own power was Yang, swirling on one side of the Tai Chi Yin, while the Yin demon's power gathered on the other. The God Emperor seal spun, possessing the power of both Yin and Yang, vaguely mobilizing the Yin and Yang attributes of heaven and earth. Even before it was released, its power was already shocking. Seeing that Di Feng wasn't being stingy, the others followed suit. However, they were cautious. If it wasn't for the carelessness of the Clear Void City's cultivator, he wouldn't have been trapped by the Origin Devil Realm and killed by Su Mu Chen's counterattack before his death. Apart from the 2 super divine dragons, the 9-headed frightening dragon and the heavenly fault thunder dragon, the rest were the powerful attacks of the warriors in the Yin and Yang Samsara tribulation realm. For a moment, heaven and earth shook. They launched their attacks together, which could be considered as the greatest respect for Long Chen. An attack of this level could even tear apart 10 Long Chens. Below, Du calmed down. A cold smile appeared on his face. Looking at this scene, the only one he was worried about was Li Xuanji. He could only sigh helplessly. This woman has something from the Dark Goddess, or perhaps her existence. After Big Brother kills her, he'll bring that thing to me. But Big Sister Li. Forget it. She's already an emperor, so why should she care about such things? His eyes were still burning with passion. For some reason, the first time he saw Long Chen, he was extremely fearful and even hated him. Seeing that this guy who had been in the limelight was finally going to be destroyed, he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. But even now, while Lingxi and Li Xuanji were anxious, Long Chen still seemed to be in a trance. So that's how it is. Primordial blood spiritual dragon, the dragon of blood and slaughter, he had over 100 million dragon scales, and each dragon scale recorded a Dao, mana, and mystic ability. These Dao, mana, and mystic abilities were all left in Long Chen's bloodline. As Long Chen grew, his physical body and mind would grow, and they would be unearthed one by one. Long Chen didn't even need other treasures, because his bloodline was the greatest treasure. God Emperor Seal. Primordial Lord of Heaven, Indestructible Taoist Seal. Myrtle Emperor Sword. In an instant, everyone used their most lethal techniques to target Long Chen. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The 9-colored mist was shaken away, and even the white jade platform cracked. However, the white jade platform had the ability to repair itself automatically, so it did not completely collapse. Long Chen was still immersed in that state. Only when he sensed a fatal crisis did he wake up. Di Jun was the king of the gods, and his bloodline was the most supreme bloodline of the human race. But at this time, when Long Chen woke up, the aura he exuded caused Di Feng and the rest to feel immense pressure. It was as though they were looking at a high and mighty god, directly suppressing them with the nobility of his bloodline. Di Feng had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. When he finally used the God Emperor seal, his bloodline was actually trembling, and his legs were trembling uncontrollably. When he raised his head, Long Chen's eyes were like the deep sea, directly piercing through his soul, causing him to lose all sense of security. This feeling had only happened once before, and that was when his younger brother Du was born. The first time he saw this infant, he actually trembled and knelt down. But this time, this feeling was especially intense. Kill. Everyone attacked viciously, showing no mercy. Everyone wanted to live, and Long Chen jumping out to stop them was courting death. 1. However, just as they were about to attack, a bloodline pressure caused fear to rise in their hearts. They all felt as if they were attacking their own ancestors. They were disrespectful, they blamed themselves, and their hearts were filled with fear. Long Chen's dragon head was hidden in the blood mist, quietly scanning the crowd. The spiritual refinement flame on his body had doubled in length, proving that his strength had reached its peak. A new mystique was taking shape in Long Chen's bloodline. From the massacre dragon seal to the heaven-slaughtering blood sword, and then to the spiritual refinement flame, the ancient blood spirit dragon's Tao, skills, and mystiques had always been in the process of strengthening. At this moment, the birth of a new mystique, as well as the changes in his comprehension, gave him great confidence. He believed that this would be a crushing defeat. Come out. At this time, a large portion of the dragon scales on Long Chen's body lit up. Within each dragon scale, there was a blood-colored shadow of a dragon, roaring and moving restlessly. These were the most murderous mystical dragons. Instantly, there were hundreds of thousands of dragon souls hidden on Long Chen's body. Countless dragon scales emitted a dazzling blood-colored light. Following Long Chen's command, hundreds of thousands, then millions of blood-colored little dragons bared their fangs and claws as they charged out of the dragon scales. They all had the sharpest dragon claws and fangs, as well as a murderous nature that was the hardest to tame. These little dragons were all killing machines. The sudden appearance of this scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb. There was an endless number of these little creatures, and every single one of them had blood-red eyes. What in the world was that? Those little dragons let out shrill cries. Their bodies were covered in spikes, and their sharp claws and fangs seemed to tear through the void. This was not a real dragon, but a divine ability of the primordial blood spirit dragon. The name of these little dragons was the blood-weeping dragon soul. In an instant, millions of blood-weeping dragon souls gathered and spread out. Those dragons with the strongest murderous nature surrounded Long Chen's body. Long Chen's eyes turned cold again. He wanted revenge. Su Mukin died just like that, and it was because of him that he came into contact with such a terrifying mystique like the blood-weeping dragon soul. Then, what reason did he have not to seek justice for Su Mukin? Revenge. They all thought that he was in the way, so they wanted to intercept and kill him. So now, the counterattack began. Boom! Under Long Chen's command, millions of blood-weeping dragon souls dispersed. In an instant, everyone's vision was occupied by the blood-weeping dragon souls. Those little blood dragons with the strongest murderous nature were the most violent beasts. Many attacks came at him. The divine emperor seal descended from the sky, and 100,000 blood-weeping dragon souls rushed up. In a short while, they tore the divine emperor seal apart and swallowed it. The undying Tao seal was torn apart by countless dragon claws. The myrtle emperor sword pierced through 1,000 meters, but it also tore the blood-weeping dragon souls apart. In the eyes of the crowd, this was simply the end of the world. Millions of blood-weeping dragon souls formed the most ferocious formation, completely surrounding the dumbfounded crowd. Everyone lost their means of attack and stared blankly at the scene before them. Everyone's expression changed drastically, especially the two brothers, Di Feng and Di Yu. Their expressions were especially interesting. The roars that filled the space, and those ferocious little dragons, made their hearts more and more afraid. Their legs also trembled. This was the real hell. Di Feng surrounded himself with a golden halo to protect himself. His brows were deeply furrowed, and his mood changed extremely quickly. Suddenly, he said, "Long Chen, why don't we discuss it? Maybe there's a better solution, and we don't have to kill you." He had originally encouraged everyone to kill Long Chen, but now that he saw Long Chen suddenly become impossible to deal with, his heart was in turmoil. Those murderous little dragons made him very afraid. He was a man of great talent and bold vision, so he ignored everyone's feelings and catered to Long Chen. Di Feng. Hearing him say such words, everyone glared at him angrily. Isn't it just one move? That brat is clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. Watch me slaughter these little dragons, then kill him. The nine-headed frightening soul dragon opened its huge mouth and swallowed countless little dragons into its stomach. The remaining 8 heads had devoured half of the blood-weeping dragon souls in the blink of an eye. He laughed crazily. Look at how scared you are. This isn't a small trick. Is it worth being so scared? Chapter 1864. In a short period of time, a super-divine dragon in the 1 Yuan reincarnation tribulation realm had been killed. Such a horrible scene made the remaining young experts panic. They clearly saw those brutal little bloody dragons tear apart pieces of flesh and devour them to strengthen themselves. They became stronger and more ferocious. When they returned to Long Chen's dragon scale, they even brought the power they had devoured to Long Chen. At this moment, the situation had changed 180 degrees. The Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulation realm warriors were all stunned. They tried their best to stay calm, but they could no longer hide the trembling of their bodies. Nearly 1 million blood-weeping dragon souls had surrounded them, and they could attack at Long Chen's command at any time. Long Chen, I think we can discuss this. Di Feng's expression was calm, and he spoke calmly again. But his trembling fingers betrayed him. Those blood-weeping dragon souls were screaming at him, as if they would pounce on him at any time. He had to be on guard. At this moment, they were all screaming madly in their hearts. Why did he become so horrible? Why have I never heard of any divine dragon that can display such a horrifying divine sense? What kind of change has happened to Long Chen? Gosh, if this goes on, will he still have any opponents? At the beginning, they did not care about the suppression at all, but now they were terrified. Everyone had a bellyful of bitterness, and their expressions had also become miserable. The huge and cold blood-colored divine dragon in the sky had an incomparably clear gaze, but it was precisely because of this that it gave everyone a chilling feeling. An unprecedented fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. For so many years, there had never been a warrior of the same generation who could make them feel such emotions. Among them, the one who was most shocked and had the most interesting expression was Diyu. Just a moment ago, he was still watching Long Chen suffer a crushing defeat, seeing him at the end of the road in front of his 5 opponents, seeing him on the verge of losing and dying. But in the next moment, the situation changed. That person who was destined to lose and die had unleashed a terrifying divine ability that had never been heard of before, crushing everyone. For a moment, he was above everyone, and that bloodline actually made Diyu feel fear. Although he didn't want to admit it, the truth was that his legs were trembling on the white jade platform. Impossible, impossible. Diyu's face was pale, and he took a few steps back. Those terrifying blood-weeping dragon souls were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, and they quickly surrounded him. Hiss, hiss. Although Diyu hadn't gotten close yet, the ferocious smell of blood made him feel nauseous, and he had the urge to vomit. Big brother. Diyu's face changed as he placed all his hopes on Di Feng. Raising his brows, Di Feng spoke again, Long Chen, how about we work together to deal with the others? I only hope that you can let Diyu live. He's the hope of the human clan, and he can easily do it. Because of the delay, the remaining time was dwindling, and in the blink of an eye, there were only 100 breaths left. Di Feng, don't give up. If we work together, we can definitely break that brat's divine ability. He's weak to begin with, and he's relying on those flames to support him. I can tell that he's already at the end of his rope. That's right. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to kill that brat. Di Feng, you're really regressing the more you live. I think Su Mukun was right, you're a despicable person. The others had already gathered together. The 100 breaths of time gradually decreased. I'm sorry, but if I let any of you live, I'll have to lose the most important thing to me, and that's something that I can't do. Using the Weeping Blood Dragon soul this time would definitely cause great harm to himself, and he might not be able to use it again for a short period of time. Finally succeeding, how could Long Chen give up on such a rare opportunity? His gaze fell onto Du. That brat is arrogant and despotic, and he's scheming. He's tried to kill me time and time again. Should I be careless for the sake of the human clan and sacrifice my beloved for him? Or should I use my life to exchange for his? You guys are too naive. Long Chen said unhurriedly. These words immediately caused a huge uproar. Although everyone looked down on Di Feng, they also agreed that Du was the hope of the human clan. No matter what, he shouldn't die, right? There's not much time left. Let's start with you, brat. Long Chen's gaze finally landed on Du. Di Feng finally revealed a sinister expression. Di Feng finally revealed a ferocious expression. Long Chen, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We have 10 brothers here, and if we really fight, you might not be our match. Let me tell you, any one of us can die, but not him. He has the Di Jun divine bloodline, and is inextricably linked to my ancestor. He is the future god of the human race, the hope of the future. If you kill him, you will definitely be despised by the people, and be hunted down by the entire human race. The Di Jun Divine City is the ruler of the 72 ancient cities, and the Eternal Dragon City is allied with the other 4 great dragon cities. Even if you have 1,000,000 abilities, you won't be able to escape. Although the others didn't agree with Di Feng, they still said, 80% of the divine blood of Di Jun is indeed terrifying. If we all die here today, the legacy of the human race will be broken. Looks like I'm also going to die soon. Di Feng continued, everyone, there's only 80 breaths of time left. Let's discuss what we should do. I feel that no matter what, Du cannot die. Whoever kills him will be a traitor to the human race, and will definitely be cursed and cursed by future generations. Just like the Eternal Dragon Emperor, he won't be able to make a comeback even after 1,000,000 years. Eternal Dragon Emperor. Hearing this name, Long Chen once again sank into a state of rage. You said that he absolutely cannot die. Following Long Chen's rage, the millions of blood-weeping dragon souls became restless, and countless blood-red eyes stared at Du. What are you going to do? Everyone was incomparably shocked. They hurriedly mobilized their strength and moved in Du's direction. Long Chen laughed loudly. I want me and the people I love to live on. Unfortunately, there are only 3 spots. What do you think I should do? There's only 70 breaths of time left, so I'll make it clear. Apart from my sect, everyone else deserves to die, especially Du, 80% of the divine blood? I, Long Chen, have never killed such a genius in my entire life, and this genius is still far from maturing. If he had entered the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm, Long Chen definitely wouldn't have been his match. It was a pity that time had been brought forward by half a year, and he still hadn't succeeded. In such a desperate situation, the spirit tribe hadn't arrived yet, and this little bastard who had violated his father's dignity and wanted to kill his child had to die. With only 70 breaths of time left, he chose to attack. His target was everyone. Blood-weeping dragon souls, attack. Following Long Chen's shout, the millions of blood-weeping dragon souls completely flared up. They let out piercing screeches that formed a terrifying sound wave that reverberated outwards like the waves of the sea, causing the ears of all the young experts to ring. Those who weren't well protected were directly deafened. Amidst the screeches of the blood-weeping dragon souls, Du's 7 apertures bled as he knelt on the ground. His face was deathly pale as he stared at the dragon souls that filled the sky. His entire body trembled. This time, he was truly afraid. These dragon souls were targeting him. There were only 60 breaths of time left. If he didn't act now, if he wasn't cruel, the one to die would be him. Even if Long Chen had to cripple himself, he had to kill Diyu. Long Chen. Di Feng and the others completely understood his madness at this moment. They all knew that Long Chen would definitely kill all of them. At this time, all they could do was put aside their pride and work together to stop Long Chen from killing Diyu. For millions of years, a descendant of a deity with such rare talent had appeared. He was the hope of the human clan for millions of years, the hope of the human clan dominating the eternal sacred realm. If Diyu died, the elders outside would go completely crazy, and the entire human clan would be plunged into turmoil. Warriors in the Yin and Yang Samsara tribulation realm, especially Di Feng's group, could not be underestimated. Long Chen clenched his teeth and used nearly 100,000 blood-sobbing dragon souls each to block them. Then, he lowered his head and, under the protection of the blood-sobbing dragon souls, approached Diyu. Diyu looked at the huge dragon head in panic. The blood-weeping dragon souls had already blocked Di Feng and the others, and he faced Long Chen alone. He was even more terrified. "Sisterly, please tell Long Chen not to kill me. I'm very important to the human clan. In half a year, I'll be able to reach the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm if I devour the ultimate divine dragon's essence blood." Diyu begged Li Xuanji with tears in his eyes. Li Xuanji had already seen through so many things. She said decisively, "This is not something I can control. If he lets you go, I'll die. You're important, but in my eyes, you're not as important as my own life. I'm speaking the truth. Please don't take offense." "Bitch!" Diyu roared. He was already furious. Since Long Chen was not willing to let him go, then he would fight. As long as he could hold on until his brother arrived, he might still have a chance. But Long Chen had long been aware that he would do this. There was not much time left. The most important thing was to make a decision immediately. At this moment, Long Chen transformed into his human form. He used the blood-weeping dragon souls to protect Lingxi and Li Xuanji. With the god-slaying sword in hand, he used the god-slaying sword. Right now, his strength was at its peak. Although Diyu had many tricks up his sleeves and boundless talent, he was still inferior to Long Chen's god-slaying sword. Chapter 1865. Dang! There was a tremor. A golden shield of light appeared over Diyu's body, protecting him. The first strike of the god-slaying sword had not killed him. "Ha, I have the secret technique of my family protecting me. How can you kill me?" Diyu laughed maniacally. Long Chen's attack had sent him flying back dozens of meters, but he was not injured. The god-slaying sword was already a mystical sword with 99 Dao patterns. Coupled with the unique characteristics of the god-slaying sword, it had surprised Long Chen that the first strike had not killed him. Surrounded by the weeping blood dragon souls, the remaining experts launched a frenzied attack. Long Chen's eyes turned cold. He used the slaughtering heaven blood sword several times, but he could not break the golden shield. On the contrary, the golden shield grew stronger and stronger. "Long Chen, don't even think of killing me. Just wait for your death. Long Chen, don't even think of killing me. Just wait for your death. If you don't die, everyone will die. There are only 50 breaths of time left. So what if you can get out of here alive? Can you have the ancient immortal's corpse, the immortal Lord Realm technique, and the blessed spiritual elixir? You can't, because no matter who gets them, they will be taken away by an almighty being in the tribe. Unless I, Diyu, am the only one who can take my things. Even the city lord of Dijun Immortal City can't take them away. These 3 things were specially made for me, especially the blessed spiritual elixir." Diyu was getting more and more arrogant. He had not expected the protection he had on him to be so strong. Trash, this is just tickling me. Diyu crawled up from the ground once again, pointing at Long Chen's nose as he laughed heartily. This proud son of heaven had indeed been scared out of his wits. However, he quickly regained his composure, and the disdain and pride in his heart had already returned. I can't kill you. Long Chen laughed coldly. He turned into a blood-red shadow and rushed towards Diyu. This time, he attacked continuously. A casual strike could send Diyu flying back thousands of meters. In a few breaths of time, he was already at the edge of the nine-colored mist. Since the god-slaying sword could not break it, then he would let the nine-colored mist devour it. After realizing Long Chen's intentions, Diyu's expression changed once again. No, you can't do this to me. I'm a peerless genius. You're betraying the human race. You're destroying it. You'll become a sinner like the eternal Dragon Emperor. He panicked, and his face was once again covered in tears. It's fine if you don't mention him. Long Chen was already in front of him. At this moment, Diyu was already standing at the edge of the white jade platform. Those who were still fighting against the blood-sobbing dragon soul all sensed this scene. They were incomparably shaken, especially Di Feng, who seemed to have gone crazy. He had unleashed all his trump cards, but the blood-sobbing dragon soul was too terrifying. He was unable to break through it in a short period of time. Long Chen, you better think for the sake of your loved ones and brothers. If you kill Diyu, then you'll face the fate of having your entire family annihilated, and you'll never be able to reincarnate. Our divine Emperor Jun City has 10,000 ways to make your life a living hell. Di Feng roared like a wild beast. Is that so? But I only have one way to kill this kid. Long Chen turned a deaf ear to Diyu. His seemingly peaceful eyes stared at Diyu. At this moment, Diyu was crying and screaming, trying to escape from Long Chen's control. Since young, Diyu had been placed on a pedestal. Now that he had fallen so miserably, he didn't know how to deal with it. Long Chen no longer hesitated. Some things couldn't be hesitated. His speed was extremely fast, and he instantly appeared in front of Diyu. Goodbye. The god-slaying sword swept horizontally. No, you can't kill me. Diyu screamed in fear. Everyone's hearts were also extremely tense. Dang! The god-slaying sword once again slashed on the light barrier, and Diyu was sent flying. Long Chen rushed up and followed up with another slash. The wailing kid was swept into the nine-colored mist, and he was completely engulfed by the mist. There were only 40 breaths of time left. When Diyu disappeared into the nine-colored mist, everyone in the sky was stunned, including Di Feng. That's it. Everyone looked at Long Chen in a daze. The hope of the human race, the future god, died in the hands of Long Chen just like that. What they didn't know was what kind of shock this would cause. If the older generation, the Eternal Dragon City, and the Supreme June Divine City knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. They had spent a lot of effort to nurture a god, but they didn't expect the ending to be like this. The nine-colored mist would naturally be judged as a loss by the organizer of this round, and they would be eliminated. Once Diyu left, only Long Chen and the group of people opposite him were left. There were only 40 breaths of time left. He turned back and said, "Everyone, there are only 3 slots. Although I, Long Chen, have no enmity with any of you, I'm sorry. To survive, everyone will go crazy. I'll take it as killing you all to take revenge for Su Mu Chen." He held the god-slaying sword and merged with the millions of blood-weeping dragon souls. The countless ferocious little dragons were led by Long Chen, and they were concealed by the time-roaming dragon. For a moment, everyone lost sight of Long Chen's position. Only Lingxi and Li Xuanji were protected by the blood-weeping dragon souls, and they were safe. Let's fight, let's fight. Everyone went crazy. Even Du was dead. If they didn't fight with their lives, who could survive? Among this group of people, Du was the craziest. Long Chen was almost at his limit. He was drowsy, but he forced himself to focus. Blood-weeping dragon souls, attack. Previously, they were defending to kill Du. Now, it was time for the real attack. The horror of the blood-sobbing dragon soul was vividly displayed at this moment. The millions of small dragons tore and bit crazily. Soon, the warriors at the Yin and Yang Samsara Tribulation realm fell to the ground one by one under Long Chen's crazy attack. They were either directly bitten to death or severely injured and eliminated. Long Chen wandered among the blood-weeping dragon souls, the god-slaying sword taking a life from time to time. He slaughtered at an astonishing speed, eliminating one expert after another. Those who had been eliminated were suddenly convinced. Because they were facing someone who could defeat them in terms of strength. But that person was too overbearing. Not only did he want to live, but he also wanted the two women beside him to live. That completely blocked the path of others. In the end, 1,000,000 dragon souls gathered in the sky, forming a densely packed blood-colored sun. Long Chen's human body was surrounded by the 1,000,000 blood-weeping dragon souls. It was as if he was lying on the ocean. Floating in front of him was Di Feng, who was in a sorry state. There were only 20 breaths of time left. Di Feng looked at everything numbly. In just 20 breaths of time, everyone had been killed by Long Chen. Even he himself was far from being able to do that. The man opposite him was hidden in the blood-colored flames. His eyes could not be seen clearly, but it caused Di Feng to tremble uncontrollably. "How did you do it?" he said in a trembling voice. "It's simple. I don't want my life anymore. I just want to win," Long Chen said calmly. This blood-weeping dragon soul was unprecedentedly powerful, but Long Chen might not be able to use it. Therefore, after this, he would probably have to rest for a long time to recover. But others had paid a greater price than him, and that was their lives. "Ha!" Di Feng suddenly laughed. "Who the hell are you? All of us in the ancient city of 72 divine descendants were defeated by you. You even killed my younger brother. A person like you isn't just from the lower realm. Perhaps you have another identity." There were only 15 breaths of time left. Only 4 people remained. Long Chen didn't reply. Under his control, the millions of blood-weeping dragon souls emitted waves of hissing sounds. The densely packed little dragons had countless claws and fangs that could cause one's heart to tremble. These little dragons were ferocious beasts that couldn't be tamed, and they kept baring their teeth. "I think you should be from the Slaughter Dragon City, right?" Di Feng suddenly said. Energy surged from his body as the God Lord's Di Jun divine force was released. Behind him, a huge figure wearing a golden dragon robe and a violet gold crown appeared. This was the primordial first form. "I am the God Lord, Di Jun. I control the primordial desolation, roam the universe, and am invincible." These words were uttered under the pressure of his energy. "All living beings must kneel before me and be used by me. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Lowly existences like you dare to be impudent in front of me? Hurry up and kneel before me. Mutilate yourselves to death." Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds caused the space to explode. Di Feng opened his eyes. Boundless energy surged from his hands, as though the entire universe was under his control. "I control the space god Tao. Boundless space, gather for me." Under Di Feng's control, Long Chen could feel the true power of space. The surrounding space was actually under the control of Di Feng, squeezing towards him. There were less than 10 breaths of time left. "Charge!" A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He disappeared amidst the millions of blood-sobbing dragon souls. The countless little dragons condensed into a skyscraping dragon that charged down, breaking through the restrictions of space, breaking through everything. It swept past Di Feng's body, and when the millions of blood-sobbing dragon souls passed by, the only thing left where Di Feng had been standing was a skeleton. Long Chen knelt on the ground. The millions of blood-weeping dragon souls dissipated, returning to his body. On the white jade platform, there were only 3 people left. Lingxi and Li Xuanji gently landed on the ground. In the next instant, they were already hugging Long Chen, who was about to collapse. At this moment, Long Chen's face was terrifyingly pale. Even with the body of the ancestral dragon, he wouldn't be able to hold on for so long. How do you feel? Li Xuanji furrowed her brows as she asked anxiously. Very good. Long Chen squeezed out a smile, but it looked even uglier than crying. Lingxi's eyes were brimming with tears. She really wanted to bawl, but she managed to endure it. After this experience, everyone had matured a lot, especially her. Perhaps they only had one life, and it wasn't easy for them to obtain this opportunity. Their future lives were obtained by Long Chen through today's battle. Since that was the case, there was no reason not to cherish it. Chapter 1866. On the quiet platform, the final number stopped at 3. If they were 3 breaths slower, then they probably wouldn't be able to live on. From the beginning, Long Chen never believed that he could achieve this. In fact, he had already made up his mind to die. But when Su Mu Chen left without any regrets, only then did he feel a trace of victory. His pride that he inherited from the absolute beginning era was revealed. The power of his bloodline allowed him to comprehend more slaughter Dao, which allowed him to grasp the blood-weeping dragon soul. Of course, this move wasn't easy to execute. At the very least, the 1 million blood-weeping dragon souls had been executed by Long Chen by suppressing his spiritual refinement fire to the limit. Under normal circumstances, he could only summon 100,000 blood-weeping dragon souls. After this, Long Chen was exhausted to the extreme. He wanted to faint, but he still hadn't completed the most crucial task. He couldn't let the 2 of them hold on. Therefore, he clenched his teeth to keep himself awake. The 3 of them tightly hugged each other. At this moment, perhaps love wasn't important anymore. What was important was that they had gone through life and death together, surviving in an impossible situation. This was something that they could remember for the rest of their lives. There wasn't any time more precious than this moment. However, Long Chen wasn't relaxed. He was thinking about who the mastermind of this game was. If the mastermind was a deity and he wasn't a descendant of a deity, would the rewards still fall on him? Or would there be other changes? Thousands of new generations from the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants had died just like that. What would happen after he went out? What should he do in the future? Even Emperor Yu had died. What kind of turmoil would happen to the human clan? What did all of this have to do with him? How could he survive in the game of the highest level when he was still so young? Many questions had troubled his heart. At this moment, the platform underwent a special change. Long Chen held on to their tender hands, one on the left and one on the right. The 3 of them stood side by side. At that moment, the sky suddenly lit up. The 9-colored mist in the sky began to swirl and disperse, revealing a colorful passageway. The 3 of them raised their heads in unison, only to discover that there seemed to be a colorful sun above them. Celestial music rang out from that direction. At the same time, it was accompanied by high-pitched singing and Sanskrit chanting. All sorts of lights flickered, and all sorts of figures could be seen floating about. Those people sat in the boundless depths of the sky, looking down on the common people. Long Chen felt as if he was being scrutinized by countless gazes, and this feeling made him feel reverence. Just what was going to happen? The 3 of them tensed up. At this moment, 5 pills suddenly fell from the sky. They were gold, cyan, blue, red, and yellow. The 5 swastikas didn't have any patterns on them. They looked very ordinary, but they caused Long Chen and the others' hearts to churn. They hadn't come into contact with the so-called source energy of heaven and earth, but this was the source energy that was revealed by these pills. It was vast and majestic. Just one pill could affect the same attribute energy of the entire world. This was the source energy that made up all materials. Even the white jade platform beneath their feet was made up of 5 types of source energy. Even the human body was formed from source energy. The origin power was the source of all power. Any power, whether it was martial spirit or divine spirit, whether it was the power of nirvana or the power of reincarnation, was also a transformation of the origin power. Everything in the world was formed by the origin power. And these 5 pills should be the ancient immortal's corpse. One of the 3 treasures. Refining the ancient immortal's corpse would allow one to have 5 avatars that were similar to one's physical body. However, they had a path to immortalhood and were independent Dao skills and mystiques. This was equivalent to having 5 additional fighting power equivalent to one's own. 5 lives. If this was given to Long Chen, he would definitely be able to unleash terrifying fighting power. The 5 pills landed on the ground. The 3 of them still wanted to touch them. At this moment, another thing fell from the sky. It was a purple moon the size of a thumb, and it was a crescent moon. As it fell from the sky, it emitted a hazy light like the moon. It was crystal clear and extremely beautiful. Within this small purple crescent moon, there were hundreds of millions of spirit designs, curses, and world spirit techniques. This was the highest level of cultivation from the alternate world, the Immortal Lord Realm technique. The purple crescent moon finally landed beside the ancient immortal's corpse. Next was a seemingly ordinary jade bottle. The jade bottle fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the 3 treasures. Within the jade bottle, there were probably 9 different drops of blessed spiritual elixir. It could allow someone with mediocre talent to reach the pinnacle of the reincarnation realm in a very short time, and reach Long Qinglan's level. It was hard to say which of the 3 treasures was more valuable. However, if one had to compare, the blessed spiritual elixir was the most attractive. This was because the reincarnation trial was too terrifying. Even with the ancient immortal's corpse and the Immortal Lord Realm technique, one might not be able to reach the pinnacle of the reincarnation realm, and might even die in the reincarnation trial. Only the most mysterious blessed spiritual elixir was the ultimate guarantee. Who would have thought that these would really be bestowed? Long Chen sighed inwardly. In truth, what he pursued was survival, and he was not envious of these things. Compared to any treasure, survival was the most important. He had thought that even if he won, he might not be able to obtain such treasures. However, these things were presented in front of him, and every single one of them was something that would drive the entire human race crazy. Alright, let's start dividing the treasures. Long Chen smiled despite his exhaustion. He led the 2 beauties to the front of the 3 treasures. It seemed like they could choose for themselves. Li Xuanji took a step back and said, Long Chen, you earned these with your own efforts. I can't take them. Long Chen turned back and said, don't be like that. We're not strangers. Li Xuanji shook her head and said, no, these things are too valuable. I can't afford them. Long Chen also shook his head and said, firstly, if you take it as a gift from me, then there's no difference in how valuable they are. If you continue to be like this, you're treating me like an outsider. Secondly, these things are clearly the same for everyone. If I monopolize too, won't I be struck to death? Lingxi also said, Big Sister Xuanji, just listen to him. You're not giving him face. As such, Li Xuanji hesitated for a while. She pursed her lips and looked at Long Chen with blurry eyes. She nodded slightly. She knew that Long Chen treated her as one of his own. If not, he would not have risked his life to save her. Long Chen looked at the three treasures. He pointed to the beautiful purple moon and said, "Little Shi, you like to study these things. Xuanji and I are completely unfamiliar with these kinds of designs and restrictions. This Immortal Lord Realm technique should be tailor-made for you." "Thank you, Chen." Lingxi smiled sweetly. She knew that Long Chen would give this beautiful purple moon to her. From the ethereal immortal sex legacy to this Immortal Lord Realm technique, Long Chen had never been stingy with her. "Don't touch it first. You can take it after I take it," Long Chen reminded her. He was a very careful person. Who knew if there would be any accidents if he took away these three treasures? All that was left was the ancient immortal's corpse and the favored spiritual elixir. Whether it was the ancient immortal's corpse or the favored spiritual elixir, they were both very useful to Long Chen. The ancient immortal's corpse could temporarily boost his fighting power, while the favored spiritual elixir could guarantee his ascension to immortality. Long Chen finally pointed to the ancient immortal's corpse and said to Li Xuanji, "I think this will suit you better." If Long Chen could control the 5 pills, he might be able to unleash even greater fighting power in the future. However, he had chosen the favored spiritual elixir. Actually, Long Chen's reasoning was simple. In reality, Long Chen's reasoning was very simple. Among the 3 treasures, only the blessed spiritual elixir didn't need to recognize a master. As long as it was for Long Chen's sake, he could give 1 or 2 drops to someone else. Therefore, he decided to keep the blessed spiritual elixir for now. He was already strong enough, so he wanted to do everything possible to let these 2 women possess tyrannical strength and trump cards as soon as possible. He didn't care about himself, but only about them. From this perspective, the ancient god's corpse was more suitable for Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji looked at him affectionately. She roughly knew what Long Chen was thinking. This man was responsible and responsible. It was just that she had an inner demon. "Alright, I'll go first." At this moment, Long Chen had Li Xuanji and Lingxi retreat. He was on guard and reached out to grab the jade bottle. There were no obstacles in the process, so he easily grabbed the jade bottle. After discovering that there was nothing special about it, he placed the jade bottle in the depths of the Great Void Realm. That was the safest place. "It should be fine. You can take yours too." Long Chen took a few steps back and said in a relaxed manner. The 2 women nodded. Lingxi walked towards the purple moon, while Li Xuanji stood in front of the 5 pills. When Lingxi's fingers touched the purple moon, it emitted a soft light and suddenly floated in the air. It was incomparably peaceful and gentle. It floated up gently and finally stopped in front of Lingxi's smooth, white forehead, and slowly embedded itself in it. The purple moon fused perfectly with Lingxi. The purple light glowed, and Lingxi's snow-white dress fluttered. She looked like a fairy, pure and beautiful like a white lotus. The purple light glowed and formed a purple ball of light beside Lingxi. This ball of light was filled with strange runes from the alternate world. The Immortal Lord Realm technique was connected to thousands of great daos, and at this moment, it was completely under Lingxi's control. What a mystical Immortal Lord Realm technique! There are so many things contained within it. Lingxi was immersed in the Immortal Lord Realm technique, her heart leaping with joy. Chapter 1867. Lingxi was surrounded by layers and layers of purple rune light spheres, and very soon, she could not be seen clearly. At this time, Li Xuanji had already refined the ancient god's corpse. When Long Chen looked over, he felt an intoxicating beauty. Originally, Li Xuanji's hair and eyes were a shade of dark green. She was mysterious and quiet, and had the temperament of the night. But at this moment, 5 people who looked exactly like her appeared beside her. The shape of their facial features and graceful figures did not change at all, but the color of their hair and eyes had changed. One of them, Li Xuanji, had a head of long golden hair, and her eyes were also shining with a golden light. Her body contained surging metal attribute energy, and her eyes were captivating and overflowing with a domineering aura. She wore a long golden dress that overflowed with divine light, giving off the feeling of a woman from the radiance divine city. It was as if the usually quiet and serene Li Xuanji had suddenly changed into a sexy style, causing Long Chen to be stunned. This was not an ordinary avatar. Li Xuanji had used the primordial spirit separation technique to control this body, so this was also one of Li Xuanji's corporeal bodies. The second doppelganger had lush green hair and green eyes that were filled with vitality. Her long dress was covered in flowers and plants, and her body was filled with wood element life force that was incomparably majestic. In this form, she looked cute and lively, completely different from her dark temperament from before, showing another side of her that was rare to come by. The third avatar had beautiful long blue hair, and her beauty even surpassed the heart of the city lord of the wronged. Her body was as gentle as water, causing people to linger and forget about her. The fourth avatar had fiery red hair that was like burning flames, and a pair of red eyes that could erupt with flames. Her long dress was like a red lotus, filled with explosive power. Although it was the same appearance, it showed her explosive temper, making people feel that she was exceptionally cute. The fifth avatar had brown hair and eyes that also had a unique charm, making people feel especially comfortable. "What are you looking at?" Seeing that Long Chen was staring at her, Li Xuanji blushed and said awkwardly. However, this sentence was said by her 5 doppelgangers. "Sorry, I haven't mastered it yet." Li Xuanji smiled awkwardly. The scene of 6 people speaking at the same time was indeed a little awkward, as if they were reciting. With a wave of her hand, the clones entered her body one by one, and the saliva-inducing scene finally disappeared. Not only did the 5 clones have the same power as Li Xuanji, they also had different auras. "If only, what are you thinking about?" Li Xuanji reminded him angrily when she saw his infatuated look. "Oh, no." Long Chen hurriedly shook his head. In front of a beautiful woman, moreover, it was a woman who had fallen in love with him. Just imagining it a little was nothing. Any man who saw 6 women who looked exactly the same, but had different temperaments, and all of them were peerlessly beautiful, it was normal for him to have some beautiful imagination in his heart. Weird. Li Xuanji rolled her eyes at him. In fact, she was very happy, because this was a gift from Long Chen. Besides, which woman would not enjoy the passionate gaze of the person they liked? At this time, the purple halos around Lingxi gradually disappeared. She had already fused with the Immortal Lord Realm technique, and when she started cultivating, she would definitely display terrifying destructive power. In terms of destructive power, the Immortal Lord Realm technique was definitely the strongest, but it also had the highest requirements for talent. Only Lingxi was suitable for it. All 3 of them received their own treasures. The divine blessed spiritual liquid could only be used during a tribulation. As for the ancient immortal's corpse, Li Xuanji was still not strong, and the boost she received was not that terrifying. She could not use it to great effect for now. As for the Immortal Lord Realm technique, just like the legacy of the ethereal immortal sect, Lingxi would have to slowly study it. In the near future, these 3 treasures would definitely be of great use. Especially the blessed spiritual fluid. If Long Chen decided to use it all for himself, then when he reached the pinnacle of the rebirth tribulation realm and had 2 body of the ancestor dragon, even immortals would not be a match for him. The 2 women moved closer to Long Chen. What would happen after obtaining the treasures? What was the end of this game? Until now, Long Chen had not relaxed at all. At this time, the number on the white jade platform, which had stopped at 3, began to decrease. Soon, it became 2, then 1, and finally 0. Long Chen was calm. He held the 2 women's hands tightly. If anything happened, he could instantly bring the 2 women to the great virtual realm. 1. At this time, the white jade platform began to crack. Long Chen was nervous. Could the ending be a trick? The three of us will also be swallowed by the nine-colored mist. Long Chen thought to himself. Based on the current situation, the white jade platform gradually disappeared. In a short moment, a huge force acted on the three of them, pulling them down. Long Chen's expression changed drastically. He realized that even with the three treasures as a reward, it would be a dream. No one would be able to survive this battle. Lingxi and Li Xuanji also thought of this outcome. However, they were not afraid because they had Long Chen by their side. Just as Long Chen was about to bring them to the great virtual realm, a golden light shield surrounded the three of them, preventing the nine-colored mist from invading. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was not a prank. They would be able to survive. The nine-colored mist was quickly annihilated. However, with the protection of the golden light shield, they were temporarily not in danger. Under the protection of the light shield, the three of them began to sink down, traveling in the nine-colored mist. Chen, where will we go? Lingxi asked curiously. I don't know either. Hopefully, it will be a safe place. This game was too mysterious. So many people had died. If the people in the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants knew about this, who knew what would happen? The three of us are survivors. Although no one leaked the secret, the elders might have a way to find out the truth from us. What should we do after we get out? Li Xuanji was worried. Long Chen had also thought about this problem. Only the three of them survived. Those people would definitely want to get the answer from them. Although the three of them were the only ones who knew about the three treasures, it didn't matter anymore. Those people of the human clan would definitely not let them live a good life. How should we answer them after we get out? Long Chen thought for a while and said, let's pretend that we have amnesia. As long as they don't use any tricks, it will be difficult for them to find out the truth. After we get out, we will act according to the situation. This was the only way to deal with it. No, after we get out, I will let you guys into my great void realm. It will be easier for me to face it myself, Long Chen added. He was right. If Lingxi and Li Xuanji were to face it, those people would definitely use them to threaten Long Chen. The two of them agreed silently. The only way to get out is to wait for the arrival of the spirit tribe. They originally thought that they only needed to spend some time in the battlefield of the deities. They did not expect such a thing to happen. At this time, the nine-colored mist finally dissipated. Long Chen and the other two descended from the sky. At first glance, they saw a scene that shocked them. Below them, there was a huge bluestone plaza. There were more than 2,000 people gathered in the plaza. These 2,000 people were sitting cross-legged and were temporarily motionless. Their eyes were closed and their breathing was weak. However, they were definitely not dead. It was more like they had entered a state of suspended animation. What shocked Long Chen and the other two was that these 2,000 people were none other than the new generation that had been eliminated in the game of the gods. Those who had died had all appeared in this place. Of course, the number of people was slightly less than the total number. Long Chen quickly guessed that the missing people were directly killed on the white jade platform. They were not eliminated and fell into the nine-colored mist. For example, Di Feng was directly killed by Long Chen. In other words, those who fell into the nine-colored mist, including the man who died for love in the blood-red divine city, were sitting cross-legged on this bluestone plaza. Long Chen and the other two landed on the bluestone plaza and looked at this scene in shock. Lingxi said in a daze, Chen, they don't seem to be dead. Li Xuanji also said, yes, they are definitely not dead. In fact, they are still in the process of awakening. As expected, this is a game set up by their ancestors. They are just scaring them. Won't they really die? If it was really their ancestors, they would not have forced all the new generation to die. At this moment, Long Chen thought of a terrifying matter. If these people were not dead, then they all knew about the three treasures, especially Du. Soon, everyone would know that Long Chen had killed Du. These two matters were fatal. If the three treasures were leaked, it would definitely bring endless disasters to the three of them. Kill them all. Long Chen made this decision immediately. This was the only decision he could make. If he did not take this opportunity to kill all of them immediately, they would not even have the chance to use the star talismans. Otherwise, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Wait. Seeing that Long Chen was about to make a move, Lingxi suddenly pulled his arm and said, "Chen, I feel that something is wrong with them." "Yes. Let's sit down." Chapter 1868. At this moment, nearly 2,000 people had woken up at the same time. At first, everyone had a bewildered expression on their faces. They looked around in shock and were on high alert. It was only when they realized that everyone around them was in the same situation that they heaved a sigh of relief. I remember that we were brought into the nine-colored mist by a force. Then, something seemed to have happened. It was very frightening. However, exactly what was it? Why are we here? Could it be that we were brought here by that power? Nothing happened. I felt the sky was dark, and then I came to this place. Everyone discussed in confusion. Long Chen's heart finally calmed down. It seems that they have lost that part of their memories. For Long Chen, this was great news. No one knew that he had killed Du, nor did they know that he had obtained the three treasures. So, they were finally safe. No one had any memories of that period of time. This meant that to them, it was as if the game had never happened. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh at the power of the mastermind. Perhaps this was a true god. He was able to control Long Chen and the others in the palm of his hand. Long Chen's group of three also secretly stood up. They didn't need to disguise themselves at all. No one would be able to discover them. After losing their memories, it was likely that no one knew how terrifying Long Chen was. In their eyes, Long Chen was just a minor character. Who knew how many experts he had killed before? Some of those Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulation realm experts were killed by Long Chen, but most of them were eliminated. Those who were eliminated survived. Everyone, please return to your teams. We'll do a head count. Someone announced loudly. Very quickly, Long Chen saw Su Mu Chen. Seeing that this tall and cold man was still alive, Long Chen felt a bit more comfortable in his heart. The guilt in his heart had dissipated by quite a bit. To him, this was a piece of good news. However, the mastermind was too cunning and gave everyone a huge psychological pressure. If they had known that they wouldn't die after being eliminated, they wouldn't have been in such despair. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to comprehend the weeping blood dragon soul if he hadn't been forced into a corner. He brought Lingxi and Li Xuanji back to the team in Battle God Ancient City silently. Su Tianyuan, Su Jiuyo, and the others were still alive. They were all scratching their heads and wondering what was going on. I feel as if a few days have passed. Su Mu Chen lowered his head and said. It's just an illusion, Long Chen said. At this time, the teams of the 72 divine descendants were gradually separated. After the head count was done, they soon discovered that some people had disappeared. Where's my brother? Amongst the crowd, the people from the Dijun divine city stood in the middle. Du was currently anxiously searching for traces of Difeng. Speaking of which, it was strange. They had all been eliminated due to serious injuries, but now everyone had recovered from their injuries. Of all the people present, only Long Chen was still in a weakened state. Where's my second sister? Where did she go? Where's Jiang Shan? For a moment, the teams that had been assigned were once again thrown into chaos. Difeng. Di Feng from the Dijun Divine City had disappeared. Under Di's command, everyone searched together, but they couldn't find him. Just what's going on? Di's gaze was anxious and anxious. He had no idea what to do at this moment. Long Chen initially thought that he had killed that hateful fellow, but he never expected that Di Feng would actually survive. He couldn't help feeling a little unlucky. Amidst the chaos, someone finally used the star talisman to contact their commander. Su Mu Chen, Su Tianyuan, and the rest also contacted Su Xilan. Su Xilan's image appeared on the star talisman. Her face was filled with anxiety as she said, "Tianyuan, Mu Chen, what's going on? It's been 8 days since we lost contact." Although they didn't maintain contact, there were still over 70 commander lords who suddenly realized that they couldn't contact their disciples who were bathing in the divine spiritual rain. When the news spread out, the others tried and realized that they couldn't contact anyone. It's been 8 days. Su Mu Chen and the rest exchanged a look. The others also realized that they had been in a state of unconsciousness for 8 days. Su Mu Chen's voice was solemn as he told Su Xilan everything he knew. After a brief introduction, he also told her about the few that had mysteriously disappeared. In fact, those few that had mysteriously disappeared were already dead. The team in the martial god ancient city had already become extremely small. Along the way, nearly half of them had died. But the situation in the other cities was similar. So, you guys should be in the core of the battlefield of the gods. If there's nothing else, you guys can return to the martial god mausoleum and bathe in the divine spiritual rain. I'll discuss it with the elders. Okay. This Bluestone Plaza had over 70 paths that led to other places. It should also lead to the 72 divine spiritual mausoleums. It wasn't a good idea to stay here. Everyone followed the instructions of the presidents and headed back in the direction of their return. Big Sister Li Longchen had already discussed with Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji would follow him for the time being. As for her future destination, it would be decided half a year later when the battlefield of the gods closed. Longchen wasn't at ease to let her go to the divine city's mausoleum, especially since she still had the ancient god's corpse. However, Di's voice resounded once again. He ran to the back of Longchen and anxiously asked Li Xuanji, "Big Sister Li, do you know the whereabouts of my brother, Di Feng?" Seeing him again, Li Xuanji no longer had any politeness in her heart. As for the disgust, she coldly replied, "I'm not sure. Many people have disappeared in the various cities, such as my darkness divine cities Yishao. Yishao was killed by Longchen. Is that so?" Diyu hung his head dejectedly. "I'm going to return to Dijun's mausoleum. Big Sister Li, are you interested in bathing in the divine spiritual rain of Dijun's mausoleum? It's very useful. I also want to make use of the remaining time to break through to the 3 talents reincarnation realm. Can Big Sister Li watch from the side and give me confidence?" Diyu looked at her with anticipation. He believed that any woman would want to witness the birth of a peerless genius. 3 talents reincarnation realm. He already had 100% confidence in breaking through to the 3 talents reincarnation realm. At that time, it would be his time to rise. Even his brother Di Feng wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. At 20 years old, he would grow into the strongest expert of the younger generation. There might not even be a genius on his level in the 5 great dragon cities. Hearing this, Li Xuanji shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, I still have things to do. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, she followed Longchen and disappeared from Diyu's sight without turning back. Diyu clenched his fists as if he had suffered a huge blow. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was trembling. He could feel that Li Xuanji's attitude towards him had changed greatly. In the past, it was still good, but now it was completely cold. "It's all because of this man that you don't put me in your eyes. I really don't understand. What's so good about this man?" When I reach the 3 talents reincarnation realm, I'll be able to defeat him in every aspect. He just couldn't understand. He thought hard but couldn't find an answer. Although he was still young, those women still tried their best to get into his arms. Only Li Xuanji didn't care about him at all. She treated him like a child. At first, Diyu could still enjoy the feeling of being with this big sister, but now he was very uncomfortable. He wanted to control her. Maybe I should be more forceful and make her wake up. I'm the one who will become a peerless emperor in the future, a god emperor. Diyu muttered one last sentence before returning to the group. Under the care of the brothers and sisters of the Emperor Jun Divine City, he returned to the Emperor Jun Mausoleum. More than 2,000 people gradually returned to their positions. Su Xilan sent another message. "Fifth Aunt, do you know what's going on?" The crowd hurriedly asked. Su Xilan shook her head helplessly and said, "No one knows. Maybe it's a game played by the heroic spirits of our ancestors. Those who went missing might have been chosen by our ancestors. In time, they might return with glory. So even if some people went missing, you don't need to be sad. The situation is normal now. Go back to the martial god mausoleum and continue bathing in the divine spiritual rain. Come back in half a year. We'll wait for you here at the gate of doomsday." They had already entered once, so they couldn't enter again. The crowd hurriedly nodded. With Su Xilan's instructions, they felt much more at ease. As for the truth that no one knew, just let it disappear. To Long Chen, this was the best ending. He wouldn't have to be interrogated by the older generation, and he wouldn't have to worry about the 3 great treasures being leaked. When they returned to the martial god mausoleum, Su Mu Chen and the rest continued to bathe in the divine spiritual rain and cultivate, while Long Chen brought the 2 girls to the tunnel. With Li Xuanji around, they couldn't do anything bad. Long Chen had suffered a huge loss and needed at least 10 days to recuperate. As for Lingxi and Li Xuanji, they could familiarize themselves with their new great treasures, the Immortal Lord Realm Technique, and the Ancient Immortal's Corpse. "Oh, Sister Xuanji, you're all so beautiful." Lingxi sighed from the bottom of her heart. 6 beautiful women with different temperaments but similar appearances stood together like sextuplets. It was really too shocking. Li Xuanji smiled faintly and said, "When I'm more proficient, I'll be able to talk to myself. I won't be lonely anymore." Lingxi asked, "Don't you want to be with us?" Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen, who was still recuperating. She shook her head and said, "Little Shi, I'm different from you. I have my own things to do. Just like how he has to fulfill his father's last wish, I also have to work hard for someone important to me." Her. Lingxi knew. Perhaps it was the person in the black needle. Chapter 1869. It was another early morning. After a period of hard cultivation, Mo Xiaolang entered the state of comprehending the heavenly Tao. It was as though the surrounding nirvana spiritual qi had turned into flames and danced around him. The black wolf god, who was standing proudly on the peak of the mountain, gradually stood up and howled at the sky. He had always been worried that the rapid devouring would lead to the instability of his realm. After this period of in-depth cultivation, he basically didn't have to worry about this problem anymore, because he was born to be the darling of the flame and the way of devouring. After a period of quiet cultivation, his foundation was quite solid, and he was ready for the next round of transformation. Looking at the mountains below, Mo Xiaolang thought to himself, "I wonder if Big Brother has broken free. I wonder if he has become stronger." He concluded that Long Chen had definitely surpassed him by a lot. Yan Er. While he was feeling excited, he noticed that Soi Eon wasn't by his side. In the past, when he was cultivating, she would quietly accompany him. However, he didn't know where she was today. Mo Xiaolang guessed that because he had been cultivating for too long, she had temporarily gone to do other things. Mo Xiaolang transformed into his human form and shuttled through the forest. Suddenly, he thought of Soyan's name. When he returned to the wooden house, Soy Yan wasn't here. That guy, where did he go? Mo Xiaolang's expression suddenly changed. He took out a star talisman and activated the formation diagram. The star talisman formation diagram was changing in a complicated manner. However, it was pitch black and he couldn't get any response from Soy Yan. Something happened. Soyan's identity as a half-demon had always been a criticism in the hearts of the demon clan. However, with Ruoshi's warning, no one dared to do anything to her. After a long time, Mo Xiaolang dared to enter the state of selfless cultivation. However, in the blink of an eye, she actually disappeared. Yen air, yen air. Mo Xiaolang's breathing gradually became heavy. Looking at the pitch-black star talisman, his heart was beating faster and faster. He thought of many bad consequences. If Soy Yan were to be captured and bullied by them, she would not be able to resist at all with her abilities. She would undoubtedly end up in a miserable state, and as her protector, he was actually immersed in cultivation. In just a short moment, his heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife. His eyes began to turn bloodshot, and his body began to exude an extremely dense murderous aura. Black flames began to emerge from his body. Yen, He let out a wolf howl, and his human head directly turned into a black wolf head. His body also swelled up, turning into a burly werewolf. Although he was a werewolf, he was no different from a berserk beast. At this moment, his blood was boiling, and the irritation in his bones was like a broken dam, bursting out, and a black aura swept out. Big Brother Xiaolang, just as Mo Xiaolang was about to go look for her, a faint voice suddenly came from the star talisman. Mo Xiaolang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He hurriedly looked at the star talisman and asked, Yen, where are you? What happened? Soyan's aura was very weak. She had most likely been unconscious for a long time, and then was awakened by Mo Xiaolang's violent yet familiar voice, causing her to let out that cry. On the other side of the star talisman, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. It's so hot, Soy Yan let out a painful groan, and it was heartbreaking to listen to it. Yen, Mo Xiaolang could no longer restrain himself. He growled, where are you? I'll go find you. After a long time, a voice came from the star talisman. Soy Yan said, it's that snake woman. Yu Shang. She said she would restore my human form. I seem to be at, Yu Shang. Mo Xiaolang's sharp wolf fangs had pierced his lips, causing blood to gush out. However, he did not care at all, and his fists were already tightly clenched. It was indeed this strange woman. Mo Xiaolang originally thought that she had left, but he did not expect that she would appear while he was deep in cultivation and take Soy Yan away. This person was clearly not a good person. She said she would restore Soyan's human form, but who knew what she was up to? I'm at a place called the Thousand Secluded Valley. I heard her conversation with someone. Big Brother Xiaolang, I'm in a medicine cauldron right now. I feel so uncomfortable, like my entire body is about to melt. I'm so tired, wait for me, I'll go save you. Thousand Secluded Valley. Mo Xiaolang had no idea where it was, but he could ask. At this point, there was no point in blaming himself or being angry. The only thing he could do was to get there as soon as possible. Suyin said that she was in a medicinal cauldron, so it was very likely that serpent woman Yu Chang wanted to refine her into medicine. The so-called restoring her human body was simply a joke. How could there be such a kind-hearted person? That serpent woman was clearly not a good person. If she was a good person, she wouldn't be so sneaky. Little Yen, you have to think of a way to hold on. I'll definitely get there and save you. I swear I'll make sure you're well. If I break this promise, I, Mo Xiaolang, will be struck by lightning and will never be able to reincarnate. Blood and tears mixed together in his eyes. He seemed to have gone mad. He wanted to leave this mountain range and the area nine-tailed celestial fox controlled. Then, he would ask others where the thousand secluded valley was. He hadn't been in that deep level of cultivation for a long time, which meant that the thousand secluded valley might not be too far away. He would definitely be able to get there. When he thought of Soyan's delicate body being placed in a medicine cauldron with those medicines, his heart was filled with boundless rage. He felt like he was about to explode, and his chest was filled with boiling blood. Wherever he went, large swathes of the forest were turned into ice sculptures by the black flames. Big Brother Xiaolang, I won't die. I'll wait for you. I also want to get married like Big Brother Long Chen and Big Sister Lingxi. I want to get married to you. Soyan's voice was getting weaker and weaker as it came from the star talisman. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were filled with tears of blood. He wiped them away and said, "Little Yen, I promise you. But don't say anything for now, lest you attract her attention. What you need to do now is to live. As long as you live, Big Brother Xiaolang will promise you anything." "Alright, Pinky swear." There was a satisfied smile in Soyan's voice. But even so, Mo Xiaolang's heart was still weighed down by a heavy mountain. He rushed out of the mountain peaks as if he didn't care for his life. At that moment, a huge beast was sleeping in a boundless valley below. When Mo Xiaolang passed by it, the snow-white beast transformed into a human and blocked Mo Xiaolang's path. It was a young man with a flirtatious appearance. He was so handsome that he resembled a woman. His every movement was filled with the charm of a woman. The Fox clan was naturally seductive, and even men were attracted to them. The man in front of Luo Yunyang was very good at dressing up. The 9 snow-white tails behind him indicated his identity. He was one of the 9-tailed celestial fox. At that moment, he blocked in front of Mo Xiaolang and sized him up. With a disdainful look, he said, "So you're with Aunt Ruoxi. Little fellow, what do you want to do? The Sky Fox region isn't a place where you can walk around casually." When he spoke, he twisted his body like a woman. However, Mo Xiaolang knew that the men of the Fox clan were all like this. But he couldn't ignore their battle prowess. The young man in front of him was definitely a reincarnation tribulation realm, a 9-tailed celestial fox. "I want to know where the 1,000 secluded valley is." Mo Xiaolang suppressed the monstrous anger in his heart and said politely. Unexpectedly, the man from the Fox clan said angrily, "How dare you? I'm the one asking you a question, not the other way around. Aunt Ruoxi once instructed me not to let you run around the Sky Fox region. You've crossed the line today. Hurry up and go back, or else I won't be polite." Ruoxi's intentions were good. If Mo Xiaolang ran around, not only would he anger the Celestial Fox clan, but he might also be mistakenly killed. However, the man in front of him seemed to be using a chicken feather as a token of authority. Mo Xiaolang didn't get angry. A human life was at stake, so he couldn't act recklessly. He said, "The woman I'm traveling with has been captured by a snake woman called Yushang and brought to a place called the 1,000 Secluded Valley. I'm going to save her. If you can contact Ruoxi, you can do me a favor. Once she knows, she definitely won't stop me." In order to save Soyan as soon as possible, Mo Xiaolang had to lower his voice. He didn't expect that after he said this, a white fox tail would suddenly whip over, causing Mo Xiaolang to fall to the ground. The man from the Fox clan coldly stared at him and said, "Is it that half-demon? Don't waste your effort. I was the one who let the snake woman in. Half-demons are evil creatures that deserve to die. You still want to save her? You want me to contact Aunt Ruoxi? You're too naive. Little thing, do you think you're still an onion in our Sky Fox region? You're even worse than dog shit." His condescending attitude and disdainful words caused a terrifying change in Mo Xiaolang's heart. In his mind, he constantly imagined the scene of Sui Yan struggling in the medicine cauldron, and then the man's cold words and expression in front of him. When these two scenes overlapped, it formed an incomparably huge impact. It made Mo Xiaolang's head explode with a bang, as though it was about to explode. Let me tell you, within 10 breaths, disappear in front of me and return to where you belong. Don't do it again. The man from the Fox clan moved his 9 snow-white fox tails and said with contempt. At this time, Mo Xiaolang silently stood up. His violent expression suddenly became incomparably calm. However, one of his eyes suddenly seemed to have changed. Within it, a black aura was constantly released. This was an aura that suddenly made people feel fear. The man from the Fox clan turned his head and smiled. What? Do you still want to fight me? No, I'm the one who wants to kill you. Mo Xiaolang stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck. He couldn't control himself. He blurted out this sentence almost without thinking. Moreover, he said it with a smile, as if he was talking about something trivial. Mo Xiaolang looked at Mo Xiaolang. This book had already been published for 520 days. After hard work, it had finally reached the 5th most searched rank on the entire internet. The top 3 authors had already earned tens of millions of yuan a year. Only the lunatic was still writing his first book. There was no need to mention the mystic Thearka's failure. Chapter 1870. Kill me. The man from the fox race was laughing hysterically. This guy in front of him hadn't even reached the gate of life and death, yet he wanted to kill him, a samsara realm cultivator. He hadn't heard such a joke in a long time. He turned around and sneered all the way. Boundless demonic chi spread out and his 9 snow-white tails swelled up. His fur stood on end and became as hard as steel needles. His 9 tails instantly turned into spiked clubs. When he got close to Mo Xiaolang, he didn't say a word and swung his 9 tails at Mo Xiaolang. Demons generally relied more on their physical strength. The fox tails looked simple but they contained terrifying power. Even a samsara realm cultivator might not be able to withstand them. You really deserve to die. The man from the fox race laughed contemptuously as he attacked. His attack surpassed Mo Xiaolang's limits. The 9 tails landed on Mo Xiaolang's body, causing him to be drenched in blood. Mo Xiaolang softly fell to the ground. He didn't seem to be able to retaliate at all. However, his fiery heart was still beating violently. He's not dead yet. The man from the fox race was actually glad that he didn't kill Mo Xiaolang. After all, Ruoshi had told him that if he killed Mo Xiaolang, he would be beaten up when Ruoshi returned. However, in his opinion, Mo Xiaolang wasn't far from death. The man from the fox tribe walked in front of him and stepped on Mo Xiaolang. Let me tell you, with your current strength, any one of her subordinates can kill you, let alone Yushang. Just accept your fate. It's even better that she got rid of this half-demon. How could a half-demon with such a filthy bloodline survive until now? Tell me, the half-demon of the snake tribe is the snake tribe's business, what does it have to do with you? Do you think you can fall in love with a half-demon? All of a sudden, Mo Xiaolang stretched out his hand, which was dripping with blood after being pierced by his steel needle-like tail, and grasped the fox man's leg. Let go, or else I'll crush you. Seeing the fresh blood staining his pure white clothes, the Fox clan man's expression turned ugly. Mo Xiaolang had undergone a terrifying transformation. On one hand, his heart was filled with the urgent need to rescue Soyan. On the other hand, reality had brought him indifference and humiliation. It was only now that he realized how useless he was. Even a small 9-tailed celestial fox had rendered him helpless and humiliated him. He had even missed out on time. Yen. In a daze, Mo Xiaolang seemed to see Sui Yan right in front of him. She was mixed with the herbs and was being burned in the cauldron. She was extremely painful and weak. Every pained expression on her face and her bitter endurance made Mo Xiaolang almost suffocate. Why am I so useless? He really wanted to kill this person in front of him, but he was so powerless. He hated himself immensely. The Fox Clan man stomped on him time and time again. While his body was on the verge of collapsing, it also caused a terrifying transformation in his heart. Something that had been dormant in the depths of his body was starting to sprout. I want to live, I want to be strong. I want to protect her. Yen. His fiery heart let out cries time and time again. That deeply buried demon seed gradually sprouted and expanded rapidly in his body. His left eye was still black, but it had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The Fox Clan man was still stomping on him to his heart's content. But at this moment, Mo Xiaolang's body suddenly exploded with a terrifying power, sending him flying and landing on his back. What's going on? He looked over in shock, only to realize that the Wolf Clan man had already stood up shakily. His entire body was stained with blood, but his eyes were filled with endless coldness. This was especially so for his left eye. At this moment, there was an intense black light bursting out. It was as though a giant demon was crawling out of his left eye. Boom boom boom. The surroundings started to explode. Wang. At this moment, the Fox Clan man saw a strange smile on Mo Xiaolang's face. It was strange and cruel, without any emotions. He opened his arms and looked up into the sky, as though he was receiving a baptism. That left eye of his surged with endless demonic aura. Then, there was a loud explosion as a gigantic vortex burst out from his left eye. It rushed into the sky and instantly expanded to a diameter of 100 meters. His left eye was connected to that black vortex that had a diameter of 100 meters. This kind of scene was shocking to see. The Fox Clan man retreated a few steps, his eyes filled with shock. Behind that black vortex, he could sense the birth of a terrifying beast. Suddenly, he felt fear. This was because he had an illusion that he was nothing but a lowly food in the eyes of that beast. What a joke. What kind of thoughts are you having? The Fox Clan man smiled and shook his head, trying his best to calm himself down. He unleashed his true abilities as he charged towards Mo Xiaolang, prepared to interrupt this strange transformation of Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, the vortex that was connected to Mo Xiaolang's left eye started to spin, forming a terrifying suction force. That endless nirvana spiritual chi and the surrounding immortal essences were all sucked into that vortex. This speed of absorption far surpassed most people's years, decades, or even centuries of bitter cultivation. At this moment, the Fox Clan man finally felt the true terror. If he were to continue devouring like this, the nirvana spiritual chi in the Heaven Fox domain would be completely gone. What the hell is this? The 9 tails of the Fox Clan man combined together, forming a white heavenly sword that slashed towards Mo Xiaolang's waist. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang turned his head. His other pair of eyes had turned completely blood red. With a stretch of his hand, a surging force sent the Fox Clan man flying. How is this possible? The Fox Clan man was incomparably shocked. He didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to possess such terrifying power in such a short period of time. He hurriedly climbed up, and in his rage, he transformed into the body of a 9-tailed celestial fox. This was a pure white fox with 9 tails. It was incomparably ferocious. As it charged over, it emitted boundless demonic aura. Wherever it went, mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. Under the sweep of the demonic aura, there was simply no living thing. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang retracted the black vortex back into his left eye. Indeed, this pair of eyes had turned completely blood red. It was a pure blood red color, and there wasn't even a single white part of the eye. There was only a narrow pupil in the middle. It was like a cat's eye in the dark night, extremely terrifying. When he retracted the black vortex, the demonic aura on Mo Xiaolang's body surged and spread out. He watched as the nine-tailed celestial fox charged over, but he didn't show any fear. Instead, he revealed a sinister smile. Under the demonic aura, he transformed into the body of a sun-devouring demonic wolf. This body wasn't much smaller than the nine-tailed celestial fox. At this moment, when the nine-tailed celestial fox charged over in rage, the sun-devouring demonic wolf didn't move at all. It was only when the nine-tailed celestial fox was right in front of him that he suddenly moved. The wolf's mouth instantly widened to an exaggerated extent, and he bit down on the head of the nine-tailed celestial fox. The powerful bite caused his wolf teeth to instantly pierce through the other party's body. The nine-tailed celestial fox let out an earth-shattering scream. Its tail and claws continuously attacked the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Although the sun-devouring demonic wolf was injured, it didn't seem to feel anything. Its black and red eyes looked into the distance. It was clearly a wolf, but it had a strange human-like smile on its face. Rip. The nine-tailed celestial fox's head was bitten off. The nine-tailed celestial fox let out an earth-shattering scream and then stopped. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was still looking into the distance. It crushed the head of the nine-tailed celestial fox in its mouth and swallowed it. His body was covered in blood, but he didn't seem to hear it. The smile on his face didn't change. Then, he slowly devoured the corpse of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Only at this moment, when he looked around in confusion, did the red in his eyes disappear. Then it turned to confusion. What happened to me? The incomparably abundant energy in his body made him very blurry. The wounds on his body slowly disappeared until they were completely healed. This process seemed to be much faster than before. Mo Xiaolang coughed dryly. The taste of blood in his mouth made him want to spit out what he had eaten, but he couldn't do it. He could only use the flames to refine the corpse in his stomach. However, he found that he was extremely dry and hungry. He needed large amounts of food to alleviate this hunger. Thousand Secluded Valley, he remembered what the nine-tailed celestial fox had said. With his strength, he couldn't deal with Yu Shang at all. Once he left the Sky Fox region, the other party could easily trample on him. How could he save Soyian then? What happened to me? Why is it like this? Why does it seem like there are no limits? As long as I devour, I can change infinitely. He had already killed one of the nine-tailed celestial fox's clansmen. Soon, people would know what happened here. When the other nine-tailed celestial fox came, he would die without a doubt, not to mention saving Soyian. There is only one way. Mo Xiaolang felt that he was going crazy. He remembered something that Ruoxi had introduced to him when he passed by the valley. In the depths of a chain of mountains, there was a gigantic boulder that stood between the heavens and the earth. Ruoxi said that it was an extremely ancient boulder that contained an endless amount of nirvana spiritual qi. However, it had already been converted into something else. Beneath the ancient boulder, there was a flame known as the Celestial Fox Demonic Flame. The Celestial Fox Demonic Fire was formed after the death of the nine-tailed Celestial Fox. After countless generations of inheritance, the Celestial Fox Demonic Fire became more and more intense. After being burned by the Celestial Fox Demonic Fire, the substance of the ancient crystal would be transformed back into nirvana spiritual energy. Most of the nirvana spiritual energy in the Sky Fox region was produced by the Celestial Fox Demonic Fire burning the ancient crystal. The Celestial Fox Demonic Fire formed after the death of countless generations of nine-tailed Celestial Fox was extremely attractive to Mo Xiaolang. However, the Celestial Fox Demonic Fire was too important to the nine-tailed Celestial Fox, so Mo Xiaolang had never dared to have any ideas about it. But now, Everything seemed to be different. Chapter 1871. After a period of recuperation, Long Chen had finally recovered a little from the huge exhaustion. His body of the dragon ancestor had already grown to the infant stage, and his regenerative abilities were astonishing. Dream of Origins also helped his body recover to its peak condition. The only thing that was consumed was his nirvanic energy. In the end, he just needed to replenish his nirvanic energy. That difficult final battle had not hurt Long Chen at his core. Although he had just passed the door of life and death, he had the god-slaying sword and the dragon ancestor's legacy. He was starting to show his prowess. After his injuries were more or less healed, Long Chen communicated with Mo Xiaolang. "How have you been recently?" Long Chen asked. The image of Mo Xiaolang on the star talisman was a little blurry. Perhaps it was because they were too far apart. He said, "Big brother, I'm fine. It's just that my cultivation has reached a critical stage, and I'm about to break through the door of life and death. Let's talk next time. Don't lag behind too much. I can defeat Rebirth Calamity Realm experts now." Long Chen smiled casually. Mo Xiaolang nodded and cut off the connection. This guy has never been so impatient. Did something happen? Long Chen was more meticulous than anyone else. He could see through Mo Xiaolang's intentional concealment. Perhaps Mo Xiaolang was afraid that Long Chen would be worried, so he did not tell Long Chen. It seemed like Mo Xiaolang was not having an easy time in the Demon Immortal region. However, they were so far apart, and Long Chen was still under Su Zhen's control. He could not help Mo Xiaolang at all. He could only pray in his heart. If Mo Xiaolang really could not solve it, he would tell him. Lingxi and Li Xuanji had more or less figured it out after a period of pondering. Chen, so the Immortal Lord Realm technique is closely related to the Spirit Tribe. The Immortal Lord Realm technique should be the ultimate treasure of the Spirit Tribe. Only the highest authority of the Spirit Tribe can receive this legacy. It has been lost for many years. I did not expect it to appear here. Lingxi told this news to Long Chen. The ultimate treasure of the Spirit Tribe. Only the highest authority can use it. Long Chen thought for a while. Seems like this Immortal Lord Realm technique is the same as the ancient Immortal's corpse. I have to be careful. With Lingxi by his side, he could protect her, but as for Li Xuanji, Long Chen had already seen through her intentions and could only remind her to be careful. After treating his injuries, Long Chen left the tunnel and arrived before the martial god tomb. At this moment, Su Mu Chen and the rest were still bathing in the divine spiritual rain. Long Chen did not want to lag behind and started to cultivate. What do you think happened in those 8 days? Su Mu Chen suddenly looked into the distance and asked quietly. Long Chen said, "I don't know either." Su Mu Chen looked at Long Chen. "You are the only one who was injured. Don't you remember something different from us?" He was also very attentive and noticed that Long Chen was injured. Long Chen smiled. "So what if I was injured? I don't even know how I got injured. Even if the other party found out something, as long as he did not admit it, Su Mu Chen could not do anything." And Long Chen knew that Su Mu Chen might not be his enemy. As expected, Su Mu Chen smiled helplessly. "Forget it. I won't ask you. I just feel that you have become a little scary. I have some respect for you." Perhaps he was talking about the awakening of the weeping blood dragon. Those bloody little dragons were indeed scary. Long Chen smiled but did not speak. At this moment, Su Mu Chen said, "After this battlefield of the gods ends, I intend to join one of the 5 dragon cities. I can find my future there. What about you?" Long Chen said, "Your father might not let me go." Su Mu Chen shook his head. "I don't know why, but I can't control this matter. Truth be told, I want to join one of the 5 dragon cities to escape from him. Our ideals are different, so we can't communicate. Oh, indeed, Su Muchen was rejected by Su Zhen. The days seemed to have returned to peace. However, Long Chen knew that the people of the spirit tribe were probably coming. Doomsday Gate. Over 70 commanders and hundreds of reincarnation tribulation realm deputy commanders were gathered here. They had been discussing for a few days and had reported what happened here to the outside. Someone said, "The opening of the battlefield of the gods is very special. Many strange things have happened, and I believe that there will be more trouble. I have already reported everything to the city lord of the Dandelion City, and the city lord has already sent reinforcements." When the others heard this, they immediately communicated with their higher-ups. Many city lords had also realized the severity of this matter. They had already lost many people, and if something happened to Du, then the human clan would be finished. No one wanted to rejoice for nothing. If anything happens, do your best to protect Du. If even a strand of hair falls on him, all of you will be buried with him. This was the fate handed down by the higher-ups. Everyone was trembling with fear as they guarded the Doomsday Gate. "Can we go in and protect them?" asked a deputy commander. "No, we have already gone in, and we can't go in again. If we go in, it will definitely cause a change in the battlefield of the gods. I heard that something like this happened in the past, and it will cause the 9-colored mist to shrink, interrupting the divine spirit rain and causing all the tombs to disappear. It will only reappear in the next 1,000 years, and the divine spirit rain will only appear once every 1,000 years. Du also has to rely on the divine spirit rain to enter the 3 reincarnation tribulation realm. We can't act recklessly," answered the deputy commander. "What if the spirit clan, demon clan, and sea clan go in? They will also have the same result as us." Only then did many people understand. What a joke. The demon clan and the spirit clan can pass through the divine sea and the 9-colored mist to come here. Do they have divine boats? Someone sneered. No one cared at that time. However, a few days later, just as everyone let down their guard and began to chat, they discovered a huge change. In the direction of the divine sense sea, a huge shadow passed through the storm, passed through the rainbow mist, and rushed towards the direction of the Doomsday Gate. "Enemy attack!" someone exclaimed. For a moment, everyone became nervous. Although many martial artists from the various god cities had rushed over, and were even about to arrive, they had not received any notice. The only possibility was that the enemy had appeared. But they still did not believe that the enemy could come to the battlefield of the gods. So even when they saw the huge shadow, they still held the mentality of waiting to see who it was. Rumble. A colorful divine boat rushed out of the 9-colored mist and landed on the pale white ground outside the door of Doomsday. For a moment, the ground nearby was shaking. Everyone looked at the colorful divine boat in shock. They had never heard of such a divine boat before. However, the divine light shone from it. The might of the divine boat probably surpassed that of the Emperor Jun divine boat. Looking closely, they could see that the divine boat was covered with tens of thousands of formations. It was completely different from the simple and unadorned divine boats of the human race. They should not be the same thing. This multicolored divine boat should have relied on these tens of thousands of formations to break through the 9-colored mist to come here. That is the picture of the spirit race's goddess heart. Suddenly, someone pointed at the bow of the divine boat and exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw a shining picture. It was a goddess wearing a multicolored dress, bathing in a sea of flowers. In her hand was a resplendent pink peach heart. Although it was just a picture, it was filled with a strong impact. Everyone present felt dizzy when they saw it. The goddess's heart was a very mysterious organization in the vast territory of the spirit tribe. The society of the spirit tribe was different from that of the human tribe and the demon tribe. It was even different from the sea tribe and the sorcerer tribe. The spirit tribe did not attach much importance to the descendants of the gods. They had a total of more than 20 tribes, and each of them had a supreme ruler. It was a society similar to an imperial system. The highest ruler had great power, unlike the human tribe and the demon tribe, where the 5 great dragon cities and 4 great demon ancestral cities restricted each other. The spirit race had a mature monarchy, and they had many laws. They also had a well-developed military system. Being able to maintain such a monarchy in a place as high as the eternal sacred realm was not an easy feat. It required the person in charge to have absolute power, and they had to be able to suppress the spirit race. Therefore, although the spirit race was not very strong, they were more united than anyone else. In the spirit race, there was a mysterious organization called the Goddess's Heart. It was formed by 10 wanted criminals. It was rumored that these 10 wanted criminals were all beauties. Because ordinary people didn't know what crimes these 10 wanted criminals had committed, the Goddess's Heart was actually very popular in the spirit race. They had a large number of followers, and every member of the Goddess's Heart was a stunning beauty that could make any man in the spirit race go crazy. Because of their mysteriousness, beauty, and valiant strength, the Goddess's Heart was so unique. At this moment, Goddess Heart, who was very famous in the human race, actually appeared in the human race's battlefield of gods. Chapter 1872. The descent of the Goddess's Heart had caused a huge commotion among the human race. The men were mesmerized by the 10 beauties, but while they were admiring the beauty of the Goddess Heart, they had also heard of how terrifying they were. They were a group of people who were not disciplined by the spirit race. It could be said that they had always been opposing the ruler of the spirit race, but they were still alive and well. This was all because of their extraordinary strength. The 10 spirit races' bodies were shining with spiritual light. Their beautiful faces were smiling as they looked at the human leaders in front of them. The light in their eyes was mesmerizing. A bunch of stinky men and stinky women. The 10 spirit races' women finally spoke. They covered their mouths and laughed. "Big sister, let's do it." All the girls spoke to a girl in the middle who was dressed in a snow-white long dress. Her entire body was as white as snow, and even her eyes and hair were snow-white. This girl had a dignified appearance and was graceful and noble. She had the appearance of a young married woman, and every single one of her movements was filled with charm. In the future, when Lingxi matured, she would most likely become like this girl, possessing the capital to make men go crazy for her. The spirit race had more than 20 races. They could be divided into the sea spirit race, the mountain spirit race, the wind spirit race, the snow spirit race, the light spirit race, the dark spirit race, the tree spirit race, the flower spirit race, the fire spirit race, and so on. Among these 20 races, the Holy Spirit race was the ruling race. This dignified woman was from the Holy Spirit race. There was a white crescent moon between her eyebrows. This was the symbol of the Holy Spirit race. The selection of the Goddess's Heart was very strict. First, it had to be a beautiful woman. Second, each spirit race could only send one person to join the Goddess's Heart. The 10 people here were from different spirit races. They were arranged according to their age and their race's code name. For example, the big sister of the Holy Spirit race was called Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit had great influence in the Ling clan because she was one of the few super experts in the Ling clan. Her strength far surpassed everyone present. Diyu's aunt, Di Ling, was at the 4-symbol samsara realm. However, in the heart of a goddess, the 4-symbol samsara realm was the weakest. The Holy Spirit's strength was rumored to be at the 7-star samsara realm. Surpass 7 stars and fight against an ancient 7-star ancient god. The ancient 7-star ancient god had existed since ancient times and was a divine spirit born from the heavens and earth. His battle power was terrifying. If he could defeat this ancient 7-star ancient god, he would be able to obtain the divine power of the ancient star, ancient god. That was true divine power. When one reached the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm, he would basically cross over to the divine spirit level. The next level, the 8 trigrams reincarnation tribulation realm, would directly form the body of a demigod and have the ability to live forever. In every corner of the eternal god domain, a 7 stars reincarnation tribulation realm expert was the strongest of the strong. Not to mention, Goddess's Heart had many 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm experts. Goddess's Heart strength completely surpassed that of the trigrams reincarnation tribulation realm and the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm experts. Even the people sent by God June Celestial City to protect Du were 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm experts. Compared to Goddess's Heart, they were a far cry. The humans had never imagined that the Ling clan would go to such lengths just to kill Du. However, the Ling clan's method was ingenious. They had chosen Goddess's Heart, who was openly against the ruler of the Ling clan, to carry out this operation. They could put the blame on Goddess's Heart for acting on her own accord. The dignified, snow-white woman had the most beautiful temperament in the world. She didn't like to smile, and her eyes were deep and profound. Divine power flowed through her body, and she spoke in a domineering voice. The 5 of you, focus on setting up the cosmic teleportation formation. The rest of you, follow me. We'll chase these flies away. Yes, big sister. The women replied in unison. Their voices were soft and intoxicating. They couldn't form any desire to fight against these beautiful women. However, they had entered the human race's battlefield of the gods. Among the humans, someone had already spread the news of Goddess's Heart's arrival. At this critical juncture, someone shouted, "The battlefield of the gods is the tomb of our ancestors. Outsiders are forbidden from entering, and those who do will be killed without question. Friends of the Ling clan, why have you come to the battlefield of the gods?" Everyone had already realized the gravity of the situation. Even though they knew that the other party was strong, they were prepared to fight. Many experts of the human race gathered together, forming an unprecedentedly powerful aura. The commanders of the 72 ancient cities gathered together, their battle prowess skyrocketing. The women of the Ling clan smiled, but they didn't reply. Instead, they flew over. Clearly, they were determined to charge into the battlefield of the gods and kill Du. Their objective was very clear, so the only way to resolve this was to face them head-on. Everyone, the ancestral tombs are the pride of the human race. We definitely won't allow these filthy creatures to barge into our ancestral tombs. This is a humiliation to the human race. For the glory of the human race, even if we have to shed our blood, we definitely won't allow these Ling clan members to enter the battlefield of the gods. Kill. How dare you invade the forbidden land of the human race? No matter who you are, you deserve to die. Brothers and sisters, let's fight to the death. We definitely won't allow them to take a single step forward. Let's go. Although they knew that the other party was strong, the ancestral tombs and peerless geniuses were behind them. This was the moment they couldn't retreat. If they did, they would really be finished. It would become a humiliation that the human race wouldn't be able to wash away for tens of thousands of years. Kill. The hundreds of commanders of the human race went crazy. Even the One Origin Reincarnation Tribulation Realm cultivators attacked. This was definitely a battle between super powerhouses. Even if Long Chen were to come up, he would only be able to be instantly killed. Every single one of the people present was a creature with an illustrious reputation, especially the 10 people from the Goddess Heart. They were the most famous people in the spirit race, and among them, the Holy Spirit was one of the strongest powerhouses in the entire spirit race. Even the city lords of the 72 divine descendants' ancient city could not compare to her. She was the big shot of the Ling clan that Ruo Shi had mentioned. The reason why the goddess's heart hadn't been destroyed by the ruler of the Ling clan was because of the Holy Spirit's existence. In front of her, these so-called experts of the human race were actually just decorations. Although the Holy Spirit looked young, she was actually a very old martial artist. At this moment, she led her 4 sisters and advanced calmly. She didn't care about the humans in front of her at all. "Big sister, the flies are coming." There was a young woman beside her. She looked a little like a flower. She was very charming. Her skin was pink and her body was full of fragrance. She was cute and charming. She was a young girl from the Flower Spirit clan. Among the Ling clan, the Flower Spirit clan wasn't very strong. However, they had many mysterious skills. She was the 10th ranked Flower Spirit. She was also the youngest and the strongest. The Holy Spirit nodded and looked forward coldly. "It's been so many years since I last fought." Her snow-white eyes trembled quietly. At this moment, she suddenly stretched out a hand and waved it elegantly. Suddenly, the attacking experts of the human race were sent flying, as if they were hit by a hurricane. The One Origin Reincarnation Tribulation Realm cultivators basically died on the spot. Then, they were knocked into the 9-colored fog by a huge force. It was just one move. With a wave of his hand, all the vice-commanders were killed. The commanders, including Su Xilan and Di Ling, coughed up blood and retreated in defeat. They were knocked into the 9-colored mist by the terrifying soul conduit power. In the blink of an eye, there was no one in front of the Holy Spirit. All the experts of the human race, whether they were dead or alive, were directly swallowed by the 9-colored fog. Seeing the Holy Spirit make a move, the girls next to her were also shocked. They all became infatuated and said, "This is the power of the heavenly path of the divine realm. Big Sister's heavenly path is almost complete. She can almost use the power of the gods now." Yes, in front of the divine realm power, the 4 celestial emperors, the 5 elements origin, and the 6 paths calamity are all useless. The girls probably hadn't seen the Holy Spirit make a move for a long time. As soon as she made a move, they all started to admire her. The dignified Holy Spirit interrupted them and said, "Don't be too proud. Those who died are just small fries." The chief commanders all escaped on the divine boats, but they didn't go far. "The human experts will be here soon. Let's quickly kill Du and finish the mission. Then, we can leave this place with the Qian Kun teleportation formation." "Alright, big sister." The 5 Spirit Clan girls walked towards the door of Doomsday, while the other 5 set up a formation outside the door of Doomsday. In this world, the formation originated from the Spirit Clan. "Little Hua Ling, your little friend from the Demon Clan asked you to take a child away, right?" As they walked, the head of the Goddess Clan, the Holy Spirit said calmly. The youngest Hua Ling was actually someone from the same generation as Ruoxi. She was a little reserved in front of the Holy Spirit. She said softly, "Yes, yes." "Oh, but everything is still based on the mission. If you can't find this person, then forget it," the Holy Spirit said seriously. "Big sister, I understand. Don't be so serious." Hua Ling said coquettishly. "When we enter the door of Doomsday, the battlefield of the human race will close immediately. We will use the goddess boat to rush in and find Du's position. Then, we will kill him. Are you all ready?" The other 4 girls all nodded. The Holy Spirit suddenly moved. In the next instant, she arrived at the door of Doomsday. Maybe she had triggered the senses of the door of Doomsday. In an instant, there was a huge change in the battlefield of the gods. The first to feel this change was Long Chen and the others. Suddenly, the divine spirit rain stopped. Everyone in the martial god ancient city stood up in a daze. They didn't know what was happening. At this moment, the martial god tomb started to shake violently. Then, it actually started to sink. "What's going on?" Everyone let out a scream and started to panic. Chapter 1873. The spiritual race. Long Chen was shocked. The experts of the spiritual race, who had been waiting for a long time, had finally arrived. Those who dared to venture deep into the heart of the human race and were recognized as experts by Ruoxi were definitely at the pinnacle of the eternal God realm, or even close to Long Qinglan's level. If not for such people, the entire battlefield of the gods wouldn't have undergone such a huge change. They're finally here. Long Chen felt as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. He didn't care about Du's life or death. He only cared about whether he could get rid of that demon, Su Zhen. Right now, he wasn't Su Zhen's opponent. According to Long Chen's estimation, Su Zhen's strength should be around the four symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. Of course, it was just an estimation. Long Chen was far from being able to deal with such strength. Therefore, he could only hide in another place for a period of time until he truly entered the reincarnation tribulation realm. Only then would he return to the dragon god domain and march into the 5 great dragon cities. What's going on? How dare the spiritual race come to the human race's ancestral tomb? They're definitely here to die. But they actually interrupted our divine spiritual reign. Damn it. Everyone was filled with hatred, but Su Muken and the others still felt the pressure. He said, "Fifth Ant seems to be alone in the martial god ancient city. This means that they've probably been chased out of the Doomsday Gate. The spiritual race is unprecedentedly powerful. They're on the same level as the city lord of the ancient city of divine descendants. They can't be underestimated. Everyone, follow me to the original central plaza." Fifth Ant said that after the martial god tomb sinks, this place will be covered in 9-colored mist. After hearing these words, everyone became nervous. Long Chen pondered, the people of the spirit race are trying to buy time with the human race. Once they kill Du, they will immediately leave. At that time, they might not be able to take care of me. It seems that I have to be with Du in order to obtain a chance to be rescued by them. Right now, the people of the Supreme June Divine City are probably rushing towards the central plaza. At this thought, Long Chen, Lingxi, and Li Xuanji conversed for a while and hurriedly followed the group towards the central plaza. The entire battlefield of the gods was shaking violently. All the tombs were disappearing. The scene was extremely chaotic. In the beginning, everyone looked down on the spirit race. After all, the spirit race was not as powerful as the human race. But now, they were panicking. Fortunately, the spirit race's goal was to kill Du. But who knew if they would kill them along the way? To think that even the spirit tribe couldn't wait any longer. They actually barged into the battlefield of the gods just to kill the Du. It seems like the value of the Du is too great. Su Muchen sighed. Long Chen was silent along the way. At this critical moment, calmness would bring him benefits. However, he still couldn't let go of Li Xuanji. "Are you sure you don't want to follow me?" Long Chen solemnly asked as he ran. Li Xuanji was a little troubled. She said, "My master asked me to stay in the darkness divine city. This place is of great help to me. She also said that with her around, you don't have to worry about my safety. You can roam freely." This girl was like the night. Every time the day came, she would quietly leave. But every time, Long Chen couldn't bear to part with her. "What are you worried about? We're in the same world. It's just a temporary separation. In my entire life, I've never escaped from the palm of your hand." Li Xuanji chuckled. At this moment, she was in her most beautiful state, and her eyes were filled with endless emotions. "Okay." Long Chen nodded. She had a deity by her side. Even in the dragon god domain, there shouldn't be any problems. But if she followed him, it would be a journey on horseback. It might not be safe, and it might not be the best place for her to improve. I'll wait for you in the Dragon God domain, Li Xuanji quietly said as she looked into the distance. Okay. Long Chen nodded. When he returned again, his status in the Dragon God domain would definitely be different. If he could travel far today, it would all be because of his strength and status. He still couldn't protect himself in the Dragon God domain. Moreover, he had no one to rely on in the human race. He couldn't expose his identity as an ancestral dragon martial artist. The only way to protect himself was to leave. And the purpose of leaving was to hide for a while. When he became stronger again, he could return. That was his true goal. The Dragon God domain, the treacherous land that held his father's dreams, would one day return. Long Chen still had far too many things to do in this land, stirring up even more storms and storms. Holding the two women's hands, he ran all the way. The warriors of the 72 ancient city of gods' descendants all rushed towards the central square. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, because after the major tombs sunk, the 9-colored mist had already surged, and could take their lives at any time. Hide in the central plaza and wait for reinforcements from our race. Everyone, don't worry. The battlefield of the gods is so big, and the spirit race is an outsider. It won't be easy for them to find the central plaza. Su Xilan hid in the martial god's ancient ship and constantly reminded everyone. All the commanders of the divine ships were also passing through the layers of 9-colored mist and heading for the central plaza. Protecting Du had become their top priority. This was just an ordinary ancestral worship. No one had expected such a thing to happen. The demon race and spirit race were too bold. The demon race and spirit race had always been at odds with each other like fire and water. No one had expected them to unite on this matter. Big brother Xiao Lang, I'm so tired, so sleepy, Soyan sleep-talking came faintly from the star talisman. Mo Xiaolang's claws had already pierced into his flesh. A large amount of dark red blood gushed out. It was a ghastly sight, but he didn't feel the slightest pain. He knew that something strange had happened. He was extremely hungry and needed a lot of energy to replenish himself. Otherwise, he would starve to death. If he didn't replenish the energy here, he wouldn't be able to leave the Heavenly Fox territory. Even if he could find the 1,000 secluded valley, he wouldn't be able to defeat Yushang and save Soyan. When he thought of Su Yan's frail appearance, he felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife and his head was about to split open. He ran madly as if he didn't care for his life. The thing that belonged to him was already close. When he raised his head, he saw the deepest part of the mountains. Among the boundless clouds and mist, there was a huge ancient crystal that soared into the sky. A large amount of clouds and mist rose from the ancient crystal. Those were the majestic nirvana spiritual energy, and also the most violent nirvana spiritual energy. The nirvana spiritual energy formed a large amount of clouds and spread out to the surroundings, raising the level of nirvana spiritual energy in the entire Heavenly Fox region to a very high level. Beside the ancient era's crystal stones, any random plant had dozens of immortal patterns. Immortal energy was boundless, and one could smell the medicinal fragrance from far away. Just a casual breath would make one feel refreshed, allowing one to improve. Lush immortal spirits were everywhere, and they were extremely precious. This was a forbidden area of the Heavenly Fox region. Without the permission of the higher-ups, no matter who it was, no one was allowed to approach, or else they would be killed without mercy. But neither the nirvana spiritual energy nor the immortal spiritual energy was what Mo Xiaolang wanted. What he wanted was the snow-white raging flame that was burning underneath the ancient era's crystal. These flames transformed into the shape of 9-tailed celestial foxes. Every flaming tail was 100 meters long, and some were even 1,000 meters long. Hundreds of nine-tailed celestial foxes' celestial fox demonic fire surrounded the ancient era's crystal and burned fiercely, causing the ancient era's crystal to release a large amount of nirvana spiritual energy. The celestial fox demon fire came from the ancestors of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. Generation after generation, it had reached its current level. The celestial fox demon fire was unusually fierce. If one was not in the reincarnation realm, he would die if he touched it. Compared to the hell star fire, it was much more terrifying. After all, it was the power formed after the death of the five elements reincarnation realm. The celestial fox demon fire formed the most terrifying attraction for Mo Xiaolang. He was like a hungry person who suddenly saw a feast of delicacies. That temptation made him lose his mind again. He had already forgotten that this was the forbidden land of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. He had forgotten that if the warriors of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan rushed over, he could be killed easily. There was only one thought in his mind: I want to eat them all. Mo Xiaolang transformed into a sun-devouring demonic wolf. Within 10 miles of the celestial fox demon fire, there was nothing left. The ground was scorched black, but after the sun-devouring demonic wolf rushed in, it was not affected. To him, the celestial fox demon fire was just food. If it was in the past, he would not have such a big appetite to face so many celestial fox demon fires. But now, he did not have this restriction, because he, Mo Xiaolang, was no longer the old Mo Xiaolang. I want to devour, I want to become stronger, I want to devour everything, I want to reach the peak, I want to restore order, I want to command the world, I want no one to disobey me, I want to destroy these people who want to harm me in Yen. He let out a roar and quickly rushed in front of a celestial fox demon fire that looked like a nine-tailed celestial fox. The celestial fox demon fire was several times his size. As if sensing his presence, the celestial fox demon fire gave up burning the ancient crystals and looked at Mo Xiaolang. Hiss! The celestial fox demon fire was very angry and rushed forward. Wherever it went, everything was burned to ashes. Large amounts of smoke rose, making it hard for people to see the celestial fox demon fire. Come, come! Mo Xiaolang was very excited and fearless. He rushed towards the celestial fox demon fire. The two beasts collided in the air. Anyone would think that the sun-devouring demonic wolf would be devoured by the celestial fox demon fire. But unexpectedly, the sun-devouring demonic wolf opened its huge mouth and revealed its black throat. It let out an angry roar that did not belong to this continent. The endless abyss formed a fatal devouring power that swallowed the entire celestial fox demon fire. In an instant, snow-white flames engulfed Mo Xiaolang, turning him white. Whoosh! Large amounts of white flames rushed out and were greedily sucked back by the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Then, its gaze landed on the next celestial fox demon fire. Chapter 1874. The power of one celestial fox demonic fire only filled up the sun-devouring demonic wolf's bottomless pit a little. But even so, the expansion of his power had exceeded the normal range. In his body, the celestial fox demonic fire wailed, but it still could not escape the fate of being digested. Nine-tailed celestial fox respected the celestial fox demonic fire very much because it was formed by its ancestors. But at this moment, the celestial fox demonic fire formed by its ancestors was turned into a special power by the sun-devouring demonic wolf. It was different from the power of nirvana. The power of nirvana had the attributes of destruction and rebirth, but this power was more about destruction, violent destruction. After digesting the celestial fox demonic fire, the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body turned back to black. His body swelled up a lot, and he looked like a giant beast. His blood-red left eye looked cold and emotionless, very frightening. Logically speaking, after devouring so much power, should have passed through the gate of life and death and reached the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, which is equivalent to the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. But why doesn't my gate of life and death appear? My current power is very close to the Rebirth Tribulation Realm, maybe even surpassing it. The help that the celestial fox demonic fire brought him was increasing. Mo Xiaolang felt that he was awake, but also confused. He could not resist the desire to continue devouring the celestial fox demonic fire. His body was telling him that he could devour a lot more, but he was far from full. He still needed a lot of power, or he would starve to death. Besides, Soyan's current situation was constantly tormenting him, making him crazy, making him collapse. He once again let out a world-shaking roar. At this time, the celestial fox demonic flames had already discovered his existence. They already felt reverence, but their mission was to burn the ancient crystal stones. At this time, they could not retreat. Thus, several more celestial fox demonic flames charged towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Every single one of them was actually larger than the sun-devouring demon wolf. Come into my mouth. The sun-devouring demonic wolf looked at them with blazing eyes. He could feel that the experts of the Sky Fox demonic race were awakening. They would soon arrive and tear him to pieces. His only chance was to devour endlessly. Since he had become like this, he would go crazy. Otherwise, how could he save Soyan? She sat there in the medicinal cauldron, weeping. She was on the verge of being melted into liquid at any moment. She had no one to rely on, and had followed him to the eternal God domain, a world filled with wolves. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's eyes were filled with tears of blood. He seemed to have gone crazy and was incomparably ferocious. He pressed the celestial fox demonic flames to the ground. He ignored the terrifying flames, ignored even more celestial fox demonic flames attacking him, ignored everything. Thick bloodthirst appeared in his eyes as he tore the celestial fox demonic flames under his feet to pieces. He opened his mouth and swallowed them all. I'm not full yet. I'm not full yet. The sun-devouring demonic wolf turned his hungry gaze to the other celestial fox demonic flames. He began to gorge himself. The celestial fox demonic flames were majestic and powerful, but when they encountered the sun-devouring demonic wolf, they seemed to have met their nemesis. One by one, they were sucked into Mo Xiaolang's bottomless pit. As the devouring power increased, the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body underwent huge changes. He grew to 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, becoming a true giant. The celestial fox demonic flames couldn't resist him. In just a moment, the sun-devouring demonic wolf had devoured them. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was covered in white flames. There were dozens of nine-tailed celestial foxes imprisoned on the surface of his body. In the blink of an eye, half of the nine-tailed celestial fox had been devoured. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's eyes were still red as he continued to devour. Even now, his body was as vast as the sea. He could destroy peerless experts with a wave of his hand. Even he himself couldn't estimate how strong he was. If that power exploded, it could probably destroy the entire celestial fox domain. However, the Nirvana tribulation didn't come, nor did the reincarnation tribulation. Mo Xiaolang only obtained endless progress in strength. Whether it was the 100 reincarnations or the yin-yang demons, he didn't encounter any of them, let alone the heaven, earth, and man tribulations. However, compared to the absolute power of destruction, these were all secondary. He was still not full. The changes this time caused his appetite to grow even bigger. The heavenly Tao was just a plaything to him. He didn't need to care about the heavenly Tao at all. As long as he devoured it, he would become stronger and be able to control everything. In this world, who could be more familiar with flames and devouring than him? Boom! At this moment, the nine-tailed celestial fox experts arrived. It wasn't that they were too slow, but that Mo Xiaolang devoured too fast. In the blink of an eye, half of the celestial fox demonic fire had entered his mouth. A total of 3 nine-tailed celestial fox experts arrived. When they arrived, they saw such an unbelievable scene. The 10,000-meter-long black wolf lowered its head and devoured the celestial fox demonic fire. In the blink of an eye, it was digested. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's body was filled with terrifying power. Heavens, heavens, ancestors celestial fox demonic fire. For a moment, the three felt that the sky was collapsing. Their mouths were dry. One of them hurriedly informed all the elders. The other two transformed into nine-tailed celestial fox and charged towards Mo Xiaolang. They were all experts of the older generation. They were mature nine-tailed celestial fox experts. They were at least in the tribulations realm. The heaven, earth, and man tribulations realm gathered together. Their bodies and primordial spirits were incomparably tightly combined, displaying the astonishing power of the heavenly Tao. The two beasts wanted to kill Mo Xiaolang on the spot. Roar! At this juncture, the sun-devouring demonic wolf turned back and spat out a pure white fireball. With a rumble, it collided with the nine-tailed celestial fox. The two tribulations realm experts were actually sent flying by the fireball. They were in a sorry state. Almost all their fur had been burnt, leaving them bald. The sun-devouring demonic wolf glanced at them coldly and actually continued to eat. It didn't care about them at all. Inform the supremacies. Inform all the supremacies. The three cried out mournfully. The fox race's voice was sharp and drawn out. It spread across the entire Sky Fox region. Although the Sky Fox region was very large, with the speed of the peerless experts, they would immediately rush over once they were awakened. The nine-tailed celestial fox was a top race in the Dream Fox divine estate. Their overall strength was comparable to the war god Ancient City and the other divine descendants Ancient City. Instantly, a large number of experts rushed over. They were all Samsara realm experts. There were even many old fellows at the Four Symbols Tribulations realm. Blaspheming our ancestors deserves to die. What kind of beast is this? It can actually devour flames. Such a strange beast can't be allowed to live. Let's join forces and kill it. More and more nine-tailed celestial fox appeared. Countless huge beasts filled their vision. The entire world seemed to be filled with nine-tailed celestial fox. They launched terrifying attacks at the sun-devouring demonic wolf next to the ancient crystal. Instantly, the attacks riddled the sun-devouring demonic wolf with holes. Mo Xiaolang was finally afraid. After devouring a portion of the nine-tailed celestial fox, he finally felt satiated. He was no longer hungry. At this moment, his body was filled with terrifying power. He hadn't gone through any tribulations, but he could casually send an old fellow at the Four Symbols Tribulations realm flying. Whoosh! Mo Xiaolang transformed into human form. His left eye was still blood-red. It was cold and bloodthirsty. Isn't that the child that Ruoshi brought? Yes, I remember that he had a half-demon with him. What kind of wolf race is this? How can it be so terrifying? The nine-tailed celestial fox started discussing. Basically, all the experts had arrived. We have to capture him alive. He actually devoured most of our celestial fox demonic fire. We have to do everything we can to make him spit it out. Everyone, be careful. His power has almost reached the Four Symbols Tribulations realm, or even higher. Although it isn't the true realm and shouldn't be able to maintain it, we still have to be careful. Hundreds of nine-tailed celestial fox surrounded him. So full, Mo Xiaolang was in a daze. He felt that he had become too strong. With a flick of his finger, he could probably cover the world. Did this power really belong to him? His body was still filled with large amounts of snow-white flames. In his stomach, countless nine-tailed celestial fox screamed. However, this heaven-defying digestive ability was completely digested and turned into a terrifying power. It was a pure black power. Mo Xiaolang temporarily called it the power of destruction. He didn't know what had happened to him. He only knew that he was strong now. He would leave this place and save Soyan. At this time, hundreds of nine-tailed celestial fox transformed into human form and attacked him. They were all peerless experts. Each of them was no weaker than him. Mo Xiaolang was a little clear-headed. Although the surging power in his body gave him great confidence, he still felt that he should escape. He could easily kill Yu Shang now. He couldn't waste time. After confirming his target, he unleashed his speed and turned into a black flame. He used the purest violence to open a path. His power once again surpassed everyone's imagination, especially in terms of speed. He seemed to be using a mysterious escape technique. There were many strong foxes present, but none of them could stop him. We can't let him escape. Everyone, chase him together. Seeing Mo Xiaolang escape so nimbly, the nine-tailed celestial fox's people were about to go crazy. They chased him like crazy. Goodbye. Chapter 1875. By the time the nine-tailed celestial fox experts had passed through the wall of fire, Mo Xiaolang had long since disappeared into the mountains. They were stunned for a moment, then burst into tears. Mo Xiaolang's strength was growing at a terrifying rate, but he wasn't particularly strong compared to them. It was just that his speed and method of escape were too heaven-defying, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chase. The nine-tailed celestial fox experts obviously wouldn't give up. They would take revenge even if they had to die. After all, Mo Xiaolang had brought great losses to the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, and even more damage to their reputation. The Yao clan valued their reputation very much, and if word of this got out, the nine-tailed celestial fox clan's reputation would be completely ruined. When the clan head and the others return and see this, we'll definitely be in trouble. Yeah, but this weird wolf clan is too scary. It can actually devour fire. While they were chasing, someone suddenly said, "Everyone, I remember that the wolf clan was only at the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. How is it that he's so strong after devouring fire? He doesn't even need to go through reincarnation tribulations. Isn't he one of those legendary people?" His words struck fear into the hearts of many. Everyone went silent. Someone almost suffocated. "You mean, he's a demon?" The Tao of demons had existed since ancient times. Every demon had brought great disasters to the eternal God realm, and escaping the 18 levels of tribulations was the greatest symbol of a demon. But today, Mo Xiaolang's attributes were so similar to a demon's. Demon. He's a demon, so he must be killed. This is a serious matter. Hurry and inform the clan head. We're going to be reprimanded anyway. Who asked us to be so unlucky? We can't let this wolf race escape. If not, it will bring a great calamity to our demon race. Everyone, we must kill him today. Even if we can't kill him, we must issue a warrant for our demon race to capture him. Only with his death will we be able to answer to our ancestors. All right. The nine-tailed celestial fox experts quickly assigned tasks. Nine-tailed celestial fox was no longer behind Mo Xiaolang. He felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. Sometimes, he couldn't control the boiling power in his body. A single step on the ground would cause a terrifying earthquake. The black aura surrounded him like a devil. Mo Xiaolang fell to the ground and looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with pain and confusion. "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me?" He checked every inch of his body. His flesh and blood were still intact. Nothing had changed. However, everything had changed again. He knew that he might not be the same person as before. He quickly got up from the ground. No, I have to hurry and save Yen. Nine-tailed celestial fox, I can only say sorry. For the sake of Yen, I can only go against all of you, and also Sister Ruoxi. It was Ruoxi who brought him back, but he had caused such a big trouble for her. This made Mo Xiaolang very sad in his heart. He breathed painfully, and his chest seemed to be blocked. Yen, that girl must be calling out to him in despair. I have to learn from brother. I have to be calm when I encounter things. I have to be calm, he kept reminding himself until he had calmed down. His eyes turned cold as he continued forward. He had long since escaped from the Sky Fox region. As he continued forward, he soon encountered a member of the demon race. It was a member of the fox race that was at least in the rebirth realm. It was slightly older and belonged to the fringes of the Dream Fox divine estate, similar to the Wind Dragon Stream Master. Mo Xiaolang immediately stopped him and asked, "Hello, I want to ask where the Thousand Nether Valley is." The fox tribesman clearly understood that Mo Xiaolang could easily kill him. Therefore, he hurriedly pointed in a direction and said, "It's in this direction. With my speed, I can reach there in 10 hours. You'll be faster." "Thank you." Mo Xiaolang sent him off and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The fox was left panting heavily, and his face was full of suspicion. Next, Mo Xiaolang asked another 3 people. 3 of them told him the same direction. The last one was probably unhappy with Mo Xiaolang's abduction and told him the wrong direction. Mo Xiaolang killed him directly. Mo Xiaolang's eyes lit up. He couldn't tolerate this kind of liar. If I believed him easily and went in another direction to find Yen, but because of this wrong direction, I wasted time, he would be a sinner. So, death cannot wipe out his crimes. He was too impatient. 10 hours for others, but he needed 2 hours to get there. Thousand Nether Valley, Yushang, I'm coming. After a while, the people he asked for directions were surrounded by 9-tailed celestial fox's men. He has the scent of the wolf tribe on him. Where did the wolf tribe go? As a fellow member of the fox tribe and a noble 9-tailed celestial fox, these people naturally reported the truth. One of them said, "He went to the Thousand Nether Valley and seems to be in a hurry. Everyone, hurry up and chase after him. He's been gone for half an hour." 9-tailed celestial fox's martialists hurried over. Demon. The fox heard a word that made him tremble in fear from 9-tailed celestial fox's conversation. The spirit race's attack frightened the youths out of their wits. They ran toward the central plaza in a panic, and the path behind them was continuously covered in 9-colored mist. Soon, Long Chen followed the large group to the central plaza. The group came down from the white jade platform and arrived at this place. At this moment, the 2,000 people were once again in a state of panic. They whispered to each other and cursed at the same time. The divine spirit reign, which was supposed to last for half a year, had been interrupted again. This affected everyone greatly, especially Du. He was about to enter the Yinyang Samsara realm, but he was interrupted again. After arriving, Long Chen waited quietly in a corner with Lingxi and Li Xuanji. His gaze landed on the Dijun Divine City's team. As expected, Du was surrounded by everyone. His path to becoming an expert had been interrupted once again, and this caused his temper to become exceptionally irritable. At this moment, he was saying something with a flushed face. His brothers and sisters beside him all lowered their heads, fearfully enduring his insults. With this guy by my side, the spirit race will come, right? He thought of the celestial fox token that Ruoxi had planted on his hip. At this critical moment, everyone became nervous. I heard that the spirit race sent the goddess heart. What's the goddess heart? Someone asked, puzzled. You're really ignorant. Those are the 10 most famous criminals of the spirit race. They're wanted by Ling Huang. And they're 10 super beauties. They're extremely powerful and have a high reputation in the spirit race. I heard that they're here to kill Diyu. We're doomed. Nonsense. Our commanders are all super experts. How can we lose to them? You don't know this. Why are the commanders hiding in the divine boats? Why are the deputy commanders dead? That's because they're all dead. And the commanders have all been defeated. The leader of the goddess heart is called Xingling. She's one of the top experts of the spirit race. It's said that she's reached the 7-star samsara realm. None of our commanders are a match for her. 7-star. Everyone exclaimed. That was a legendary martial artist who possessed the power of a god. If she advanced another level, she would be a demigod. To most people, a warrior of this level was a legend. Even the city lords of most divine cities didn't have such strength. There were many such experts in the 5 great dragon cities. Long Chen was secretly shocked. He hadn't expected her to be a 7-star samsara realm expert. Was this the almighty that Ruoxi had mentioned? A 7-star samsara realm expert. No wonder she could cause such a huge commotion. In that case, Ruoxi's friend should be a member of the goddess heart. One of the 10. This organization seems to be quite interesting. Long Chen pondered as he listened to the rumors. Diyu stood in the center of the 2,000 people present. Everyone was looking at him because he was the person the spirit race wanted to kill. Don't be afraid, everyone. The experts of the human race are on their way. When they arrive, the goddess heart won't be able to withstand a single blow. After Diyu finished scolding them, he comforted them with a confident expression. He wasn't afraid even though he was the person in question. Everyone finally calmed down. Long Chen found it very funny. The child was clearly scared to death. Even when he spoke, his legs were trembling, but he still pretended to be calm. It was a little funny. Today, the spirit race trespassed into our forbidden grounds and looked down on the human race. When I become a god in the future, I will lead everyone to wipe out the spirit race and kill them. I will avenge everyone today. Today, the goddess heart won't be able to kill me because I was created by the gods. I was born to lead the human race to glory. Diyu encouraged everyone again. His words made his own blood boil. Everyone subconsciously moved closer to Diyu. Someone said, today, all of us can die, but only Diyu can't. He is the hope of our human race. Only he can kill those blasphemous races. We have to protect him. That's right. Diyu was very moved. Everyone, there's no need to be like this. The spirit race hasn't arrived yet. I will cultivate here and devour the ultimate dragon's blood essence. I will reach the trifecta realm in one go. I have a primeval Tao treasure. When I control it, let's see who can oppose me. He was extremely domineering as he said loudly, everyone, don't be nervous. They're just demons. The one who can kill me hasn't been born yet. With that, he sat down cross-legged under the protection of the crowd. Whatever he said had nothing to do with Long Chen. He was very curious as to whether the human race or the spirit race would find this place first. At this time, a divine boat broke through the 9-colored mist and appeared before them. Long Chen found it very familiar. It was the battle god's ancient boat. Su Xilan had found this place so quickly. If she took Diyu away, the spirit race would have no chance. Just as Long Chen was wondering, a man walked out of the battle god's ancient boat. He saw Long Chen at first glance. Chapter 1876. The man who had come down from the ancient ship of the martial god had struck Long Chen's heart at a time when he was most surprised. The arrival of the spirit tribe meant that Long Chen could escape Su Zhen's control. He could leave the ancient martial god city and the dragon god domain, and he would no longer be targeted. However, he had never expected Su Zhen to show up at this critical juncture. He must have arrived a long time ago. He must have been in Su Xilan's god kingdom, monitoring Long Chen at all times. When the spirit tribe arrived and caused chaos, perhaps because he was concerned about Long Chen's safety and the martial demon seed, he finally came out of the god kingdom and the ancient ship of the martial god. The battlefield of the deities was huge. Su Zhen must have been the one who had found him so quickly. He was mysterious and powerful. Even now, Long Chen was still in awe of him. Long Chen remembered that Su Sheng and Su Ming of the Su clan were monitoring him. Why had he come here? Was he not afraid of others finding out about the martial demon seed? At this critical juncture, Long Chen's eyes were cold. He found it hard to breathe. He instinctively took a few steps back, but there was no more space behind him. At this time, Su Zhen walked towards him with a cold expression. Only now did Long Chen realize that the Su Zhen in front of him was different from the Su Zhen he had met before. His eyes were actually a strange red, and contained a power that didn't belong to this world. Just his gaze alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. The young people near him all retreated backwards. Chen. Lingxi's face was pale. She knew what Long Chen was facing. Perhaps in a little while, when the spirit tribe arrived, she would be able to escape. But Su Zhen had come at this time. It could only be said that it was too tragic. Come in. At this critical juncture, Long Chen brought Lingxi and Li Xuanji into the Great Void Realm. He could not let Su Zhen use them to threaten him. The spirit tribe must be here soon. I just have to wait until they arrive, and I will be able to escape. I have to buy time, no matter the price. That's what he told himself. Su Zhen's transformation was a little strange. His eyes were crimson, as if liquid was flowing in his eyes, looking extremely terrifying. He quietly walked to Long Chen and paid no attention to Su Mu Chen's group. He also didn't protect Diyu, but said to Long Chen, "It's about time, and the divine spiritual reign has ended. Come home with me." If he went back, he would probably take the martial demon seed away. But how could Long Chen have a martial demon seed for him? The Su Zhen in front of him had a terrifying temperament similar to that of the city lord of the wronged. Long Chen's mind raced as he said, "I'm not in a hurry. Right now, the spirit race is invading our land, desecrating our forbidden land, and even wanting to kill Diyu. Diyu is the hope of our human race. Since you're here, you should take him away first and hand him over to the hands of the human race's almighty experts. My life is just a small matter." Only then did everyone realize who this strange man was. He was actually from the martial god ancient city. He should be the young city lord. Hearing Long Chen's words, someone from the Dijun divine city said, "Elder, you should take us away and let us enter your divine kingdom, especially Diyu. Right now, the spirit race's target is him. He cannot be killed. That's right, hurry and take Diyu away. Hand him over to those experts as soon as possible." Everyone started talking at once, interrupting Su Zhen's request. Long Chen retreated into the crowd and said, "You protect Diyu for now. I will advance and retreat with the others. Our lives aren't worth anything. Even if I'm your adopted son, you can't treat me differently, can you? Diyu's life is the most important." Long Chen was very smart. In fact, any expert of the human race who came here naturally wanted to protect Diyu first. Just when everyone naturally thought that Su Zhen would rescue Diyu first, he sneered and said, "This is the hope of the human race to become a god? It's too ridiculous. How can there be an existence that is born to become a god? Only I have found the true path to become a god." Long Chen, it's about time, let's go. His bloodthirsty eyes stared at Long Chen's eyes. A terrifying aura was released from his body. He was like a venomous snake, staring at Long Chen. His hands were already wrapped in black. Obviously, if Long Chen didn't listen to him, he would directly attack. Although it wouldn't be good, there was no other way. This isn't your real body. Your real body is in the martial god ancient city, and this body of yours is clearly a demon. Long Chen didn't answer his question. Instead, he gave his own guess. Naturally, this was for Su Zhen to hear. Su Zhen sneered and said, "You're right. I am the body of an ancestor who pursued the demon path. However, now that I am in control of it, the power flowing in this body is indeed the power of a demon. It's just that this power is still very weak. In the future, when I obtain this power, I will definitely transform. There's no point in talking so much to you. The time for you to display your value has come." He was obviously going to attack. All Long Chen could do was delay as much as possible. He hurriedly said, "But there's one thing you don't know. The martial demon seed isn't even in my body." Long Chen said these words very seriously. Su Zhen's eyes narrowed deeply. Evidently, his heart was extremely shaken. Perhaps this was what he was most worried about, and what he had no confidence in. The spirit race hasn't arrived yet. Long Chen's heart raced. He was extremely nervous. Su Zhen was extremely dangerous. It was very possible that he would tear him apart in the next second. "What are you talking about?" Su Zhen's expression was cold. He looked like a completely different person compared to his previous gentle and refined self. The Su Zhen in front of him was filled with demonic qi. Even if he hadn't become a demon yet, his heart was already won. "I said, when I was in the martial demon cave, I didn't encounter the martial demon seed at all." Long Chen gritted his teeth and said. This was a conversation between the two of them. "So, please let me go. I don't want to play with you. I just want to live," Long Chen said sincerely. Of course, he didn't want this guy to let him go. His only goal was to delay for time. If he didn't say so much, the guy in front of him would probably drag him onto the martial god's ancient ship without a second word. Then, he would really be finished. "What?" Su Zhen took a step back and let out a low roar. His expression became ferocious and distorted. When the aura of a senior expert was released, especially that monstrous demonic qi, the martial artists present all changed. They didn't understand what was happening. "I say, Senior, hurry up and protect my Supreme June Divine City's DU." Someone from Supreme June Divine City shouted. But Su Zhen acted as if he didn't hear these words. The blood in his eyes surged and he suddenly reached out to grab Long Chen. He said, "Whether there is a martial demon seed or not, it's not up to you to decide. It's up to me." It was time to make a move. Obviously, Su Zhen didn't have that much patience. He could let Long Chen delay for time. When he stretched out his hand, his pair of pure white arms suddenly turned into demonic claws covered in blue fish scales, and a majestic aura surged out. In front of a powerhouse of this level, Long Chen felt like a powerless child who couldn't fight back. But he couldn't just give in like this. He had survived the game of the gods. This was just a small test. How could he give up? South activating the time dragon, Long Chen's footsteps changed. He wandered in the river of time and disappeared in front of Su Zhen. Su Zhen looked back coldly and searched for Long Chen in the crowd. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he said, "Your research of the Tao of Time has improved a lot. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to find you if you use this move again." As expected, he still found him. He really couldn't do anything to an expert above the samsara realm. Su Zhen's footsteps were light and he attacked Long Chen. Su Zhen's movements were simple, but these simple movements made it difficult for Long Chen to block. Su Zhen casually stretched out his hand. His palm transformed into a huge palm in front of Long Chen's eyes. It was covered in power runes and the power of reincarnation swept out. The yin-yang demons worked together and the Yuan Shen and physical body merged into one. Only then could such a level of attack be displayed. Su Zhen's physical body wasn't as strong as his original combat power, but it was more than enough to deal with Long Chen. No one expected that they would actually fight. And no one knew what kind of pressure Long Chen was facing. Spirit race, spirit race. He was shouting. He was waiting. The god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword appeared in his hands. His body suddenly erupted with the god-refining fire. The flames caused his body to improve crazily. Long Chen attacked with both swords, no longer retreating. Instead, he directly fought with the demonized Su Zhen. The god-slaying sword had a total of 99 Dao patterns. When he used the heavenly slaughtering blood light sword into the sky, the primordial slaughter runes violently slashed down. This kind of slaughter sword Dao was awe-inspiring. It was just that Long Chen was too weak compared to Su Zhen in terms of strength. The god-slaying sword was easily blocked by a casual wave of his hand. Swoosh! The Lingxi sword pierced through this gap. Su Zhen's eyes were cold, and his patience was running out. He used his palm to block the Lingxi sword, so that Long Chen couldn't advance any further. As soon as he used force, a force comparable to a great wave came crashing over. It sent Long Chen flying and almost into the nine-colored mist. The crowd let out cries of surprise again and again. They admired Long Chen's courage. He actually dared to fight with such a level of expert. But they were even more shocked by the combat power of an expert of Su Zhen's level. No matter what you say, you still have to follow me back. Let me see if there is a martial demon seed. Su Zhen's cold voice sounded in his mind. Long Chen used both swords as support and climbed up from the ground. He held both swords in his hands. His eyes were cold, and he didn't retreat at all. His only belief was to hold on until the spirit race arrived. His eyes gave Su Zhen the answer. Chapter 1877. Demonic qi swept out, and a thin layer of black keratin appeared on Su Zhen's skin, enveloping him within, forming incomparably hard lines. This layer of keratin was incomparably sharp, comparable to sabers and swords. Moreover, it possessed the most terrifying power, and a large number of black runes flashed within it, forming an explosive power cycle. Swoosh! He seemed to have turned into a fighting machine. His fighting speed increased sharply as he rushed towards Long Chen. His hands had already turned into long claws, showing off his ability. The huge aura almost suffocated Long Chen. The god-slaying sword was provoked and shook violently. Long Chen had to raise the spiritual cultivation fire again to increase his power. The spiritual cultivation fire enveloped his entire body. The god-slaying sword was also burning with flames. As Long Chen brandished the sword, the flames soared into the sky. The god-slaying sword danced in the sky and slashed down again. It clashed with Su Zhen again and again. Although it never gained the upper hand, it could only be described as terrifying to be able to withstand an expert of this level for such a long time. They had all forgotten what had happened on the white jade platform. Therefore, at this moment, even though it was their first time seeing Long Chen display it, they were still shocked by Long Chen's power. Many of the warriors present were at the Yin and Yang Samsara tribulation realm. When they compared Long Chen's power, they found that he was almost as strong as them. Clang! Long Chen slashed the god-slaying sword on his opponent's arm. The god-slaying sword's violent power broke through the black membrane on his opponent's body, but it could not penetrate deep. Su Zhen, on the other hand, sneered and punched Long Chen. Long Chen used Lingxi's sword as the strength of the opponent's fist still rushed into his body. Even though he had the physical body of an ancestral dragon, Long Chen was still shaken by the opponent's tyrannical strength. He fell to the ground again, and this time he spat out blood. He was injured. Even if it was not Su Zhen's physical body, the young city lord of one of the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants was too strong for Long Chen at this moment. Everyone present was shocked that he could do this. Many martial artists in the Yin and Yang Samsara tribulation realm knew that they might not be able to hold on for such a long time. What Su Zhen had used was the Samsara power equivalent to the tripartite Samsara tribulation eminence. It wasn't even the Samsara power, but a more destructive power. It looked weak, but in fact, the explosive and impact of this power was the most terrifying thing Long Chen had ever seen. As soon as the power entered his body, it was able to charge and tear through his flesh. Long Chen had to mobilize a large portion of his nirvana force in order to extinguish this destructive power. But even so, his internal organs had been damaged to the point where they were almost completely destroyed. This was a crazy destructive power, rebellious, and unrestrained. The astrals hadn't arrived yet. Long Chen knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer. He still gritted his teeth. In order to survive, he struggled to stand up. At this moment, the demonized Su Zhen was already standing in front of him, stretching out one hand toward Long Chen's body. Buzz! Long Chen chose to transform into a dragon to show his strongest combat strength. Blood mist rose, and a huge creature coiled in the center of the central square. For a moment, half of the square was shrouded in blood mist. Long Chen let out a deafening roar. He knew that this roar would definitely travel very far. Whether it was the astrals or the human clan, they would immediately rush over upon hearing this roar. Boom! The black and indifferent Su Zhen flew in the air, looking at the divine dragon in front of him with an indifferent expression. He said, "In my eyes, dragon warriors are just giant reptiles." Is that so? His contemptuous look made Long Chen burn with rage. He could look down on him, but to describe him as a reptile, that was touching Long Chen's reverse scale. He couldn't stand people who forgot their roots the most. The human clan was the descendant of the divine dragon. This was an indisputable fact. Everyone in the draconic sacrificial continent thought so. Only the eternal celestial realm thought that they were the descendants of the gods. Are you angry? Su Zhen sneered again. He was already impatient. With his ability, he definitely knew that many people were rushing over here. Therefore, he made his move again. The devil in front of him transformed into countless demonic shadows. One punch turned into millions of fist shadows, attacking Long Chen's body, taking care of every corner of his ancestral dragon body. The anger that was suppressed to the extreme finally exploded. Damn thing, how much longer are you going to pester me? Go to hell, blood-weeping dragon soul. At that moment, the ancient blood spiritual dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. Most of the dragon scales on his body began to shine, and dragon patterns appeared on them. Little slaughter dragons rushed out, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. A total of more than 300,000 little slaughter dragons gathered around Long Chen. Swallow. The densely packed fiendish little dragons swarmed out and devoured the millions of fist shadows. This horrifying scene made everyone's scalp go numb, especially Du and the others. They felt that these little slaughter dragons were familiar, and they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. However, they had forgotten when they had been monitoring these terrifying little slaughter dragons. They had sharp fangs and claws, but their small bodies could let out a roar like that of a giant beast. The roar of any one of these little slaughter dragons could shatter the eardrums of experts, let alone 300,000 little slaughter dragons. The spiritual fire was burning to its limit. 300,000 little slaughter dragons was Long Chen's current limit. These rampaging little slaughter dragons were extremely terrifying. They only obeyed one command, and that was to kill. Long Chen hid among the countless little slaughter dragons and transformed into his human form. He held the god-slaying sword with both hands. He didn't know if he could fight against Su Zhen, but he knew that he had to survive. If he wanted to survive, he couldn't let Su Zhen capture him. Kill! With a roar, 300,000 little slaughter dragons roared as well. For a moment, a large number of experts were shaken to the ground. At this time, the 300,000 little slaughter dragons rolled up Long Chen, forming a vast landscape, and rushed toward Su Zhen. What the hell is this? Su Zhen's gaze turned solemn. He transformed into fist shadows, manifesting countless clones. With a single punch, he could unleash over 10,000 punches. With the violent destructive energy in his body, he could practically kill a slaughter dragon with a single punch. However, the little slaughter dragon's brutality was beyond his imagination. No matter how fast his punches were, he couldn't kill all the little slaughter dragons. At this time, countless blood dragons had already pounced on him. Die! The black power formed a tornado, shattering a large number of little slaughter dragons into pieces. Hiss! More little slaughter dragons pounced on Su Zhen, knocking him to the ground. From time to time, the little slaughter dragons would tear off pieces of flesh from his body, causing Su Zhen to let out an earth-shattering scream. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. While surrounded by countless little slaughter dragons, Long Chen used the time young dragon to quietly approach Su Zhen. Explode! Su Zhen exhausted all the strength in his body and shook off almost all the little slaughter dragons. The stratum corneum on his body had been completely bitten off. At this time, his flesh was badly mutilated, and even his eyeballs were gone. The black power formed a whirlpool and strangled many little slaughter dragons, but soon, more little slaughter dragons would pounce on him without any regard for their lives. Even if their heads were twisted off, they would still bite Su Zhen's flesh. The weeping blood dragon soul was the representative of the most ferocious dragon soul. Nothing in the world could stop their love for killing. Biting, tearing, and piercing were the killing methods they were most proficient in. A thumb-sized little slaughter dragon could swallow a 100-meter-long giant beast. Rip! In a short moment, Su Zhen was almost left with a skeleton. However, Long Chen's 300,000 little slaughter dragons were almost destroyed by his destructive power. Die! Long Chen used Eternal Instant to control Su Zhen for a while. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword slashed at Su Zhen's head, completely blasting it into pieces. Rumble! Su Zhen exploded and turned into endless powder. The remaining 10,000 little dragons rushed up and devoured the powder. They surrounded Long Chen and furiously roared, unwilling to accept this outcome. Their gazes turned towards the children from the various god cities, causing them to wet their pants in fear. Even Diyu's expression became fearful, and he took a few steps back, feeling incredibly shocked. He had looked down on Long Chen because of Li Xuanji. But now, he was on tenterhooks. He thought that when he was strong enough, he would definitely destroy Long Chen's little slaughter dragons. In fact, the weeping blood dragon's soul had been destroyed. The remaining 10,000 little slaughter dragons were equivalent to Long Chen's entire body's strength. He was once again exhausted to the extreme. The god-refining flame and the weeping blood dragon's soul gave him great fighting power, but every time they used it, he was exhausted. Long Chen used Origin of Dream to recover from his injuries, but his strength was almost exhausted. His fighting power was almost unstable. This was an extremely difficult battle. He had never thought he would succeed. This success was too much of a fluke. If not for the power of Origin of Dream, Long Chen would not have been able to exhaust himself so endlessly. Origin of Dream consumed the power of Nirvana, but it allowed everything to recover perfectly. It gave Long Chen the possibility to use the god-refining flame beyond his limits. When the young man used the god-slaying sword to support his body, the surroundings were silent. The remaining little slaughter dragons, without the support of any power, all returned to Long Chen's body, replenishing a small part of his strength. Chen. Long Chen. In the great void realm, the two women looked terrified. The earth-shattering battle had ended, and they were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Long Chen, Su Zhen is dead. Does that mean you don't have to go to the spirit race anymore? Li Xuanji asked in surprise. No, he's not dead. There was no joy in Long Chen's eyes. First of all, this was not Su Zhen's real body. The real Su Zhen was far more powerful than this. In addition, Long Chen had killed the city lord of the tragic death 9 times before finally killing him. As for Su Zhen's external mortal body, it had come from his ancestor, a person who had nearly become a demon. Could his mortal body be destroyed so easily? Chapter 1878. Only a blink of an eye had passed from the expansion of the flesh to its final form. The demonized Su Zhen stood quietly in front of Long Chen. The crowd was in an uproar. The young cultivators were inexperienced and did not know what had happened. They only knew that Su Zhen, whom Long Chen had painstakingly killed, had come back to life. Moreover, he had recovered to his perfect state. At this moment, Long Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The spirit race had not arrived yet. Long Chen confirmed that he no longer had the strength to fight Su Zhen. The truth was right in front of him. He could not kill Su Zhen. Before the spirit race arrived, he could not escape from Su Zhen's control. At this moment, he could only rely on fate. Su Zhen's expression was exceptionally calm. He walked in front of Long Chen. He was only a step away from Long Chen. Long Chen could clearly smell the scent of a demon on his body. The crowd held their breaths as they watched this soul-stirring scene. At this moment, Su Muchen did not say a word. He wielded the black halberd and slashed toward Su Zhen. Scram! Su Zhen casually swept his hand. The destructive energy collided with Su Muchen's halberd. Su Muchen suffered a heavy blow and was instantly defeated. Clearly, after experiencing a rebirth, Su Zhen had become even stronger. Long Chen believed that they would all arrive soon. His roar had attracted many people. Now, most of them were madly rushing over. Of course, they were all here for the Emperor reign. I didn't expect you to be at this level. Su Zhen's voice was strange. He stretched out his hand. It seemed gentle, but in the end, he placed it on Long Chen's shoulder. Long Chen endured the exhaustion in his body. In the end, he warily looked at the other party. Time passed quietly. Everyone's hearts were beating extremely fast. You're telling me that you did not actually obtain the martial demon seed? I'm also very curious. If the martial demon seed was in your body, you should be as thin as a match. How can you be so strong? In other words, you might be lying to me. I, Su Zhen, hate people lying to me the most. He moved his feet lightly and finally arrived behind Long Chen. He continued, however, I won't trust you so easily. I'll only be satisfied when I see with my own eyes that there's no martial demon seed in your body. Regardless of whether you've made me happy for nothing, I'll still send you to hell. The Astrals. Long Chen's vision was already a little blurry. The blood-sobbing dragon soul had consumed a large amount of energy, and he couldn't even stand steadily at this moment. In the great virtual realm, the two girls were scared out of their wits again. Long Chen felt that he was really a failure. He actually continuously made the people he liked worry about him. Long Chen had experienced the fear in his heart when Lingxi went out to battle, so he knew how they felt at this moment. Suddenly, Suzhen put his hand on the back of his head. The martial demon seed should be planted in your primordial spirit. I'm curious to see if it's really there. I also want to see what your seal of time is like. He leaned close to Long Chen's ear and said these hair-raising words. Long Chen's primordial spirit was an illusory void dragon. He had 3 Daoist seals, the Slaughter Daoist seal, the Time Daoist seal, and the most terrifying Dragon Jade Daoist seal in the middle. No matter when, the Dragon Jade was the most inviolable. If its power exploded, almost no one in the world could stop it. Perhaps it was a treasure that even Long Qinglan did not know. And Suzhen, he dared to look at his primordial spirit and the seal of time. He remembered that Su Xilan and the others had been punished by the Dragon Jade seal when they entered his god nation. What would happen to this person who dared to touch the seal of time? Long Chen naturally didn't want others to open his head. However, under Suzhen's control, he could only be angry. He could only remember today's hatred, but he could not resist. At this moment, Long Chen was even crazier than Suzhen. He sneered and said, "Look, you will regret it. Some things can't be seen just because you want to." Oh. Suzhen nodded blankly. His hands suddenly tightened. Long Chen felt a terrifying pain in his head. His opponent's fingers must have pierced into his skull. Your death is here. Long Chen tightly clenched his teeth. He did not let out a single scream. Instead, he spoke those words with a mocking smile on his face. This level of willpower caused the surrounding young people to be dumbfounded. They asked themselves if they could do this. Heavens, that man's fingers had already reached into Long Chen's head. Where is your primordial spirit? The sea of consciousness was an illusory place. It might have a physical body, or it might be an extremely tiny particle. It might be difficult to find, but it was definitely in the head. Ugh, the pain made Long Chen suck in a breath of cold air. Where's my martial demon seed? Where's my martial demon seed? Suzhen began to go crazy. Countless black threads extended from his fingers, like strands of hair, and went deep into Long Chen's brain to search for the existence of Long Chen's sea of consciousness. He should be well versed in this, so he easily found it. And in this process, Long Chen was experiencing inhuman torture. In his mind, there was only one belief. That was, as long as he didn't die, there would be a chance. Found it. Suzhen chuckled. With a rumble, the black threads rushed into Long Chen's mind, transformed into a black snake, and moved towards the center. What a huge sea of consciousness. Primordial spirit, where is it, where is it? Suzhen murmured to himself. The snake swam in the sea of consciousness, turning. Suddenly, the black snake hit a wall. Suzhen was confused for a moment. He retreated and raised his head, only to see a scene that caused his whole body to tremble. It was a gigantic divine dragon. In Long Chen's sea of consciousness, it had no physical form, like a dense fog. Only its pair of illusory eyes stared at the black snake, causing Suzhen to feel an instinctive fear. This is a dragon, such a huge primordial spirit, such a terrifying dragon. This was beyond Suzhen's imagination. He was looking for the martial demon seed, the seal of time, but what appeared in front of him was an illusory divine dragon. He finally saw 3 Dao marks on the forehead of the huge divine dragon. The one in the middle was completely black and had no special characteristics. There was a dragon mark on it. The one on the right was a blood-red Dao mark. It was filled with a bloody mist and had a shocking killing intent. The one on the left was transparent and illusory. It should be the time Dao mark he was looking for. Are they all here? Suddenly, a panicked voice reverberated in the ears of the black snake. This voice made Suzhen feel as if there was a god in the heavens. He felt incomparably small, and at this moment, he looked up in shock. On the transparent and illusory time Dao seal, a handsome figure suddenly appeared. That face caused Su Zhen's entire body to tremble in fear. The black snake let out a mournful wail and hurriedly fled. Long Chen felt his mind go blank. He suddenly could not see what was happening inside. One should know that the Void Universe Dragon was his primordial spirit, and he was about to swallow the black snake. Just as he regained his senses, the black snake raised its head in fear. Long Chen did not hesitate. He rushed up and bit the black snake into pieces. Arg! Su Zhen pulled out his fingers in pain and fell to the ground. His body twitched, and he foamed at the mouth. He wailed again and again. Long Chen did not expect this to happen to him. He was clearly frightened, not injured by himself. He was about to use Origin of Dream to heal the wound on his head when something appeared on his head. Long Chen quickly turned his head. It was an illusory figure. At that moment, Long Chen forgot all the pain. Time seemed to stop, and his life seemed to stop. The whole world disappeared before his eyes, leaving only this illusory figure in front of him. He appeared clearly in front of Long Chen, with his back facing Long Chen. But that familiar figure allowed Long Chen to recognize who it was at first glance. It was a man of unparalleled beauty. He looked vaguely similar to Long Chen. An illusory figure suddenly appeared on Long Chen's body. This scene stunned everyone present. They stared blankly at the illusory figure, including Su Xilan. In front of the illusory figure was Su Zhen, who was twitching on the ground. You, he stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at the illusory figure in front of Long Chen. He spoke incoherently, and his blood-red eyes flashed with the deepest pain and fear. Perhaps the real Su Zhen, who was countless miles away, was also lying on the ground, trembling. Everyone's eyes were focused on this illusory figure. For a moment, there was complete silence. His appearance, his voice, everything was so similar to everything in the legends. At that moment, his eyes were on Su Zhen. That familiar voice once again sounded in front of Long Chen. I didn't want to show myself, but you've gone too far. How can you be his adoptive father? As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Zhen vanished. This time, not even a speck of dust could be seen. What the crowd didn't know was that even Su Zhen from the ancient battle god city met the same fate. No matter how strong he was nothing but an ant in front of this man. After all, this man was the most glorious legend in the eternal god domain for millions of years. He had appeared out of the Tao seal of time without any warning. Even though it was only an illusory figure, it was enough to make Long Chen's eyes brim with tears. He almost couldn't control himself. His entire body trembled as he knelt behind the man's back. His eyes were already filled with hot tears. For the sake of the man's last wish, he had walked thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of rivers just to wash away the injustice he had suffered. He had never thought that this man could actually exist in this form in his body. The Long Qinglan of the Martial Devil Cave was fake, but the one in front of him was definitely real. At that moment, Long Qinglan turned around. Chapter 1879. After Su Zhen dissipated this time, he did not come back to life and disappeared completely. The person who had imprisoned him had finally died. However, Long Chen did not feel any joy in his heart. That was because, at this moment, his heart was completely filled by the man in front of him. Everyone had a deep love and reverence for their father. Long Chen was no exception. When his identity was exposed by Su Xilan, the young people present could not come to their senses for a while. They looked at Su Xilan blankly. At this time, Su Xilan was trembling all over. Her eyes were wide open, and her mouth was slightly open. She was extremely shocked. She wiped her eyes several times and finally confirmed that the shadow in front of her was the eternal Dragon Emperor, Long Qinglan. How could it be him? He came out of Long Chen's head. Everyone had a dream of being a hero, including Su Xilan. When she was young, the eternal Dragon Emperor was like the sun at high noon and was followed and loved by countless people. At that time, his image was deeply planted in Su Xilan's heart. Even if his image was overturned by the later generations and he was despised by the people, Su Xilan still did not betray her belief. She felt that this man was not the kind of person who would lose his mind. For example, when he wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods, no one in the human clan could stop him at that time, and he could easily succeed. However, at that time, many old people in the 5 great dragon cities and the 72 gods' descendants' ancient city threatened to kill themselves, so he finally gave up the idea. This showed that he still respected the old people. Otherwise, the battlefield of the gods would not have existed until now. This legendary mythical figure had actually appeared in front of him just like that. This was the most shocking thing that Su Xilan had ever encountered in her life. And the new experts gradually deduced the identity of this man from Su Xilan's behavior. After they were born, the eternal Dragon Emperor was already the object of disdain, and they also disdained him. In their eyes, the eternal Dragon Emperor was a heinous person. This heinous person was actually still alive. Didn't they say that he had died long ago? Although they did not know how he died, the elders said that he was completely dead. But none of this was important to Long Chen. He stood up, his heart filled with excitement. The man in front of him was looking at him with a smile, his eyes filled with peace and serenity. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked Long Chen's head, then put it back and said, "I didn't want to appear, but this guy is too annoying. I know you must have a lot of questions in your heart." He paused. Seeing the sincerity in Long Chen's eyes, he sighed and said, "This is only the remembrance I left on the seal of time. I've told you before, I don't know if I'm dead or not. Most of the time, I wander in a dark place. The seal of time is also a passage for me to appear. However, I still don't belong to this world, so I still have to leave." Long Chen didn't really understand what Long Qinglan was saying, but he knew that he was in a strange state where he couldn't tell if he was alive or dead. Sometimes he felt like he was dead, but sometimes he was conscious. Perhaps I'm in a deep sleep somewhere. It's all possible. Right now, I'm just a wandering ghost. A relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said this. At this moment, his kind and forgiving eyes were fixed on Long Chen. "Can I save you?" Long Chen found that his throat was dry. He used all his strength to say these words. "When you reach my original realm, perhaps you can try to find out what's going on with me, if there's a chance," Long Qinglan said. Oh. For Long Chen, this was enough. He remembered today's words deeply. It was very likely that Long Qinglan was not dead, and there was a chance that he could save him. This news had already left a mark on his heart. He swore that he would not rest until he completed it. Long Qinglan looked around. The children were all looking at him in fear. He smiled helplessly and said, "Today, he barged into your consciousness, and I appeared in a blur. In reality, I'm not sure either. The Void Aeon Dragon and the Dragon Jade are too mysterious, and they involve ancient secrets. I can still maintain my consciousness, but I have to return to the Seal of Time and continue my journey in the darkness. But it seems that my appearance will bring you trouble." Long Chen also looked around. Everyone was looking at him in shock and fear. Long Qinglan's unexpected appearance might mean that his identity as the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor would be exposed from today onwards. But Long Qinglan had only appeared out of nowhere, and he couldn't protect him forever. In that case, he would have to face everything else alone. Of course, he wasn't afraid. Long Qinglan had already given him almost everything. There were many things that he could do by himself. He could imagine what kind of turmoil his identity would cause in the dragon god domain if it was exposed. But he wasn't afraid, because he had faith. Perhaps this storm would be even more intense than he had imagined. I killed that bastard for you, but it's not good for you to stay in the human race any longer. Go to the spirit tribe. Once you're strong enough, you can come back here and show these people how mighty my son is. As long as you know what betrayal is, that's enough. Long Qinglan smiled faintly. He was even more confident that Long Chen would be able to accomplish all of this. Son. Of course, they wouldn't let outsiders hear their conversation. But they looked so similar, and they were so familiar with each other. It wasn't hard to guess their identities. Even if Long Chen could deny it, others would think that they were closely related, and Long Chen wouldn't deny it at all. Then, should go back. If we are fated, perhaps we can meet again, Long Qinglan said. He seemed to be in a good mood today. Perhaps it was because he had seen Long Chen's improvement. Given time, his future would be limitless. As the crowd watched in shock, the image of the eternal Dragon Emperor vanished before Long Chen's eyes. It completely disappeared, and his surroundings became empty. Everything had disappeared. For a time, Long Chen stood alone in the distance. His constitution was shocking. After a short period of recovery, he had almost regained his battle strength. Father. Long Chen clenched his fists. Long Qinglan's appearance today had given him great hope. Although his words sounded very vague, and there were even some discrepancies with what he had said before, making it difficult to tell the truth from the lies, at least Long Chen knew that perhaps he was still alive, and that he would be able to see him again. That was enough. In his heart, a peerless fighting spirit suddenly rose. In his chest, his blood was boiling, and his entire body was burning. He raised his head. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about Su Zhen anymore. But Long Qinglan's appearance meant even more trouble. His identity was presented in front of everyone, and because of his identity, he would encounter even more trouble. If he was still in the human race, Long Qinglan would be despised, and Long Chen would definitely not be able to survive. Therefore, he still had to go to the spirit race. But the purpose of going to the spirit race was so that he could return in the future, not so that Long Chen could escape. The surrounding gazes were initially filled with shock, then confusion, and finally disdain and disgust. Before the spirit race and human race experts arrived, the others finally reacted. Among them, Diu asked, Long Chen, is that Long Qinglan? What relationship do you have with him? Are you his son, grandson, or puppet? He was used to living like a prince, and was used to asking questions. Therefore, he was not polite at all. Ever since he was young, people had always compared him to the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Just now, he had seen the Eternal Dragon Emperor, so he was a little displeased. Long Chen only glanced at him coldly. He closed his eyes and did not reply, waiting for the spirit race to arrive. Everything in his sea of knowledge returned to normal. As Long Qinglan had said, he didn't need to do anything or explain anything. As long as he became stronger, as long as he proved himself, the rumors would fall apart. Long Chen. Su Xilan stood in front of Long Chen. She was still looking left and right, hoping to find a trace of that person. However, she was quickly disappointed. She reached out and placed her hands on Long Chen's shoulders. Where did the Eternal Dragon Emperor go? She asked solemnly. I'm leaving. Long Chen saw that her attitude was good, so he replied. Su Xilan's eyes lit up with excitement. Tell me, are you his son? She asked. This question had everyone craning their necks, eagerly awaiting Long Chen's answer. If Long Chen's answer was yes, then this would definitely be huge news. After thousands of years, the Eternal Dragon Emperor's son had actually appeared. That peerless talent, who had created countless legends, who had been worshipped by countless people, but who had fallen at the peak of his power and was despised by everyone, had actually left behind a son. His son had come to the eternal God domain from the lower worlds. The significance of this was too great. Everyone held their breath, just to see Long Chen nod. Long Chen knew that if he nodded, it would cause a storm that would bring him great trouble. Even if he went to the spirit race, he would be humiliated and interrogated when he returned to the dragon god domain. He might even be seen as a traitor like his father. Long Qinglan would be seen as a traitor who had betrayed his ancestors and brought disaster to the human race. Long Chen would naturally be seen as a traitor who had sided with the spirit race, just like the eternal dragon emperor. If he nodded, it would mean that his life would never be peaceful again. However, everyone had their own pride, something that they couldn't deny even if they had to give up their lives. This identity was Long Chen's supreme pride. He was such a person. Even if there was an iron wall in front of him, even if his head was bleeding, he wouldn't give up the pride and glory in his heart. Therefore, he nodded heavily and said, "Yes." Chapter 1880. Sure enough, this word set off a great uproar. Not only Su Xilan, but also the warriors of the new generation. Their expressions were extremely interesting and they were even more shocked. They looked at Long Chen with eyes full of disbelief. No matter who it was, this news was really too shocking. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Su Xilan took 2 steps back and stared at Long Chen with wide eyes. She trembled all over and stammered, You are really his son? Oh my God, even his son has appeared." Everyone in the dragon god domain was no stranger to the eternal dragon emperor. He was a legend that could topple the world. He had perished forever and left no trace of his existence in this world. And today, his son had appeared before everyone in such a manner. Even people like Su Xilan couldn't accept this fact for a moment. The new generation of deity descendants didn't know much about the eternal dragon emperor, so they didn't feel as strongly as Su Xilan. They had been exaggerated by their elders since they were young, so they hated and despised the eternal dragon emperor. They didn't particularly like Long Chen in the first place. For a moment, besides shock, there was also a trace of contempt in their eyes. So he is Long Qinglan's son. No wonder he is so unruly and ruthless. He is not even 100 years old. That is to say, Long Qinglan is still alive. This is big news. The crowd was in an uproar. They looked at Long Chen as if they had already isolated him from the world. They also believed that this young man would face the blame and imprisonment of his elders. He might even be deprived of freedom for the rest of his life. He might even be killed to vent his anger. After all, many people had been killed by the eternal dragon emperor. They couldn't help but hate this villain's son. At that time, the whole world would do the same. He was destined to be humiliated and bullied because he had a father who was despised by the world. Under the gazes of these people, Long Chen was strangely calm. In fact, he was even sneering in his heart. He had long since anticipated the faces of these people. Today, it was even more deeply rooted in his heart. To him, the dragon god domain was not a place where he belonged, but a battlefield. I fiercely swore in my heart that one day, he would return and wash away everything. Long Chen, Su Xilan finally calmed down. Perhaps she had seen this child's future. At first, she had no feelings for Long Chen, but now, she had forgotten about Su Zhen's death. In fact, she did not know that Su Zhen, who was far away in martial god ancient city, had really died. She only felt sorry for this child. You're his son? Su Xilan was a little dazed. Don't touch me. Long Chen took a step back and let go of her hand. What he needed was not sympathy. He never needed such things. What he wanted was pride. Because of the previous battle with Su Zhen, the experts of the Spirit Clan and the Human Clan were rushing over. Just when everyone was extremely shocked by Long Chen's identity, there was finally a huge change in the surroundings of the central plaza. At this moment, behind Long Chen, which was also behind everyone else, the nine-colored mist fluctuated wildly. With a loud rumble, countless nine-colored mist exploded and rushed toward the sky above everyone. In an instant, the nine-colored mist dissipated, and a terrifying Tao treasure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In that instant, the god-slaying sword let out a mournful cry and hit on Long Chen's body. In the Great Void Realm and the God Nation, the other Tao treasures that Long Chen had hidden also began to tremble and prostrate themselves in worship of this Tao treasure. It had to be said that this was the most terrifying Tao treasure that Long Chen had seen so far. It was not big, only about the size of a palm. It was a bell that was formed by flowing water. There were no markings on it, and there was nothing special about it. But this Tao treasure, when it released its power, no one present was able to move. At that moment, the bell formed by the water suddenly enlarged and covered everything in an instant. Everyone was sucked under the divine bell and was completely protected. This Tao item also seemed to occupy half of the central square. Only when everyone was trapped in this Tao item could they clearly see this shocking Tao item. Long Chen hurriedly stabilized his body. At this moment, his surroundings had already been covered by transparent flowing water. The flowing water looked simple, but in reality, Long Chen discovered that there were billions of water droplets, and each droplet seemed to be a world. This God Bell had billions of worlds, and each world was like the God Nation, possessing vast power. When combined, it formed a super Tao treasure. Such a Tao treasure clearly came directly from the primordial era, and it had a great reputation throughout the Dragon God domain. As expected, someone shouted, "This is our Tai Divine City's Tai Royal Bell, a Tao treasure that our city lord wields. Legend has it that it has more than 500 markings, and it has gathered the power of 100 million God nations. It has suppressed countless primeval troll, and its power can shake the heavens." Tai Royal Bell? Isn't this a Tao treasure personally passed down by the Tai ancient god, and only the Tai city lord can use it? Is the Tai city lord here to protect us? The appearance of the Tai Emperor Bell caused everyone to momentarily forget about Long Chen's identity. Everyone was immersed in joy and longing. Diyu was protected in the center of the Tai Emperor Bell, and it was clear that he was receiving special treatment. The Tai Royal Bell protected the young descendants of the various divine cities, and Su Xilan was not taken in. She hurriedly steered the ancient god of martial ship into the nine-colored mist and looked around. Tai Royal Bell, we are absolutely safe. With the Tai Royal Bell, we have nothing to fear. In this world, not many people can break a Tao treasure with more than 500 markings. Everyone rejoiced. More than 500 markings. Long Chen was stunned. Even the god-slaying sword would not dare to devour such a Tao treasure. After all, the primordial Tao treasure had a Tao spirit, and the power of that Tao spirit was enough to destroy the god-slaying sword. Countless droplets of water swirled around them, each of them immeasurably heavy, enough to crush a mountain. This was a truly earth-shattering Tao treasure. It had existed for millions of years, and probably had hundreds of owners. I am trapped by the Tai Royal Bell. How can the spirit tribe take me away? Why hasn't the spirit tribe arrived yet? Long Chen's heart pounded. At that moment, the Tai Royal Bell protected everyone and charged towards the nine-colored mist. Clearly, the Tai City Lord had not arrived yet, but the Tai Royal Bell had arrived first. We are safe. Everyone was extremely excited. In the next moment, 5 colorful ribbons suddenly burst out from the nine-colored mist in front of them. The beautiful cloth instantly wrapped around the Tai One Emperor Bell. In a short period of time, it actually wrapped very tightly, almost completely covering the transparent Tai One Emperor Bell. There was a violent friction between the 5 ribbons and the water, and for a moment, there was a terrifying sound of friction. What shocked the crowd was that the ribbons shone brilliantly, and for a moment, they blocked the Tai royal bell. The Tai royal bell, which was about to return to the Tai city lord's control, was bound by the ribbons and couldn't move an inch. Could it be that these ribbons are Dao treasures of the same level as the Tai royal bell? Everyone guessed in shock. If not for the sudden appearance of the ribbons, they would have returned to the Tai city lord's control. At that moment, a huge divine boat, shining with blue light, came crashing in. Several warriors disembarked from the divine boat. Each of them had long hair and beards, and they were not young. They were strong and powerful, and they were obviously important figures. At the same time, a colorful divine boat appeared in front of them. A few beautiful women disembarked from the divine boat. Some were dignified, some were lively, some were noble, and some were sexy. There were all kinds of them, and their figures were slender and mesmerizing. One of them was a lady who was completely snow white. She was holding 5 colored ribbons in her hands. This dignified and noble lady instantly attracted everyone's attention. This was because she had actually used her own strength to entangle the Tai Emperor bell. Just like that, the experts of both sides met. Among the group of human experts, there was an old man operating the Tai divine city. This old man wore a long golden robe and looked very domineering. Although his hair was white, his eyes were sharp and full of power. His eyes shone with divine light. He was obviously someone who was close to becoming a god. This was the city lord of the Tai divine city, the Tai city lord. The Tai divine city was the closest to the battlefield of the gods, so the Tai city lord was the first to arrive. Before he got close, he used the Tai royal bell to protect everyone. Otherwise, if the spirit race got there first, Du would have died long ago. The spirit race's goddess heart and this lady holy spirit live up to their reputation. The Tai city lord's dry voice sounded, but there was a vast power in it. Every word shook the surrounding 9-colored mist. On the spirit race's side, the Holy Spirit held back the ribbons. If the Tai royal bell was taken back, the mission would basically be a failure. Therefore, the Holy Spirit did not slack off at all. She said calmly, "The Tai city lord is not bad, but he doesn't have long to live. I think you must be very afraid of the 8 trigrams tribulation, haha." They were all 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm warriors. If I can protect Du today, I have no regrets even if I die. My clan's Du will definitely become a god in the end, and he will definitely be able to slaughter the spirit tribe. The spirit tribe will pay a heavy price for today's reckless actions. The Holy Spirit said, "Wait until you take back the Tai royal bell." As she spoke, she exerted force in her hand, and the ribbons actually pulled the Tai royal bell towards her. It was hard to imagine that such power could erupt from her seemingly weak body. In that instant, the Tai city lord's face tightened and turned red. Tai Wuji, royal bell subdues demons. The Tai city lord's hands changed seals. In that instant, the Tai royal bell exploded with astonishing power. It spun, and the ribbons made a tearing sound, almost torn apart. Chapter 1881. He ran all the way. Mo Xiaolang's speed was still increasing. Previously, the celestial fox demonic fire in his body had not been completely digested. As time passed, the celestial fox demonic fire was completely absorbed. Both his physical body and primordial spirit were growing at an unprecedented rate. The power in his body was so strong that even he felt terrified. He no longer had time to care about these things. At this moment, his eyes were scarlet red, almost turning into liquid. The blood flowing in his eyes was like a sea of blood, flashing with a strange light. In his body, the nirvana force had been completely transformed into an extreme destructive force. This kind of force could easily overflow and destroy the surrounding forest, leaving not a single blade of grass alive. Yen, you have to hold on. Wait for me. Mo Xiaolang rushed madly while letting out a low roar at the star talisman. On Soyan's side, the temperature of the medicinal cauldron had risen. The medicinal herbs were entering her body. The so-called medicinal herbs were actually poisonous insects, poisonous beasts, and ancient species. All of them were extremely poisonous. Mo Xiaolang had no idea where Yushang found these things. What was she going to do with a half-demon? This was not important. What was important was that what Mo Xiaolang wanted to do the most now was to eat this woman, to bite her into pieces. His instinctive desire towards his enemies had changed. In the past, he wanted to kill his enemies, but now, he wanted to eat them. Only then could he truly vent his anger. Brother Xiaolang, I can't do it anymore. Don't look for me, you're not his match. Opposite the star talisman, Soyan's face had already turned black. The poisonous gas had already entered her body. This scene reminded Mo Xiaolang of the time when she was transformed into a half-demon. Mo Xiaolang's heart was filled with endless pain at that time. Now, the same scene had appeared once again. Mo Xiaolang found himself even crazier. His other eye was gradually turning into a blood-red liquid. Although he was in human form, he was breathing heavily. The gas he exhaled was actually black, permeating the forest. When it came into contact with the trees, they would be completely corroded. So hot. The angrier Mo Xiaolang got, the more hatred he felt, the faster the changes in his body became. He couldn't tell what had changed, but the whole world seemed to have turned blood red. He couldn't trust anyone except Soyan. She was so weak, so pitiful. Every time he saw her weak appearance, Mo Xiaolang felt like his chest was about to explode. Ah! He roared as he sprinted. He no longer knew how to dodge. Whenever he encountered a tree or a mountain, he would just crash into it. These things couldn't stop him at all. The black flames on his body burned them to pieces. The tracks he left behind were so obvious that even if the nine-tailed celestial fox didn't know that he was heading to the Thousand Nether Valley, they would still be able to catch up to him. 2 hours passed. After spending this time, a secluded mountain range finally appeared in front of him. There were a total of 1,000 mountain peaks and a large number of deep blue trees. This was the Thousand Nether Valley, the territory of the snake race. Mo Xiaolang could tell that this was the Thousand Nether Valley because his nose had already smelled Yushang's foul odor. This snake demoness. The Thousand Nether Valley was the territory of the snake race. Of course, the Dream Fox Immortal Estate was the strongest fox race. The other demon races were not too strong here. The Thousand Nether Valley was the territory of a Green River demon snake called the Green River Demon Snake. The Green River Demon Snake had a huge body. When it transformed into a snake, it was once considered a vast river. Its body was tough, and its combat strength was not bad. An adult Green River Demon Snake could pass the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. Those who were extremely talented could reach the Tri-Power Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. Yushang was the only Tri-Power Reincarnation Tribulation Realm Green River Demon Snake in the Thousand Nether Valley. There were a total of about 1,000 Green River Demon Snakes in the Thousand Nether Valley, and each one occupied a mountain peak. After arriving at this place, the only thought left in Mo Xiaolang's mind was to rescue Soyan. Among the 1,000 mountains, he could clearly sense where Soyan was. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang transformed into a huge demon wolf and rushed into the Thousand Nether Valley. For a moment, countless Green River demon snakes were scared stiff. This was because Mo Xiaolang's body was too huge. A Green River demon snake that was 1,000 meters long stopped in front of Mo Xiaolang and shouted, "Who are you?" How dare you barge into my thousand nether valley? Why aren't you? When he said the word no, the sun-devouring demon wolf's blood-red eyes rushed in front of him. It opened its mouth and bit down. The Green River demon snake's head was directly smashed, and it died on the spot. The snake's body that was still outside twitched non-stop. Countless Green River demon snakes rushed out of the Thousand Nether Valley and saw this shocking scene. The guard was directly eaten, Kacha. The snake's body and tail fell to the ground, and the snake's head was burned by flames. Those sharp wolf teeth were filled with blood, and it was very intimidating. For a moment, hundreds of Green River demon snakes didn't dare to move forward, and they all looked at the wolf in shock. Boom! Without a word, Mo Xiaolang rushed to the foot of a mountain. He let out an earth-shattering roar and raised his huge claw. The entire mountain was blasted away, revealing the belly of the mountain. In the belly of the mountain, a medicine cauldron with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared in front of the sun-devouring monstrous wolf. Beside the medicine cauldron was a woman with a voluptuous figure in revealing clothes. She stared at the bloodthirsty monstrous wolf in a daze. She knew who this was, but the current Mo Xiaolang was too different from that immature youth. The current Mo Xiaolang was simply a demon. Chief Yushang, this wolf entered the Thousand Nether Valley and killed you say. There were already many Green River demon snakes surrounding them. They looked at the sun-devouring demon wolf fiercely, waiting for their powerful chief to deal with the wolf. But in Mo Xiaolang's eyes, nothing was important. He turned into human form and landed on the medicine cauldron. Finally, he stepped on the medicine cauldron and opened it without a care. At that moment, the girl with a black face was soaked in the medicinal liquid, and there were poisonous insects and beasts around her. It was extremely disgusting. Yen Mo Xiaolang jumped in, and he didn't care about anything else. He hugged Soi Yan by the waist. Fortunately, he came in time, or Soi Yan would have died. He blamed himself for not protecting her. Now that he saw Soyan's miserable state, his heart twitched, and 2 streams of tears flowed uncontrollably. It wasn't that men didn't have tears, it was just that it wasn't the time to be sad. Big brother Xiaolang, Soi Yan woke up amidst the jolting. She felt warmth and opened her eyes. The light made her very blurry, and she finally saw Mo Xiaolang's teary eyes. This made her very anxious, and she quickly wiped them away for Mo Xiaolang. She said with grievance, "Big brother Xiaolang, don't cry." The Green River demon snakes roughly knew what had happened. It was clearly Yushang's fault. She had stolen the person beside the wolf. But to the Green River demon snakes, their view of good and evil had always been based on themselves. No matter what reason the other party had, he had charged into the Thousand Nether Valley and killed people. This was a provocation to the Green River demon snakes. Clan leader, just kill him. He's simply too audacious. That's right. Do you think you can kill the snake race of the Thousand Nether Valley? Kill him and hang his corpse at the door. Nearly 1,000 Green River demon snakes gathered together. They all had the same opinion. Yushang finally reacted. At first, she didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to chase them all the way to this place. She had heard that Ruoshi wouldn't let Mo Xiaolang leave the Heavenly Fox region. Mo Xiaolang seemed to have become a bit scary, so she had to reconsider. At this time, Mo Xiaolang used all the immortal essences Long Chen had left for him to calm Soi Yan down. Yushang probably hadn't even started refining the medicine. Otherwise, Soi Yan would have been burned to death a long time ago. Thus, her injuries weren't that serious right now. After a short while, Soi Yan finally calmed down a bit. "Big brother Xiaolang, how are we going to escape?" Soi Yan asked worriedly. Mo Xiaolang raised his head. Countless Green River demon snakes were glaring at him maliciously. Escape? Why would I want to escape? I want to kill them all. Leave none alive. Mo Xiaolang said coldly with a grim smile. Is that okay? Sui Yan asked dumbly. Of course she hated Yushang. As for the others, they might be detestable, but Sui Yan had a kind nature. Don't worry, I will soon be able to control everyone's life and death. When that time comes, no one in this world will be able to bully you. They will all die because they pushed me into the abyss. Mo Xiaolang hugged the girl in his arms tightly. His embrace didn't change at all. No matter what happens to you, I will follow you. I like you very much. Even if I reincarnate endlessly, it won't change. Sui Yan bit her lip and said resolutely. That's all I need to hear. Mo Xiaolang took a deep breath. At this time, Yushang was already standing in front of them. Yo, it's only been a few days, but you seem to have gotten a lot stronger. Yushang teased. Mo Xiaolang didn't reply. In his heart, Yushang was already a dead person. But, you killed my people. I can't just let you go like this. You two love each other, right? Then stay in my medicine cauldron and be a bitter couple. What do you think? This wasn't the Heaven Fox region, so she didn't have to worry about being discovered by nine-tailed celestial fox here. Who would let go of a piece of meat that was already in their mouths? Hearing this, the Green River demon snakes were extremely excited. They twisted their huge bodies, causing the ground to shake. Yen, don't move. Chapter 1882. Even nine-tailed celestial fox couldn't handle the boundless destructive power, let alone the Green River serpents. Yushang was naturally the first to bear the brunt of it. At that moment, her face paled in disbelief. It was impossible for anyone to make such a huge progress in such a short time. The last time they met, Mo Xiaolang was not even in the reincarnation tribulation realm. Naturally, he was no match for Yushang. But now, why did she feel a little scared after seeing the sun-devouring demonic wolf? In fact, she was even trembling in the depths of her heart. Go! Yushang didn't dare to attack personally, so she let her clansmen attack first. Mo Xiaolang hated the Green River serpents to the core. After protecting Sui Yan, he finally released his pent-up anger. And at this time, dozens of Green River demonic snakes rolled their huge bodies towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The Green River demonic snakes had huge bodies, and when they moved, it was as if rivers were rolling. Their appearances were ferocious, and for a moment, the entire Thousand Nether Valley shook, and many mountain peaks cracked. The sun-devouring monstrous wolf's eyes turned scarlet. Without saying a word, his body ignited with the Nine Nether Demon Ancestral Flame. The Nine Nether Demon Ancestral Flame grew along with his strength, so at this moment, the Nine Nether Demon Ancestral Flame was already a worldly wonder. Whoosh! The sun-devouring demon wolf turned into a huge black shadow as it passed by countless Green River demon snakes. Wherever the Nine Nether Demonic Ancestral Flame was, most of the Green River demon snakes turned into ice sculptures. With a casual movement, the ice sculptures would shatter and large chunks of flesh would crumble. Countless screams resounded throughout the Thousand Nether Valley. No matter who it was, none of the Green River demon snakes were a match for the sun-devouring demon wolf. Yushang was dumbfounded by the scene. Even Sui Yan couldn't believe that Mo Xiaolang had become so powerful. Yushang's expression flickered. There's something strange about this wolf race. I can't fight him head-on. At this thought, Yushang abandoned the Thousand Nether Valley and turned to flee. Mo Xiaolang had expected this. On the way here, he had already sworn that he would return the harm to Su Yan 1,000 times over. His purpose of coming here was to let this fellow taste the pain, so how could he let her escape so easily? Hiss. At this moment, the Nine Underworld demonic ancestral flame on his body rapidly expanded. Heaven and earth smelt. This was the transformation of the celestial cauldron formation. As it unfurled, flames swept out, enveloping the entire Thousand Serenities Valley. Whether it was trees or boulders, they were all turned to ash in an instant. The Green River demonic snakes, no matter how big or small they were, screamed and fled. But no matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape the sun-devouring wolf's grasp, not even Yushang. In the midst of the rolling 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame, she could only guarantee that she wouldn't be killed for the time being. Rumble. One after another, the Green River demonic snakes were reduced to ashes amidst their miserable screams. They were burned alive, and the entire Thousand Nether Valley was destroyed. Not even a blade of grass remained. After the heaven and earth furnace disappeared, the Thousand Nether Valley had become a charred land. Those thousands of Green River demon snakes, not even the simplest bones were left. They were completely destroyed. The 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame around Yushang had disappeared. Her face was full of terror, and she almost knelt in front of Mo Xiaolang. Her body trembled as she looked at her surroundings and the charred land. She couldn't believe that this was done by the child in front of her. His blood-red eyes didn't belong to a child at all, but to a peerless demon. In her terror, she couldn't even maintain her demonic form. At this moment, she was sweating profusely as she looked at Mo Xiaolang in terror. You might have misunderstood me. I want to help her turn back into a human so that she won't be discriminated against. You can't kill me, I'm helping you. Mo Xiaolang returned to his human form and hugged Soyian. His eyes had already turned into bloody liquid. His voice was incomparably cold as he said, but just now, someone said that they wanted us to be a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yushang knelt on the ground, tears of terror rolling down her face. I was just joking with you. How could you take it seriously? Believe me, I can turn her back into a human and end her suffering. Bullshit. Mo Xiaolang said these 3 words unhurriedly. He held his breath and said, let me tell you, I like her the way she is now. No matter what she is, it doesn't matter. From now on, if anyone dares to discriminate against her or look down on her, I will kill him. She will never change herself for the sake of others, because she will always be the most beautiful. Yushang was confused. She felt that Mo Xiaolang was crazy, but the little girl beside him made him feel at peace. Usually, crazy people were emotionless, so why was he so affectionate? It seems like this trump card isn't going to work. She originally thought that Mo Xiaolang would let her go because she could turn Soyian into a human. Seeing that Mo Xiaolang was about to make a move, she suddenly tore off her clothes and unscrupulously revealed her proud body in front of Mo Xiaolang. Her snow-white skin was delicate and delicate. Her huge chest was like 2 snow-white fruits. Her slender waist was like a water snake, full of power. Her perky buttocks were mysterious and filled with endless temptation, making people's blood boil. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were filled with excitement. Mo Xiaolang was stunned. She swayed her voluptuous body in front of Mo Xiaolang and said seductively, as long as you don't mind, I'm willing to be your servant and serve you for the rest of my life. I can do anything for you. You have to think this through. The young girls around you are far from my taste, indeed, Soyian was too small compared to her impressive body. She thought that all men in the world were the same. In the face of such primitive temptation, no one would reject a female servant at the 3 talents reincarnation realm who could do whatever they wanted. Then, she saw that Mo Xiaolang's eyes didn't change at all. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of 9th hell demon ancestral fire. The terrifying ice-cold flames instantly rushed out and covered a distance of thousands of meters, turning everything in front of him into a sea of fire. Yushang was completely caught off guard and was completely surrounded by the flames. Surrounded by the flames, her naked body kept twisting and screaming in pain. She wanted to break free from the encirclement of the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral fire. Unfortunately, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were indifferent. Under his control, the endless 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral fire formed a huge fireball with a diameter of over 100 meters, completely surrounding Yushang. The Green River Demon Snake's body was indeed strong, but Mo Xiaolang's 9th Hell Demon ancestral fire was too large. No matter how much she struggled, she would be burned to death sooner or later. He floated in the air with Sui Yan in his arms, coldly watching the feast of fire. Yushang's heart-wrenching screams could be vaguely heard from within the sea of fire. She was extremely regretful, but there weren't many opportunities in life. She had to pay a heavy price for doing something reckless. This was much more painful than killing her directly. Yushang rolled on the ground for a full 15 minutes under the burning of the 9th Hell Demon ancestral fire before she finally died. When the 9th Hell Demon ancestral fire dissipated, a beautiful black ice sculpture stood on a mountain peak. It was a naked woman with a perfect figure. Just an ice sculpture was enough to make people drool. Unfortunately, the expression of this ice sculpture was too twisted and painful, which ruined this precious work of art. Behind them was the smell of 9-tailed celestial fox. They had already caught up. However, Mo Xiaolang had already completed everything. He silently watched everything that was happening in the Thousand Nether Valley from the sky. He only woke up after all the people who had caused him so much pain had died. The blood in his eyes slowly disappeared, and his eyes returned to their original clarity. However, the destructive power in his body could no longer be restored. Thinking back on everything that had happened, it was really confusing. From discovering that Sui Yan had disappeared to killing Yushang and saving Sui Yan, Mo Xiaolang had never regretted anything. No matter what price he had to pay, he had never regretted it. However, there was no turning back. This was so confusing. The two of them had just arrived at the demon realm, but they had already caused such a mess. They could not go back to the Tianhu region, so Ruoshi could only apologize. "Brother Xiaolang, are you all right?" Sui Yan tilted her head and asked fearfully as she looked at the vast land. Mo Xiaolang laughed dryly and scratched his head. "I'm fine. I'm fine." "Oh." Sui Yan nodded and asked, "What should we do? How can we explain this to Sister Ruoshi? Are we still going back to the Tianhu region?" She still didn't know what had happened to Mo Xiaolang in the Tianhu region. "We're not going back. It's rare for us to leave," Mo Xiaolang said. "Then where are we going?" Sui Yan asked curiously. Mo Xiaolang waved his hand and put his arm around her shoulder. "That's not important. What's important is that we're going to travel the world together. We're going to live a carefree life. I'm going to take you all the way to the immortal God domain. How does that sound? We're going to return to our 3 imperial domains, to your hometown." Suyen jumped for joy and said, "Great, great, I miss Daddy and Big Sister so much." By now, the morning sun had turned into a blazing noon. Mo Xiaolang faced the blazing sun and began to flee again. After they left, the 9-tailed celestial fox and the others finally arrived. They saw that the entire 1,000 secluded valley had been destroyed and turned into charcoal. They arrived in front of Yushang and looked at the alluring statue. "That's the boss of the 1,000 Nether Valley's Green River Demon Snake. She's dead. She's a trifecta expert, that kid killed her, right?" Everyone's eyes were filled with even more shock. The Green River Demon Snake. Yushang must have done something to the half-demon beside him. However, our 9-tailed celestial fox clan has suffered great losses this time. We definitely can't let this brat go. Report this to the Dream Fox Immortal Estate and gather the strength of the Dream Fox Immortal Estate to hunt him down. The 24th volume of the Battlefield of the Gods is about to end. The 25th volume will be released in 2 days. Lunatic has started school recently, but there are a lot of classes this semester. I'm basically in class during the day and writing at night. I have to take care of my studies, so I can only grit my teeth and continue writing. I hope that everyone can come and read my paid novels. That way, Lunatic won't have to worry about his future and can write in peace. Also, please follow my WeChat, Feng Qingyang. I'll be posting updates on my new books in the future. Of course, Dragon Blood is not over yet. It's just a new beginning. Our previous accumulation will definitely lead to a breakthrough in the future. We dragons still have a long way to go. Ranked 8th on Baidu and 1st on the January sales list. Dragon Blood God of War continued to do better and better. From the moment the book was released until now, the number of readers had snowballed and had yet to reach its peak. Chapter 1883. Rumble. The 5 mystical ribbons wrapped themselves tightly around the Tai royal bell. The Tai city lord sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and formed a hand seal. Using his 7-star divine power, he summoned the Tai royal bell back. True Tai water, heed my call. Return quickly. The Tai city lord had cultivated for more than 20,000 years and had survived 7 samsara tribulations. He was a sage of the human race, someone who was on the verge of becoming a god. He had held the Tai royal bell for thousands of years, and it had become a part of him. To him, the sacred spirit of the goddess's heart was actually a junior. However, this junior had managed to stop the Tai royal bell. What should have been a huge battle had turned into a contest of strength between 2 supreme powerhouses. For a moment, no one made a move. Instead, they stared blankly at the Tai royal bell trembling violently in the air. One moment it was pulled toward the spirit race, and the next moment, it was pulled toward the human race. The exchange of divine power between the two stirred up a huge storm. Not only were the people inside the Tai royal bell swaying left and right, but the people outside were also unsteady. The sacred spirit, who was holding the 5 ribbons, was much more graceful. Her snow-white robes fluttered wildly in the air, and her slender hands grasped the ribbons. It was a beautiful sight. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and she looked especially charming. However, the huge storm in the central square was caused by her. Rumble. Explosions rang out all around. The central square had been passed down from the age of gods, but now it was on the verge of exploding. Cracks appeared on the bluestone ground. Everyone watched the scene in fear. The power of these supreme powerhouses was too terrifying. At their level, they could kill millions with just a casual move. Long Chen and the other 2,000 people were swaying in the Tai royal bell. If it weren't for the protection of the Tai royal bell, the sacred spirit could have killed them all with a wave of her hand. No one had expected the scene to be in such a deadlock. The human race wasn't afraid. Since the Tai city lord couldn't retrieve the Tai royal bell, he would hold on. The other powerhouses of the human race were rushing over, and the other martialists from the Tai divine city weren't weak either. The spirit race wanted to buy time to kill Diyu, but how could they kill him while he was under the protection of the Tai royal bell? For a moment, the girls were a little anxious. "Big sister, let's go and disturb the Tai city lord," a similarly beautiful woman said. As the Holy Spirit pulled the 5 ribbons, it said, "No, there are still a few old fellows in Tai One divine city. It will be very difficult for you to succeed. Then what should we do? We can't just keep going like this. The other experts of the human race are about to arrive. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave." "Shut up," scolded the Holy Spirit in a low voice. At this time, Hua Ling, who was the most nervous among the 5, suddenly remembered what her good friend had entrusted to her. She was the youngest among the 10 and the most loved, so the Holy Spirit kept her by its side. At this time, Hua Ling turned her gaze to the Tai royal bell, looking for Long Chen's whereabouts. Long Chen had a very obvious characteristic, and that was the celestial fox token planted by Ruoxi. This pink brand was planted on Long Chen's buttocks, and it was very eye-catching. This part made Hua Ling blush. Obviously, Ruoxi was teasing her. After she discovered Long Chen, she hurriedly said to Long Chen secretly, "Are you the person Ruoxi asked me to take away?" The spirit race was best at all kinds of Qimeng techniques, and they had endless strange methods. Although the Tai royal bell was very tight, Hua Ling was still able to let Long Chen hear her voice. Long Chen was jolting in the Tai royal bell, waiting for the other party to notice him. Seeing that it was a lovely girl surrounded by flowers and pink petals next to the woman in white, he hurriedly said, "Yes, it's me. My name is Long Chen. Sister, in this situation, can you still take me away?" Hua Ling was from the same generation as Ruoxi, so it shouldn't be too much for him to call her sister, even though Hua Ling looked very young. Hua Ling rubbed her forehead and said in distress, "This old man is too hateful. But don't worry, my sister is trying to break the Tai royal bell. As long as we kill Diyu, I can immediately take you to the spirit race. Besides my 9 sisters, Ruoxi is my best friend." Long Chen didn't look optimistic. He bumped around in the Tai royal bell and spent a lot of effort to stabilize himself. He continued, "I don't think so. This is a Dao tool with hundreds of Dao patterns, how can it be opened so easily? Clearly, the other party is waiting for reinforcements. After a while, you will be in danger." "Is that so, is that so? Then what should we do?" "Ruoxi wants me to take you away." Hua Ling's face was full of anxiety. At that moment, the dignified and elegant woman next to her looked at Long Chen. Her eyes seemed to contain an entire world, endless and deep like a whirlpool. When she looked at Long Chen was dazed for a moment. She was a terrifying expert. "You want us to take you to the spirit race, right?" The Holy Spirit's cold voice echoed in his ears. At that moment, the battle between the Holy Spirit and the Tai City Lord had reached its climax. They were basically evenly matched. It was not easy for the Holy Spirit to kill Diyu under his protection. Inside the Tai royal bell, Diyu, who was surrounded and protected by everyone, had a peaceful smile on his face. He had gone through the initial fear and was now very courageous. In fact, everyone could see that if they continued to persevere, the spirit race would be doomed. The small spirit race wanted to strangle a peerless genius in the cradle? It was wishful thinking. After the Holy Spirit asked this question, Long Chen already guessed what she was going to say next. Long Chen could only nod. His identity had been exposed, so he had to go to the spirit race. Otherwise, he would probably be imprisoned for life in the Dragon God domain. He didn't have the absolute power to go against these people who saw Long Qinglan as their enemy. He would be seen as the descendant of a disgraceful person. Obviously, if he wasn't strong enough, these people with ulterior motives would definitely humiliate him endlessly. After getting an affirmative answer from Long Chen, the Holy Spirit said, "If you want to go to the spirit race with us, there is only one way. Kill Diyu quickly and the Tai royal bell will break on its own. Only then can I take you away. Otherwise, if we continue to waste time, we won't be able to break the Tai royal bell. We won't be able to kill Diyu, but we won't be able to take you away either." Long Qinglan's appearance made Long Chen even more anxious to leave the Dragon God domain than before. However, if he really had to kill Diyu again in front of so many people, to be honest, Long Chen just felt that this child was too arrogant and unreasonable. There definitely wasn't any deep hatred between the two of them. The reason he had killed Diyu on the White Jade platform was for his own survival. Moreover, at that time, he was certain that everyone else was dead and no one knew that he had killed Diyu. However, things were different now. They were in front of everyone, and Diyu was known as the hope of the human race and a future god. Too many seniors had placed high hopes on him, and he also had the blood and sweat of the ancestors of the human race. As a member of the human race, if Long Chen really did this, it would be tantamount to betraying the enemy and betraying the country. When that happened, the crime that he would have to bear would probably not be any lighter than Long Qinglan's. At that time, it would be easier said than done to help Long Qinglan wash away those unjust misunderstandings. If he killed Diyu, it would be questionable whether he could return to the human race in the future. It would mean that he would definitely have to bear the name of a traitor and carry this crime for the rest of his life. He would never be able to clear his name. However, in reality, Long Chen belonged to the dragon-sacrificing continent, not the dragon god domain of the eternal god domain. Although he was a member of the human race, he had never hated the monster race or the spirit race. He didn't have the deep-rooted hatred that the people of the dragon god domain had. They wanted nothing more than to dominate the eternal god domain and exterminate the spirit race and monster race. However, Long Chen felt that it was best for all races to prosper. It wasn't worth it for countless people to die for the sake of domination. The sacred spirit's condition caused Long Chen to sink into an extreme dilemma. No matter what he chose today, it would cause a lot of trouble. If he chose to kill Diyu, then he would be ostracized from the entire dragon god domain. He would become a traitor and be condemned by everyone. In the future, if he wanted to return and fulfill his father's dying wish, it would definitely be 10 times more difficult. To the stubborn old fogies of the human race, it might even be impossible. These people regarded Diyu too highly. To those old fogies, Diyu was just a Long Qinglan that they could control. However, if he chose not to kill Diyu, then he wouldn't have the chance to leave the human race. Today, his identity had been accidentally exposed. What awaited him was an unknown great tribulation, and he might even be mocked by tens of thousands of people. At the moment, he clearly didn't have the strength to dominate the world and shut everyone's mouths. It wasn't that the sacred spirit wanted to force Long Chen into a dead end. It was just that the reality was too coincidental. Whether the human race or the spirit race arrived a little earlier, the situation wouldn't be the same. Long Chen didn't need to choose either. I won't force you. I also know that to you, killing him will mean that you'll be despised and despised for the rest of your life. Therefore, everything is up to you. I'll give you at most 30 breaths of time. From now on, the sacred spirit was a very cold and callous woman. She stood proudly amidst the raging winds like a queen of a generation, and countless men prostrated before her. Meanwhile, in Long Chen's heart, there was an endless struggle. To kill or not to kill? He had always been decisive. However, the price to pay for either choice was too great. No matter what he chose, there didn't seem to be a correct answer. Neither Li Xuanji nor Lingxi dared to interfere with his decision. This was his own choice. Perhaps every choice he made would give him a chance to escape from death's door. Chapter 1884. It was just an accident. Long Chen had 30 breaths of time to decide, but Diyu jumped into his sight. When the two of them got up from the ground, a group of people swarmed over to protect Diyu. The child slowly stood up, straightened his clothes, and saw that it was Long Chen. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Because of the appearance of the Spirit Clan and the Tai City Lord, everyone had forgotten about Long Chen's identity. This was also a big deal. Diyu remembered that Li Xuanji was still in his god nation. This kind of intimate relationship made him very uncomfortable. As the Tai royal bell vibrated, he stared at Long Chen and said proudly, "I thought it was some blind guy who bumped into me. So it's the son of the eternal dragon emperor. What an extraordinary identity. The son of the eternal dragon emperor." The strange cries were also heard by the people outside. Hearing this, not only the experts of the human race, but also the experts of the spirit race were stunned. They stared blankly at Long Chen. For a moment, even the competition for the Tai royal bell was not as fierce. Not only the Holy Spirit, but the Tai city lord was also shocked. The focus of the crowd instantly shifted to Long Chen. The 5 women of the spirit clan looked at each other and nodded slightly. Perhaps they had seen the eternal dragon emperor, at least in his portrait. Naturally, they could see that Long Chen and Long Qinglan were very similar, especially in terms of temperament. It was just that this news was too shocking. On the human clan side, the elders stared sternly at Long Chen and asked in a clear voice, "Diyu, what's going on?" Diyu smiled coldly at Long Chen, then turned to the human clan and said in a loud voice, "Elders, something happened before you came." A trace of the eternal dragon emperor's psyche appeared on him and talked to him. Chief Commander Su Xilan of the Battle God Ancient City was also there. He admitted himself that he is the son of the eternal dragon emperor. Oh, no, that Long Qinglan. This news was too shocking. The elders looked at each other, their expressions uncertain. After the spirit race leaves, capture him. The 72 ancient cities of God's descendants will join forces with the 5 great dragon cities to interrogate this child. Let's chase the spirit race away first. The others will be here soon. The Tai city lord's lips moved slightly as he ordered the people around him. That bastard actually has a son. Humph. Let's see if we don't properly serve this son of Long Qinglan. The elders all began to speak at once. Their voices were extremely loud, and they didn't even try to conceal it. Long Chen pondered for a moment. Half of the 30 breaths of time had passed, and their words were truly unpleasant to hear. Long Chen's anger gradually drowned out his reason. Long Chen was enraged by the elders' malicious words. Diyu suddenly laughed and said, "I think they're right. The son of a traitor and a bastard must be the same kind. A leopard can't change its spots, and a dog can't stop itself from eating shit. Such a filthy person has no right to enter our ancestral tombs. In the battlefield of the gods, everyone should hide. This is the son of Long Qinglan, the sinner of all time. Be careful, he might kill all of you in a fit of rage." The crowd roared with laughter at these words. On the spirit race's side, the sacred spirit revealed an intoxicating smile. She relaxed her grip, and the Tai royal bell didn't shake as much anymore. Everyone could stand stably. To tell the truth, Long Chen had never been so humiliated by a child younger than him in his entire life. While he was burning with anger, he also found it ridiculous. Such was fate. If one didn't court death, one wouldn't die. But some people just had to court death. The laughter around him was full of mockery and disdain. They were all children who grew up under the influence of their elders. They didn't understand the eternal dragon emperor at all. In their eyes, the eternal dragon emperor was only Long Qinglan, who had been painted by their elders as the greatest sinner of all time. As his son, Long Chen was born to be humiliated and mocked. This was understandable. Moreover, Diyu hated him. When he fought with Su Jin just now, he had displayed his strength. No wonder Li Xuanji was infatuated with him, but didn't care about Diyu at all. Seeing Long Chen's face contorted in anger, Diyu felt especially pleased. He was of noble status, and the entire dragon god domain was helping him. He was the person who wanted to surpass the eternal dragon emperor, and he was the positive image of everyone. Compared to him, Long Chen was really too pitiful. How could such a pitiful person win against him? That was why Diyu wanted to see him furious but unable to resist. He wanted to trample Long Chen underfoot. This was how children were. They thought that by showing off their strength, they could win the hearts of women. In less than 1,000 years, I'll be able to break all of his records and become the new supreme expert of the human race. However, I'm different from him. He's scum, and he'll only bring destruction to the human race. He's a heartless and unscrupulous thing. He actually dared to destroy the tombs of our ancestors. I'll lead the human race to conquer the world and dominate the eternal God domain. Long Chen, there's a saying that no one can choose their birth. I'm sure you hate your birth very much. Nearly 2,000 people stood beside him, laughing along with his words. Their smiling faces were deeply engraved into Long Chen's heart. This made him clearly and thoroughly realize that this group of people wasn't worthy of him giving them a sense of belonging. There was no need for him to be afraid of anything just because of his identity as a human. Only those who respected him were truly worthy of befriending. Take Su Muchen for example. From the start to the end, his attitude towards Long Chen had never changed. In fact, when Su Zhen made a move, he even helped out. This was a kindness that Long Chen would remember in his heart. Take Lingxi and Li Xuanji for example. They deeply understood his feelings. At this moment, Li Xuanji's eyes were cold as she said, "Actually, I don't think there's anything to hesitate about. Just kill him." Even someone like her, who had some relationship with Du, had said so. In fact, Long Chen no longer hesitated. At this moment, Du loudly said, "All right, I'll cut to the chase. So-called son of the eternal dragon emperor, hurry up and let my big sister Li out of your divine kingdom. She's such a pure and holy woman with a great future. How can she stay in the divine kingdom of a bastard son? I'll say one more time, let her out. She definitely doesn't know about your shameless identity." Long Chen had already killed him once. But this time, he was still filled with anticipation to kill the other party. Perhaps it was because the other party's words were too much. "I'm actually angered to this extent by a child. How immature." Long Chen bitterly smiled in his heart. He didn't look too angry, but he had already lifted his feet and walked towards Du. "It's done." The sacred spirit looked at Long Chen's back with a deep gaze. This child is as unruly as his father. He might not be a blessing to the human race, but he's a savior to all living beings in the draconic sacrificial continent. The goddess's heart and the other women were also people that Long Chen didn't dislike, because they didn't despise Long Qinglan at all. On the contrary, they revered and worshipped him. For the sake of their reverent gazes, he had to do the same today. Who was the true genius of the human race? How could the primordial spiritual blood dragon and the void cosmic dragon lose to the son of Dijun? "What do you want to do?" Du asked with a smile on his face. The human elders raised their heads in confusion. They couldn't figure out what Long Chen was thinking even if they racked their brains. "They should be here in 20 breaths of time." "We'll definitely win," the Tai City Lord said indifferently. "The show is about to begin." The sacred spirit suddenly unfurled the ribbon. Countless colorful rays filled the air and covered the entire Tai Emperor Bell. For a moment, no one could see what was happening inside. Just as the Tai Emperor Bell was covered, Long Chen made his move. Buzz! 100,000 blood-weeping dragon souls shot out from the dense dragon scales on the humanoid figure's body. For a moment, the entire interior of the Tai Emperor Bell was filled with those incomparably ferocious little slaughter dragons. 200,000 bloody eyes stared at the same person. Du. Among the 2,000 people present, who hadn't seen the terror of the blood-weeping dragon souls. Just looking at the ferocious appearance of these little slaughter dragons and their incomparably sharp claws and teeth was enough to frighten them. Surrounded by these 100,000 blood-weeping dragon souls, Long Chen looked mysterious and strange. He was like a peerless king in the midst of countless blood-weeping dragon souls. Inside the closed Tai Emperor Bell, almost everyone was stunned for a moment. They didn't expect Long Chen to be so audacious. Anyone could have done it. Emperor Rain was extremely important to the human race, and Emperor Rain himself was very clear about it. It was so important that the spirit race had crossed millions of miles just to kill him. But what was Longchen planning to do? Moreover, under the seal of the ribbon, the human experts outside could not see what was happening inside. Du was taken aback and took a step back. But he wasn't frightened. He had absolute confidence in himself and his importance. Therefore, his eyes were cold. His power, which was close to the yin and yang samsara retribution realm, erupted like never before. Without a doubt, he displayed the style of an emperor. He roared at Longchen, "Boy, do you dare to kill me? Are you sure you dare to kill me?" Hearing this roar, the human experts' expressions changed dramatically. However, they weren't so nervous. After all, there were more than 2,000 people inside the Tai Emperor Bell. How could Longchen, a guy who hadn't even reached the samsara retribution realm, kill Du? Thousands of people were no longer afraid of the blood-weeping dragon soul. Instead, they pressed forward aggressively. "Boy, if you have the guts, do it." "Yeah, I think you have no guts. Why don't you move?" For a moment, everyone laughed again. At this moment, Longchen's eyes were calm and unruffled. With a wave of his hand, the blood-weeping dragon soul let out a terrifying roar. At that moment, the Tai Emperor Bell turned into hell on earth. As for the top 10 PK activities on the mobile phone network, they have been squeezed out of the top 10 this month. In addition, Madman has too many classes this semester. He couldn't cope in the first few days, so he could only guarantee 3 chapters a day. He probably wouldn't be able to save even 1 chapter. Therefore, starting from today, the activity of breaking chapters on the mobile phone network will be cancelled. I'm already fighting at my limit. I hope everyone can understand. 3 chapters a day is still a speed that others can't match. I may be very busy in the future. Sometimes I'll release 2 chapters, and sometimes I'll release 4 chapters. So don't think that you'll only release 3 chapters a day. I'll maintain a total of 90 chapters a month and do my best to give you some small surprises. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.